Hi guys, what am I forgetting? Wait, can we be heard now? Are we actually being heard? Wait, can we be heard now? Fuck all. Oh my god. Thank you, Spencer. Fuck all. Alright, I'm turning this off. Thank you. So Spencer fixed it. The mic was muted in one of the it was muted. Texorcist is remoting in from the next room, fixing it. It was muted in one of the sources. I swear to God, I unmuted it. I don't know what happened. I'm so confused. Hi, guys. I can be heard now. Thank you, Spencer. I'm alive. Oh my god. Oh god, it's always something. Hi, everybody. Hello. I was about to say you should just act out the book. I cannot imagine trying to act out the book. Call center closes an hour before the hour shown for my local Oh no. Send your brother our utmost thanks. They're all sending you thanks for knowing how stuff works, Spencer. This is why he's gonna get his own merch. Oh god, it's always something. A silent Christmas miracle. Everybody's saying thank you, Spencer. Thanks for hacking into my computer and fixing it. Yes, I do. I haven't cosplayed in a while, but I do. My big cosplay is Vanellope von Schweetz. Obviously I haven't been her in a while, so the hair is not the same color anymore. But when the hair is the right color, I pull it off pretty alright. Okay, anyway. Now that that's fixed. Well, that was very fun, was it? I'm so glad. My tapped moss covered 30-handled family. Oh god. I'll have to remember to cut that out for the replay crew so that you don't have to sit through 20 minutes of nothing happening. Hi guys, we're back. Sorry everybody. I saw at one point everybody jumping in and being like, hi! And then everybody jumped out because they couldn't hear anything. I was like, oh yeah, that's fair. Dexter says, gotta be honest, you probably pressed a new mute button trying to switch scenes. I probably did. Oh well. Well, we're here now. All is right, not with the world, but with the stream for now, I guess. So thank you guys for being here. Okay. Hi, guys. Let's try this again. I'm back streaming. We're streaming Nancy Drew, Werewolf in a Winter Wonderland. This is a book sent to us. There's now... That's right! That probably happened. That's true. We added the mute button back to the stream deck for this computer. Be careful with that one. I forgot about that. I forgot about it too, Spencer. I forgot that we did that. That's highly possible. Plausible, even. So anyway. Mime Avery. Yes, Patrick sent in this book. Guys, everybody say thank you, Patrick. Fun fact, I was reading about this. This was, obviously, they're still writing Nancy Drew books to this day, but this was the last book written in this specific arc of Nancy Drew books, because technically they rebranded, but I believe this is technically the same arc of Nancy Drew books that all the original ones came from. This is obviously very different cover art, but this is 175, and that was the last one they did before they switched over to a whole new, revitalized Nancy Drew. This one came out in 2003. Oh, so yeah. So we're gonna read this. This'll be fun. Thank you, Patrick. Me. Everybody sign the thank you card for Patrick. I sat through all the silence. You're a real homie. I appreciate you, Darth Sidious. I'll have to cut it out for the replay crew. Oh well. Hi guys. It's always something. Now that we actually have tech working... By the way, I washed this. I'm not just reusing this mug in case anybody was worried. I'm just obsessed with this mug and I'm using it for a second time in a row. I also have a peanut butter and jelly because I am a child. So yeah. We've got Nancy Drew vibes. We've got hot chocolate vibes. We've got, microphones finally working vibes. So... a whole new Drew, a new detective I never knew. I mean, so this is... they were already obviously changing Nancy with the times with this one. Is this one only 2003, I thought? I guess Nancy Drew Girl Detective started right after this, which was literally the exact same thing. It was just branded differently. This was 2003. You can tell because Nancy's gone from looking like Farrah Fawcett in the covers of the books that we were reading to Britney Spears in this one. As much as I want, that's the point of it. I appreciate it, Paulo. I totally thought you were using the... No, I went and, like, hand-washed it and everything. So it's clean for the new day. I'm just using it again. Fun with Baby Wing. What phone do I have? Oh, God. It's a... not iPhone. It's an Android something, and I always forget what model it is. If Texarcist is watching, he probably knows, but I don't know. We're all kids in some way. Yeah, we're all just older kids. Yeah, I said that Nancy has Britney vibes on the cover. She totally does. Has there been any news from her Interactive about a new game? Last I heard, they had patented, or not patented, that's not the right word. They had registered a copyright for a new game that didn't have Nancy Drew's name in the title, but it was named after a Nancy Drew book, so it's safe to assume that they're trying to do another Nancy Drew game. And then if they got their patent, they would have like 6 months to do something with it. And I actually don't know what's happening, where they are in that process, but apparently they're trying. Can you play some music? I guess we could. We were talking about yesterday playing... give me 1 second. What can I play that's stream safe? Something like oldies playing in another room vibe? Something to read to? Let's see. No, Brittany had more important things to do than to be the book model, I think, but they definitely did. I would be floored if they didn't say they modeled her after her, because, you know, Brittany was super popular at the time, or Brittany is the queen of pop, but, like, at the height of her fame, Nancy always kind of takes on release some, like, ambient library sounds. That's good. That's good. Let's see. Can I hook? Ooh, I can hook up this to my new speaker, can't I? Let's see. I'm hooking up the computer to my new speaker. But yeah. Nancy has Britney vibes. It's another Christmas one. We're dealing with a werewolf, apparently. This reminds me very much of the White Wolf of Icicle Creek. And that's the vibes. And it's a half hour after we were supposed to start reading it because, you know, I'm bad at making things work. All hail the Texarcist. I just want to pair the new thing. Let me pair it, please. Let's see, where is it? Okay, add it. Let's add it. Or I could just do it from my phone. That's the other option too. Computer. Add Bluetooth. This one? Let's see if that connects. Hey Avery, maybe for your next 24-hour stream, you just marathon as many of the Nancy Drew games. Yeah, for sure. I've thought about that. The next time we do like a charity stream, One of these days, I'm going to set up 2 streams to populate, so like when the 12-hour mark runs out on the first one, we just switch over to the other stream, and then we stream for a full 24 hours. We'll find out who the father of Nancy's baby is. I mean, if Nancy was having a kid, it would be Frank. Did you hear about the way she talked about Frank in that last book? Let's see. Oh, that worked, I think. Hello, McFly. Should work. I bet they did it. Yes. Alright, you know what? Screw it. I'm gonna connect it to my phone because I can. There we go. Alright, now let's find either ambient library sounds or I will also take some copyright-free noir. Really anything that won't get me booted off stream would be nice. Let's see. I could play Nemo's Dreamscape, but I don't know how Nemo's Dreamscape feels about other creators playing their stuff. So let's just go... Oh, this one. Is this one copyright free? Let's see. It came up when I said copyright free, but it didn't say copyright free. Let's go... Ooh, I know what to do. Detective... Noir... Ambiance. Let's see, there was one that I was using. Where is the one that I liked? Is it this one? It might be this one. Do you guys like this conversation I'm having with myself as I'm trying to figure this out? Trying to find it. Let's see. Is it this one? Whoa. And there it is. How are we feeling about this? This is a film noir detective office ambiance. If it'll keep playing. Hello, everybody coming in. Oh, yeah, let me put the donation link back in. Sorry, guys. Can everybody hear this, or am I the only one who's hearing this? We'll see. Nancy goes from finding a lost camera to solving a werewolf. Oh, Nancy has solved every manner of crime. Detective has a very sharp ballpoint pen. Ambient music is fine. Okay, we'll leave it for now. We can always turn it off if we don't like it. The music is distorted. Well, it's a little bit... It's got, like, kind of a distorted sound on the thing. A bit off. We don't like the audio. Okay, we don't like the audio. We can change the audio. Let's see. Let me get the donation link in first, because that's the most important thing. I'm leaving up my Project Hope donation links until the 31st, because we're still, Hopemas is still going on, even though our specific day is done. So, let's see. Oh, shoot. Where's my donation link? Give me my donation link. There it is. Yeah, so Project Hope is raising everybody who's been here recently at all knows exactly what I'm going to say. Project Hope raises money for people in crisis all over the world. We've raised over $1,000, actually over $1,100 on this campaign. I think it would be nice if we could get to 1,500, but obviously we have raised a very respectable amount already. And we should be proud of ourselves. And here's the donation link for people that want to join us in being proud of ourselves. I'm gonna pin this. Thank you for saying that, or I would have forgotten in the craziness. Here we go. You ever just have those moments where, like, stuff starts breaking and you just start panicking? Not panicking, but just like, what's happening? Popping the audio. Okay. That's cool. We can fix it. Let's go back here. Let's try this. Because you guys can hear through this. So let's just see how this works. Film noir ambiance. Are you guys hearing this? Are you guys hearing this? Yeah, I think the deadline is the 30th. I mean, yeah, you can donate. Our campaign is ending on the 31st. You can obviously donate to Project Hope directly, not through us. But yes, ours is, yes, very clicky-clacky. Last one. Well, this is the same one. I'm just playing it through the system. I was gonna try to play it on this and see how it sounded on this, but I think we have some tweaking to do before that microphone and this get along. So it's probably very loud. I can't hear it, but you guys can hear it. Hearing it, I feel like the typewriter would become some sort of mental torture. Red Robin trying to murder you. Sue Red Robin. I'm right here, guys. Hang on. Okay, I think we finally have everything fixed-ish. Fixed-ish works, right, guys? Fixed-ish is really all we ever work off of. Okay. I'm gonna leave it alone and not touch it. Oh, someone donated while I was gone. Ooh! Thank you, guys. Thank you for donations. Do you guys want to see, since we're already 45 minutes past time, you guys want to see while we're here the newest parts of the calendar that I did for Perry? Since I said I'd do a drawing of people to get Perry calendars. Give me my OBS back. There we go. Okay. Thank you, Anonymous, for $5. We appreciate it. Kermit. Kermit, yay, wavy arms. Oh yeah, we've had that. That's my, that's our, like, yay, we donated, thing. Feels appropriate. I don't stream on Twitch currently. I might, further down the road, but right now, you know, And did Nancy have a baby? In our imaginations. I actually was also not up on the Nancy had a baby headcanon. I'm definitely up on the Nancy is gonna end up with Frank Hardy headcanon, because that absolutely was backed up in the entire book that we read the past 2 days. Actually very quiet in a good way. Okay, I can turn it up or down. I want it to just be like a quiet backtracking to what we're doing, not so much like a very loud. Is this better? Let's see if that's better. I for real thought there was a time skip. Is it Frank's? If we're gonna headcanon that's a baby, it better be that she has a baby. It better be Frank's. We don't do well with Ned in this household. Oh gosh. But hi everybody. No! It echoed. I didn't know I was being heard out. That was a joke for legal reasons. Oh my god. Here, let me show you guys the calendar, how it's coming along. Small cam. And of course, is the small cam also gonna be broken? That's the big question. Yes, it is. Alright. I just want to show you the calendar. I love these calendars. Window capture. There we go. Turn it on. Thank you. There we go. So, I've been working a little bit on Perry calendar. We showed everybody January. We also have February, March, and April now. It's 100% Frank's because Ned would die. Yes. Sorry about the... Sorry. They did not tell you that, Patch. The Perry calendar, yes. So I still obviously have to do a few pages, but it's coming along. Like the blue bar, the letters are much easier. Yes, I took your suggestion about the blue, about changing the color of the bar so that the letters are easier to see, and I tried to incorporate that thought process in all of these, giving it a pretty fair colored bar. And she literally forgets about Ned so fast the second she sees Frank. If we are being honest, Nancy would trade her relationship with Ned for 5 cents. It's true. Good, they're trying to kill you so Avery saved your life. I've been red-ranked! I do enjoy the late 80s, early 90s look at the calendar. Thank you, that's what I was going for. So we've got some, I found some vector prints that I'm allowed to use commercially, so, big ups to that. Basically, I just have this template, and I'm just, like, making sure that each month has its own thing. There's a little Perry quote down here. I don't know if anybody can read it from where it is, but everything has a little blurb of Perry. I'm just gonna make the rest of these, and then make the front cover, and then we'll have a thing. And Perry will be a calendar star. Your relationship with Ned for a courtship? Even if she was allergic to court, she would. Pretty musical. Oh, that's cool. They match with the different color schemes. Thank you. But it did echo. I'm sorry, I didn't know that I was being heard out into the real world. Ned is bad, or Frank is just good, or both. I mean, it's both. They implied in the last Nancy Drew game that we played that he was cheating on Nancy. So we don't really ship him with anybody now. This is Ned we're talking about. And Frank has just always been, like, a popular ship with Nancy because, like I said, Ned was kind of just created it back in the day of, like, Nancy needs to have a boyfriend because misogyny reasons, so he's never really done anything, whereas Frank is, like, a whole fleshed-out character. And, like, you can see that they have a lot in common. It just makes more sense. I'm honestly shocked that they haven't done it already. Because they already cross over a ton, and both Hardy Boys and Nancy Drew are written by the same... They're produced by the same publisher, so... You would think it would be... What happened? Hey, Adriel, I saw you in chat during the craziness of not being able to be heard, so hello, welcome. Pretty sure she forgets Ned exists in between mentions of him. She does, and I'm sure we're going to hear about Ned in this book and be upset, but, you know, we will deal. Because in our world, in this house, we know that Nancy and Frank end up together. There is a book, I don't remember which book it was. I could have sworn to God there was a book where Ned proposes to Nancy, and Nancy's like, no. Nah. We've been through worse. We've been through monster blood. Oh god, wait, what happened? Frank is the OTP. Oh, for sure. Laser tag 9 years ago. No, not banned from laser tag. I've actually never been playing. I've never played laser tag. I'm grabbing my other charger just so that that doesn't die. Thank you, everybody. This is bringing me back to the first time we streamed Nancy Drew games, because when I was streaming every day, it felt like something was going wrong constantly. So anyway, Ned and Nancy are like Barbie and Ken. They're only with their man for legal reasons and to act as the peer. Yeah, right. Well, like, you remember back in the early 2000s when Barbie and Ken broke up officially? And it was, like, a big deal. And, like, everybody was devastated. My Barbie and Ken were already broken up. Like, my Barbie, broke up with Ken to date a Mycene dude. Don't look good. Wait, the dad from Don't Look Guns. Stay out of the basement, yes. We have a running joke because there's like weirdly erotic sounding ways that everything's written in those books, so my Barbie and Ken were twins. So I mean the maker of the those aren't words. The original creator of Barbie named Barbie for her daughter and Ken after her son. So Wait. Monster Blood from Goosebumps. Monster Blood from Goosebumps was just... It wasn't bad, it was just boring. We just didn't like that one very much. Mycene was superior to normal Barbie. Oh yeah, Mycene was super superior. Yeah, Plant Zaddy is a running channel meme to the point where we're gonna put it on merch eventually. God help us. Alright, let me read the back of this book since it is an hour after I wanted to start reading it. This winter carnival's full of holiday mysteries. And there's a little sticker because this is a retired library book, so we are going to read around, I hope. Things are hairy in River Heights. Count the wolf puns. Things are hairy in River Heights this holiday season. 2 wolves have disappeared from WildWolf, the federal wolf preserve just outside of town. Local farmers think the missing wolves are killing their sheep, but there are rumors of a werewolf sighting nearby. At the same time, the annual River Heights Winter Carnival is set to begin when the first 2 days of the outdoor festival are full of tragic disasters. Nancy can't help but wonder, is there a link between the carnival's trouble and the missing wolves? After the carnival's beautiful ice palace is destroyed, Nancy's sure there's a wolf at River Heights' door. But is the leader of the pack of crimes human or beast? I would love to know how much of this had any influence on the White Wolf of Icicle Creek, the game. Yeah, Barbie and Ken were better as twins in that sense. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, sorry, Cassidy. I'm sure this chat is chaos in a good way, but you don't feel silly asking any questions. We ask questions of ourselves all the time. I am but a youngling. What is my scene? Oh, my scene was this wonderful brand of dolls. Basically, so they got like sued and acquisition by Bratz and basically absorbed by Bratz, but they were different from Bratz. They were like their own thing, and each like doll had its own personality, and there was a universe, and it was great. And this was like early to mid 2000s. And I didn't even love dolls very much, but I loved my Mycene dolls. This could be The Nightmare Before Christmas, where it works as a Halloween movie and a Christmas movie. Oh, the book? Yeah. They did have movies, too. They absolutely did have movies. The Mycenes, yes. I've been talking to, if anybody, shout out to Harry on a Hook. We've been talking about covering the Mycenes Go to Hollywood movie together for a while now. My sister had Bratz, so how have I never heard of Mycene? I mean, Mycene was... I think Bratz got uber popular, like, right after they acquired Mycene. Like, that was before the peak of Bratz fame, I think. Mycene looked a lot like Bratz with slightly more realistic proportions. Yes, my mom loved Mycene because they had they had much more realistic proportions than Bratz and obviously Barbie. So it was just like a lot more, and they came, the dolls, like, were of all different ethnicities and backgrounds, and they all had their own stories, and they were all individuals, and it was just like a much more inclusive doll brand than like anything else that was on the market at the time. Just really recently got into doll collecting, so I've been learning a lot about different brands. Yeah. So yeah, so let's get reading on this book, guys. Hi, if you're just joining in, you have missed nothing yet because technical issues. But we're happy that you're here. Thank you for being here. Thank you all for hanging out through the mess that is tech issues. Bookception time. Alright, let's see. No one judged me for my PB&J. It makes me happy. It's pretty neat. Share. Shame that Bratz overshadowed Mycene. Yeah, there was like a whole lawsuit because Bratz said that Mycene was stealing their vibe, and they really weren't. It was just like the dolls also had... The only thing that they really had in common was that the Mycene dolls also kind of had those, like, accentuated lips, but other than that, like, there was nothing. Fun fact, Mattel now owns American Girl doll. Did they not before? I'm so out of the loop when it comes to American Girl doll stuff. Dolls are somewhere on my ADHD fixation rotation. We got, I believe it was also Patrick who sent us a American Girl doll Molly Mysteries book, so... If anybody's a American Girl doll fan, we have that to look forward to. Alright, I swear to God, I'm starting chapter 1. Sorry, guys. We're finally reading the book. Okay. Chapter 1. A Wild Night at WildWolf. American Girl was its own brand, I'm sure, when it was acquired. Okay, cool. Copy that. It looks like the holiday winter carnival is finally going to get a break from the weather, Nancy Drew said. Light snow dusted the hood of her car as she pulled into Bess Marvin's driveway. I know, George Fane said, reaching to put a new CD into the car's CD player. We get George Fane in a book! She wasn't in the last one. At last. We've had nothing but snow, ice, and crispy cold weather. Nancy watched Bess pick her way carefully along the icy drive toward the car. Bess was George's cousin, but they looked completely different. George was tall, with short, smooth, dark hair. Bess was the same age, 18, but shorter. She didn't have nearly as athletic a body as her cousin. Her wavy blonde hair was lighter than Nancy's. The way that they body shame Bess just kind of changes slightly with the times. Bess and George were not only Nancy's classmates, they were her best friend. They were also her best friends. Isn't this weather great? Bess said as she plunked into the back seat. The carnival should be spectacular. I can't wait to find out what our work assignments will be. You know, this might be the last carnival for a while, Nancy said as she turned onto Clayton Avenue. It was the quickest route to Riverside Park, which sat near the Muskoka River. The last two lost a lot of money. Well, the weather was so bad last year, for one thing, Bess pointed out. Hardly any snow at all, remember? It was so warm the ice wouldn't hold, and I don't just mean all the sculptures and cool stuff. There was barely enough ice on the Muskoka for skating the full 7 days, let alone any real skating competitions. The weather wasn't good for a winter carnival, that's true, Nancy said, but that wasn't the only problem, she reminded them. 2 years ago, a lot of money was wasted, and last year, half the money disappeared, along with the carnival chairman. Uh-oh, that's sketch. So they brought in this new guy from Chicago to run things. Did you hear his name? George asked. Did you hear his name? George asked. It's Poodles McNulty. What kind of a name is Poodles? That's his name. Okay. Poodles McNulty. Especially for a man, Bess said. It must be some sort of nickname. I mean, don't bring gender into it. It's just an interesting name. Regardless. If your name is Poodles, that's unique. We might find out this morning, Nancy said, pulling into Riverside Park. Cass already nearly filled the lot. Cars already filled the lot. Sorry, I was looking at the message that came through from Cassidy, and then my brain filled in. Cars nearly filled the lot. Nancy pulled her Mustang to join them. The park was sparkling with fresh, bright white snow and clear ice. The three friends gathered up their sports bags and backpacks and got out of the car. Their boots crunched the packed snow as they headed towards the huge blue and green tent on the bank of the river, Branches of enormous sycamore trees leaned out across the frozen river near the tent. Maple and oak trees stood straight and tall against the watery pale sky. Nancy's new white ski suit showed off her slim body, and she was happy to find out that it also kept her warm and comfortable as they walked through the ice sculpture garden. Wow, look at these. They're awesome, Nancy said. All around, the girls were 8-foot statues of trees, animals, and people carved from ice. Sunshine broke through the sky and glittered through the sculptures. The girls entered the tent to register for their work assignments. As they stood in line, Nancy recognized many faces, not reorganized faces. Neighbors, friends, and her family, shopkeepers around town, and colleagues from her father, attorney Carson Drew. Represent, Carson Drew. We haven't heard from Carson in a couple of books. There you are, Nancy's boyfriend, Ned Nickerson, strolled toward them. Ugh, he was taller than Nancy, and also had wavy blonde hair. Oh, he's blonde in this one. He leaned down to give her a kiss, and then gave her friends a warm smile. Do you have your assignment yet? We just got here, Nancy said, leading the others to a registration line. What about you? I'm on the team that'll organize the torchlight parades, he answered, and I'm going to help with some of the sporting events, the golf tournament, and the polar bear plunge. Like the polar bear plunge is a real sporting event, Bess said. Give me a break. It's just a group of people in bathing suits jumping through the ice into the river in below freezing weather. I don't know, George said, her mouth twisted into a crooked smile, as if she still weren't sure about what she was going to say. Thinking about doing it this year. Yikes, Bess said. You would. Jesus, Bess. Oh, and get this, Ned added. I'm one of the judges for the Snow Princess competition. That should be right up your alley, Nancy said with a grin. Nancy, a familiar voice called. She's dragging Ned. She doesn't even like Ned. Nancy, a familiar voice called from behind. It is you. Nancy turned. Brianda, she said. I haven't seen you since you graduated. Do you all remember each other? She asked. This is Brianda Bunch. She was a couple of years ahead of us in school. I knew her when we worked together on the paper. You're in college now, right? She asked Brianda. Yes, finally. My family moved to the West Coast right after I graduated. I worked a year there and finally started college this past fall, studying journalism at Columbia. You must be on school break too, Bess said. I am, Brianda answered, and I came here to hook up with some old friends and get in one more carnival. It looks like I'm hooking up has changed its meaning in the past 15 years, but, you know, moving on. It looks like I'm going to be one of the on-call hosts, hanging out to give visitors a quick tour of the carnival if they want. I'm staying at WildWolf while I'm here. WildWolf, Nancy repeated. That's the animal preserve a few miles out of town, right? We've all been there. It's really cool. Come to think of it, you and I did a feature article on it once. Wait a minute, I remember. Your family's connected to the place. That's right, Brianda said. My cousin is Marky Michaels, the executive director of the preserve. She's an ethologist, a scientist who studies animal behavior. Her specialty is wolves. Hey, would you like to come out tonight? It's Tuesday, so they're having a howlorama. That's when the wolves and the humans howl back and forth, Bess asked. Right, Brianda said. Oh, I thought that was a joke. We're serious. Okay. If you come early, I can give you a behind-the-scenes tour. We have some new pups. They're not out for public viewing yet, but I can show them to you. They're incredible. I'd love it, Nancy said, as long as we aren't scheduled to work here tonight. Bess and George agreed it would be fun. Only Ned begged off. I can't make it tonight, but I'll take a rain check, he said. I have to go meet with the torchlighters, so I'll talk to you later. You're no fun, Ned. With that, he bounded off toward a corner of the tent. I once got somebody genuinely angry at me in my comments back when I did, if you guys remember, I did that video on I did videos on the first two Nancy Drew games because they were so random and not very great games. Somebody was genuinely mad at me in my comments for talking about how I disliked Ned. So thank you for backing me up, Chad. I love how fast every person who ever writes for Nancy Drew sees Ned as an obligation. You cannot tell me otherwise, because he doesn't do anything. With that, he bounded off toward a corner of the tent. Before Brianda left, the others made plans to meet that night at WildWolf. Then Nancy, Bess, and George got their carnival assignments. I'm working at the Heat Hut, Beth said, looking through the orientation kit. And the cool thing is that I work different shifts every day, so I'll have a good chance of seeing everything before the carnival is over. We'll be able to stay in touch there, too, George pointed out. The Heat Hut is definitely the place to hang out and get warm. A perfect place for breaks, and lattes and hot chocolates, and cookies, and nachos, and all sorts of goodies, Bess added. Bess thinks like I do. What about you, Nancy? Where were you working? I've got several jobs, Nancy said. You know how they have hosts who stand by and welcome everyone and direct visitors to all the activities and venues? You did that last year, didn't you, George asked. Exactly, Nancy said. This year I'll be in charge of that team. I make rounds to be sure that all the hosts are on call and helping out, and to see if they have any questions. Oh, and they asked me to be one of the Snow Princess judges, too. So you and Ned will be working together for that one, Bess said. That'll be fun. What are you going to be doing, George? She asked. I'm coordinating the softball in the snow games. I'm also working with the lighting crew for some of the evening activities. Oh, that's fun, George told them. I hope I get to work the Crystal Palace for the opening tomorrow. That's one of my favorite parts of the carnival, Nancy said. That huge ice castle with all the colorful lights shining through. The three split up to meet with their various coordinators and teams for a few hours. As prearranged, they met back at the car at 3 o'clock after a late lunch of tacos and burritos at Smokey's Hot House. They headed out to WildWolf. It was 4 o'clock and still light when they arrived at the preserve. Nancy pulled off the country road and onto a mile-long drive to the gate that opened into WildWolf. They drove another couple of blocks until they came to the visitors' parking lot and compound of wood frame buildings. Brianda, I don't know how I'm supposed to say it, was waiting for them at the office doors. She introduced them to her cousin, Marky Michaels. I'm going to just call him Marky Mark. And Marky Mark's assistant, Christopher Warfield. We're so glad you could come, Marky Mark said. She was tall and pretty with reddish brown hair. Oh, Marky's a girl. Sorry, Marky. Didn't mean to misgender Marky like that. Welcome, Christopher added, extending his hand. He had a deep green eyes and a British accent. Ooh, he was stocky, but he looked very muscular. Brianda immediately took Nancy and her friends to see the wolf pups. The preserve was huge, and it was comprised of 6 4-acre enclosures that were bordered with double security fences. 4 to 10 wolves lived in each enclosure. WildWolf had an international reputation and was visited by students, scientists, and people from around the world who were interested in animal welfare, nature, education, and research. Brianda took them into a small building where the wolf babies were examined by a vet. They're so fluffy, Bess exclaimed. She took one in her arm. It looked like a cross between a puppy and a bear cub. Don't handle them. That's probably a bad idea. I watched Tiger King. Nancy picked up another wiggly pup with thick brownish fur. It was warm and incredibly soft and wriggled up her chest to her shoulder. Oh, that's adorable, though. It nibbled on her hair and murmured baby mumbles in her ear. Oh, aren't they amazing, Brianda said. I'm in love, Nancy said, cuddling the pup, more so than she's ever been with Ned. They played with the babies until it was time for the howlorama. Then they went back to the first wolf enclosure. It was dark, but a large moon flooded the landscape with a vanilla glow. People started to fill 2 small bleachers which sat a few yards from the fence. Even though a hanging thermometer registered 22 degrees. Oof. Marky came out and introduced herself and said a few words about the preserve and its inhabitants. Then she began the howl. She threw her head back and a long, mournful sound poured from her throat. Ow! Oh, now I'm gonna be singing She-Wolf by Shakira. From the distance, an echoing call filled the air. Then another wolf from another pen responded, beginning on a different note so that the 2 animals howled in harmony. Marky answered back and motioned for the people in the bleachers to join in. Nancy, Bess, and George and Brianda set out loud howls that were rewarded with responses from all the packs. Soon the air filled with an eerie... What the hell is happening right now? Soon the air filled with an eerie counterpoint of animal and human howling. Nancy's skin sparkled with tiny explosions as she sang with the wolves. During a particularly loud chorus, Nancy noticed a modern sound muted beneath the primitive sound of the howling. She seemed to be the only one who heard the steady rolling crunch of the snow. Suddenly, everyone stopped howling and looked toward the new sound. An old pickup truck was shooting toward them along the road that divided the 2 large enclosures. Christopher Warfield pulled the truck to a grinding halt near the bleachers and hopped out of the truck's cab, leaving the door swinging open. He raced over to the fence where Marky stood. Wolf Cult! Wolf Cult would be a great name for a band. Where the 2 of them... fence where Marky stood, swinging open. Nancy watched the 2 of them closely. They were too far away for Nancy to pick up any words from scanning their lips, but there was no question about the news that Christopher had brought. It wasn't good. I'm going to see what's going on, Brianda said. She marched down to the bleachers, her boots clomping along the wood slats. Brianda joined her cousin and Christopher at the fence, and the 3 of them huddled for a few minutes. Then Marky and Christopher ran to the truck, and Brianda returned. We've had a little problem, Brianda announced to the crowd with a thin smile. Nothing too bad, but Marky needs to help Christopher clear it up. We're going to cut the howlorama short this evening. We hope to see everyone back next month. The drive is lit all the way back to the road, so you shouldn't have any trouble finding your way. But be careful. There's ice under all that snow. We don't want any of you sliding into a drift. Nancy could tell that Brianda was trying to look confident and reassuring, but it was obvious that she was very upset. What's happened? Nancy asked her friend privately as people shuffled out of the bleachers. Is there anything I can do? Just stick around until everybody else is left, okay? Brianda asked in a very low voice. Then she continued to help people down from the bleachers and point them to the parking lot. Nancy, Bess, and George waited for Brianda to rejoin them after every car had pulled away. Brianda's porcelain skin was flushed a pale pink, and her large blue-gray eyes sparkled with tears in the harsh glow of the security lamp. It's horrible, she cried. Oh gosh. Kayam and Liz are not with the pack. 2 of our prize alpha wolves, they're gone. The wolves are missing. Okay. Oh, I missed a lot in chat. Let's go back. How we feeling, chat? Hi, misfiring. Wait, we're being serious. I know, right? I was like, whoa, we're okay. We're being serious. All right. The face screening on Bratz and Mycene dolls were very similar to VH. Yeah, they were. To be fair, they were pretty much. I'm just still salty because I love my Mycenes. 56 minutes later, we're finally getting into reading the book, and my dinner is also ready. Oh, sorry about the horrible timing. Minus different video games like Kirby. Nice. That guy's name is so stupid. I like misfiring trying to translate the Australian isms. It's like when I try to translate like Southern slang to people who are not from the South. I'm not too familiar with. Yeah, me neither, Cassidy. Never liked Bratz either. Their clothes were cool, but I hated their proportions and snap-on feet. Yeah, the proportions were different from Barbie, but just as unrealistic as Barbie, which is never good for little girls, I don't think. Like, not that they were harmful or anything, but I just preferred Mycene. You sure this book wasn't written by Tyra Banks? Because those are the kind of names that is in Model Land. Dumb ones. Don't keep saying Model Land unless you want me to buy the book and read it, because that's what you're bringing on this chat. Reorganizing faces could be fun. That's something very different than recognizing faces. That's something very violent. I think Ty was a little before my time. Oh, Ty the Tasmanian Devil. Or, not the Tasmanian Devil. Ty the Tasmanian Tiger. There you go. We haven't played it yet, but we're going to on stream. There is a hex-shaped thing that steals my attention in the overhead. There is a hex-shaped thing in the... Oh. So, it's a gravity timer. It's a gravity timer. So, like, if you want it to be 10 minutes, you put it with the 10 facing up. And then it starts counting down by 10 minutes. I don't know if you can see that, but yeah, sorry. If it's sorry, didn't mean to distract you. I'll put it over here. Santa brought it to me for Christmas. Oh, I sure hope blonde Ned is less of a dick than brunette Ned. Reorganizing faces. Nancy just rips off ears and noses and glues them to places there should be. I mean, reorganizing faces is like a way of saying you're gonna beat somebody up, right? Hopefully she doesn't have to beat anybody up. To be fair, I didn't say the owner of the face is likely going to be the one. True. Wow, Nancy Drew is pretty violent. Maybe because of the shenanigans from last time. The shenanigans from last time, if anybody wasn't here for that book, we missed out. Go back and watch those VODs. That was wild. Why am I suddenly tempted to buy myself Barbie dolls? I don't know. I'm just sitting here thinking about how I'm gonna definitely buy some more Nancy Drew books on eBay. Not like I don't have a ton, but let's have a bet on which one of the new characters is a werewolf. God, I hope it's blonde Ned. Avery, wait, we're being serious. Yeah, I know. I was like, oh, we're being serious. They got rid of Ned super fast. Yes, they did. I'll go with Zoo Lady. So far, yeah, Zoo Lady is giving off the most werewolf vibes. Of course, you can't make it Ned because you're a buzzkill and no one likes you. Yeah, Ned is so boring. He can't even go to the wolf howl, which is a pretty weird thing to go to, but still. It's not weird, but just unorthodox. Ned probably also has a date with another person while Nancy is off dating Frank for his benefit. Yes. Off not dating Frank for his benefit. Yes. Yes. When Nancy... You better believe that the day Nancy goes into the public domain, Frank and Joe Hardy should also already be in the public domain, and they're just gonna be together. I will write this book myself, so help me God. Nutcracker is a certified classic. My mom loves the Nutcracker, if we're talking about the ballet. Found a redheaded Barbie that looks like how I picture Nancy, and I want to buy it. Oh my gosh, I remember when I was 10, my mom surprised me by giving me a brunette Barbie that was made the same year I was born because I was always annoyed that all the Barbies I had were blonde. Can't forget the masterpiece of Princess and the Pauper. Yeah. Would not dating Frank be for his benefit? Not dating Frank for Ned's benefit. I think is what we're talking about. Yeah. Yeah, Nancy basically, like, feels bad every time she has feelings for Frank, which are much stronger than her feelings for Ned. And then Ned runs around with other people behind her back. Barbie is also the voice actor for... Oh, I love hearing voice actor facts. That's nice. I just love behind-the-scenes facts on movies. Guess that makes sense. So it's interesting, right? Because there's hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of Nancy Drew books, and also Hardy Boys books, and also crossover books. So I assume in this version, Ned either hasn't cheated yet, or she doesn't know about it. Because that was something that happened in the last game. I once tried defending Ned, then found out he was a goddamn homewrecker. Yeah, it's like, you know, speaking of Tyra Banks, you know the Tyra Banks meme where it's like, we were all rooting for you. We just wanted him to be happy with, we were like, look, he's not right for Nancy, but we just want him to be happy with somebody else. And then he screwed that up for us. Anna Judgy Vic. What is the... Anna Delvey. That's that lady that, wait. No, I'm thinking of a different person. Anna Sorkin. Yeah, I was thinking of the right person. From Inventing Anna. Some sort of demonic cult behavior. The howl wasn't bad, but I've heard better. Thank you. I try. I'm just thinking of, you know the song She-Wolf? Where it's like, da-na-na-na-na. Ow! That's all I'm thinking about. Brutal, forget. Retard level is absolutely nightmare. Oh yeah. Boots Chomping would be a great name for a band, yes. It reminds me of Tub Thumping. They'd open for Tub Thumping. Fire livestream. Thank you. So many things technically go, like technical issues go wrong on livestream that my first thought was, is something actually on fire? Thank you, I appreciate it. Christopher's my type. Green eyes, muscular, British. My favorite character now. I know. I was like, ooh, British guy? Interesting. I forgot the ah. Hi, Avery. Ah. Oh, nope. Don't unplug. There we go. The Doctor Who episode that involves recognizing and reorganizing faces. Yes, there is indeed. Doctor doesn't do it correctly. No. The Barbie movie just because Margot Robbie looks so hot. I mean, I'll probably see it for the meme, but I just genuinely don't know what to think. It's either going to be a classic or it's going to be awful. If Christopher's a werewolf, would be my favorite and even more. Honestly, same. No, Nancy doesn't have any feelings for Joe. She definitely sees Joe as a little brother, I think. And the Hardy Boys are brothers. These books are a lot more scandalous than I thought. Part of it is our fault. Gravity Timer is actually brilliant, like an egg timer. That isn't subject to gravity, but variable timing. Yes. We gave Ned a choice to be happy in a loving relationship with Joe. Then he betrayed us by cheating on Nancy. So now he's scummed us. Yeah. They always blow it. They always choose heartbreaking over just being happy. Isn't that the way it goes? Disney Channel Zombies films. I've been told I should do the Zombies films. I haven't seen any of them. They were slightly after my time, but I think I would like them. Fixating on Barbie at the moment. The Ken doll who comes with... I do feel that's a much needed diversity. Oh, that's actually sweet. I like that a lot. Just started watching The Righteous Gemstone and it's pretty good. Oh, cool. Ryan Gosling's abs. Never was personally into Ryan Gosling. Nothing against him. Not my type, I guess. Nancy dates the werewolf. I mean, it also honestly would be on par for some of these books. Is this where I asked if we're getting another Frosty the Snowman video? We are, I just have no idea when. We're so behind on Christmas stuff, and as it is, we're gonna be posting Christmas stuff into January. I'm just gonna have to play it by ear. This is soundtrack of Gusty Garden Galaxy. Oh my gosh. Ah, that was my knee. Okay. It is 8:25. Hey, 19 concurrent viewers in chat. We are reading Nancy Drew, Werewolf in a Winter Wonderland from 2003. Nancy has to solve a case where they think a werewolf is on the loose, which is pretty cool. Sent in by a viewer of the channel, Patrick, who sent in many books for our Avery's Home for Misfit Books project. And we also have the donation links running for Project Hope tonight, since we're running through Hope Miss through the 31st. Bum 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 bum. Where is my OBS? There it is. I got it back. Okay. What Frosty's Winter Wonderland in the actual sequel or Frosty Returns? So the actual sequel, Frosty Returns, has actually always been my personal favorite of all the Frosty movies. But I'm not sure, like, chronologically which one would be covered. But I also have to cover A Year Without Santa Claus, because I have been planning to do that all season and haven't been able to get around to it. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. Chapter 2, Wolf in Sheep's Clothing. I don't think I fully appreciated. We actually have chapter titles in this book. We didn't have that in the book we read the last couple nights. Same on Frosty's Return. It's so underrated, right? Frosty Returns is not actually canon. Fun fact. Interesting. I always loved Frosty Returns, though, canon or not. It'll always be canon to me. Chapter 2, A Wolf in Sheep's Clothing. Gone, Nancy repeated. But how? When? I'm not sure, Brianda said. There's no break in the fence. Somehow, though, they got out. You mean, escaped? Bess said softly. Or were they stolen, Nancy suggested. Without a break in the fence, they couldn't have escaped, Brianda said. So if they were taken, it would have to have been by someone who knew the place, Nancy concluded, and also knew how to handle the animals. Payam, I hope I'm saying that right, and Liz are alpha wolves, two very non-wolf-like names, if you ask me. They're good names, though. Are alpha wolves, leaders of their pack, Brianda said. It would not have been easy to capture them. In the distance, Nancy saw snow flying along the gravel road. The pickup truck and a couple of SUVs raced up. Looks like they've got everyone in on the search, Brianda said. They're going to kick you out, too, so I have to make this fast. This isn't... Girls, we're closing up for the evening, Marky called out, interrupting her cousin. So I'm gonna have to ask you to leave. Bree... can you join us? Can you join us in the office, please, right away? Oh, I like calling her Bree. Then I know that I'm not mispronouncing it. Nancy waved and smiled. Bye. The howling was great. She knew it would be better if Marky didn't know that Brianda had told them what happened. The WildWolf crew went inside the office, and Nancy and her friend, started for the parking lot. In spite of what Marky had said, Brianda escorted them to their car. This isn't the first time something bad has happened here, Brianda whispered to the girls. Marky told me that there have been several scary incidents. Personally, I sense someone is trying to destroy this place and ruin all of Marky's hard work. Nancy could hear the distress in her friend's voice. Nancy, I know your reputation, Brianda said. Help me figure out what's happening here before my cousin loses everything. Her resume as a detective, calling it her reputation, is such a funny way to put it. So unnecessarily ominous. Of course, Brianda, Nancy said, without a moment's hesitation. I'll look into it and do whatever I can. WildWolf is as of this minute in a sort of lockdown, it seems. Outsiders aren't welcome, so listen carefully to everything. Take notes if you can. It'll help to have you on the inside, and let's talk tomorrow at the carnival. Thanks, Nancy, Brianda said. Thanks a lot. She quickly turned and ran back to the office building. Nancy drove her friends back to town. After dropping Bess and George at their houses, she pulled into her own garage. Nancy sat for a moment in her car, going back over every minute at WildWolf. When she shivered, she told herself it was because it was so cold, but deep down she wondered if it was because there might be 2 wild wolves on the loose somewhere around River Heights. She's like, look, Brianda, I know you love them, but they could technically eat me at any second. At 8 o'clock Wednesday morning, Nancy's alarm and her bedroom phone both rang at the same time. We still had landline phones at this point. Good to know. Oh yeah, this was 2003. With one hand, she hit the alarm button, and with the other, she picked up the receiver. Turn on your TV, Brianda said on the other end of the line. Nancy used the remote to turn on her small television set on the bookshelf. The screen showed a local reporter, Susie Oliver, speaking earnestly into a microphone. At least it wasn't Brenda Carlton, for anybody who remembers her. Nancy caught the point of the broadcast in the middle of the reporter's sentence. Standing here in the pasture of local sheep farmer Philip Leroy, who is understandably concerned about the breaking news we've been bringing to you this morning. The reporter turned to the man who was standing next to her. It looked like he was between 50 and 60 years old. It was hard to tell exactly. So, Mr. Leroy, I'm not sure. What was your reaction when you heard that there are 2 wolves missing from the WildWolf Animal Preserve, which is not far from here? The same reaction I had the last time it happened, Leroy said. I'm mad wolves have escaped from the place before. And they attacked my sheep one night about this time of year. I tried to get that place shut down the first time it happened, but nobody listens. They'll listen now, I promise you that. WildWolf should be shut down and all the animals should be destroyed. Oh dear. That's outrageous, someone said. Out of the camera's range. Nancy recognized the voice, and the camera panned over to Marky's face. The wolves aren't running loose, she said. They could not have escaped, as you put it. WildWolf is a super secure animal preserve, and it meets the strictest federal guidelines for such a facility. The producers of the local TV broadcast are like, should we go to commercial? Or... Marky managed a fake smile. Have you ever visited our preserve, Mr. Leroy, she asked. I think your opinion might change if you saw our establishment. No, but I don't need to, Leroy sputtered. You do admit that the 2 wolves disappeared from WildWolf last night, the reporter said to Marky. Yes, but they couldn't have gotten out by themselves, Marky responded. Are you saying they're not there somewhere? They're not out there somewhere? Leroy demanded. The camera moved to that so that all 3 were in view. Like, you go to commercial, you're fired. Of course not, Marky said, but if they are, it's because someone maliciously stole them and then turned them loose. Perhaps to cause trouble for WildWolf, to scare everyone who lives around here, and to try to shut the preserve down. She gave Leroy a harsh look. Are you accusing me? He yelled. Are you saying I'd do such a thing? I'll sue you. I want a tape of this program for my lawyer. The camera zoomed in on the reporter. As you can see, not only do we have a couple of opinions as to what happened, we also have controversy about why it happened. Animal experts from around the state are currently searching for the wolves. Let's hope they find them soon. More news to come on the noon wrap-up. This is Susie Oliver, live from a farm outside River Heights. very nondescript. Nancy, I talked to Marky, Brianda said. She was still on the phone. She'd like to get together with you. She's totally okay with you helping us out. So you can come take a look around anytime you want. Nancy didn't have to report the carnival until that afternoon, so she told Brianda she'd be there within an hour. As she pulled on a heavy sweatshirt, Bess called to see whether Nancy had seen the news. Nancy told her about Brianda's call, and Bess agreed to go with Nancy to WildWolf. They arrived at the preserve 5 minutes before 9. Marky, Brianda, and Christopher were waiting in the main office building, which was filled with the aromas of warm banana nut muffins, ew, and hot chocolate, yay. Do you like my color commentary on the snackies? They all followed their noses into the conference room and sat around a large table. Brianda and Christopher passed out muffins while Marky spoke. People have been trying to shut us down since we opened 5 years ago, Marky said. Some people have a basic fear of wolves. I like wolves. And that's also one of the reasons WildWolf exists, Christopher pointed out, so that people can learn more about the wolves and see how beautiful they are, and respect them. They're not mean, they're just wild animals. Marky has this great reputation all over the world, Brianda claimed. She's the one called in to testify in cases involving wolves. She's appeared before a congressional hearing in Washington, D.C., and she was asked to make a speech in London just last month at the big international conference. Brianda, thanks for the build-up, but I don't think that's the point here, Marky said. Well, I do, Brianda insisted. I think someone's trying to ruin your reputation by causing trouble at WildWolf. That's possible, Christopher added. It's not going to work, Marky said. I'm determined to stand my ground. We're not going down without a fight, and I mean a fight. What about the carnival, Beth said. If the wolves are out there running around, do you think they'll head for the carnival? It would be total chaos if someone saw them there. Actually, if they're out there somewhere, they won't go near Riverside Park, Christopher answered. They're scared of people. There's never been a case in North America of a wild wolf deliberately attacking a person. I'd like to take a look at their enclosure, Nancy said. Christopher, Brianda, and Bess stayed in the office while Marky took Nancy out to the area where the missing wolves lived. The rest of the pack was still there, so Nancy wasn't able to go inside, but she and Marky walked around the double fences, and Nancy didn't see any breaks in the wire. At the part of the enclosure that was the furthest away from the buildings, Nancy saw something on the ground. What's this? She wondered. What's this? What's this? Sorry, my ADHD acts up in weird ways. She wondered aloud. She crouched down to examine a small pile of grainy cereal-like mixture. Nearby were 2 more small piles. She estimated there were maybe a 1/4 cup of the mixture in each pile. Is this some kind of wolf feed? She asked. Marky shook her head. No, she said. We don't give the animals anything like that. And you don't grow any grains, Nancy asked. We don't grow any crops here at all, except herbs for the kitchen, Marky answered. Nancy took the pieces of paper from her notebook and fashioned small envelope-type pouches. Then she pinched the sample of the mixture from each pile and dropped them in each of the 3 envelopes. Couldn't you just bring baggies, Nancy? She placed the packets carefully in the small zipper compartment of her backpack. Nancy talked to Marky all the way back to the office, but didn't learn anything new. As she finally drove back out the preserve, she told Bess about the grainy mixture. That's all you found? You don't have a lot to go so far, do you? Bess said, frowning. Don't be negative, Bess. Next to nothing, Nancy said. She stopped at the crossroads and looked at the signs. There's Norwalda Road, she read. They said on the news this morning that's the road to Philip Leroy's farm. Let's go pay him a little visit. Why? Bess said. He was mad this morning. He didn't look like someone who welcomed strangers. No, but he did look like someone who enjoyed telling his story. Maybe he'd like to tell it to a couple of newspaper reporters, she said, smiling. After a mile of driving, Nancy spotted Leroy's mailbox, leaning over the road. She turned into his driveway, which was bordered by pastures. She parked in front of a 2-story White House with dark green shutters and took her notebook and pen from her backpack. Then she and Bess trudged forward the house along a rough path dug out of the waist-high snow. Nancy knocked on the door. Within a few moments, it was open. "Who are you?" Philip Leroy asked. His face was a rosy red color, and his dark eyes pierced into Nancy's. "I'm Nancy Drew, and this is Bess Marvin. We're reporters for the River Heights Gazette." So I guess this is technically while they're still in high school, question mark? Or no, they're just reporters. Do they just have jobs, or are they lying? It could be any one of those three things. "We're here to get an in-depth story on your feud with WildWolf." "It's no feud," Leroy said. "It's just a cause, and it's justice I'm after." "Could we have a few minutes?" Nancy asked. "I'm scared of the idea of wolves running loose. I'd like to tell your story. Maybe we can fix this problem so wild animals don't threaten River Heights anymore." Philip Leroy blinked. His expression softened a little. "Come in," he said. "I don't have much time, so please make it quick." Nancy asked a few questions, repeating several of those that Susie Oliver had asked earlier. Leroy answered them with the same responses. Then she grilled him about the sheep attacks. "Exactly when did a wolf attack your flock?" she asked, her pencil ready. Leroy stood up and walked behind his chair. "I'm not going into that. My attorney says not to." "Well, did you see the attacks?" Nancy said. "How many wolves were there? Are you sure it was wolves and not wild dogs or coyotes?" "I'm not answering that either," he said, squinting at her. Say, are you really reporters? You look kind of young to me." "We're with the student edition," she answered. "I would really like to get an exclusive about the wolves who attacked your sheep." "I don't think so," he said, walking to the door. "The interview is over." "Mr. Leroy," Nancy began. "You brought up the sheep, Mr. Leroy." "I said it's over. No more questions." Nancy and Bess hurried out the door and down the path to Nancy's car. In her rearview mirror, Nancy could see Philip Leroy watching her drive away. "He's scary," Beth said. "I'm glad we left." As Nancy pulled onto Norwaldo Road, she noticed a service road leading to two large barns far behind Leroy's house. Trees shielded both sides of the road. "We haven't quite left yet," she said. She drove down the service road and parked the car behind three huge spruce trees so that it couldn't be seen from Leroy's house. Then she led Bess through the snow to one of the large barns. "What are we looking for?" Bess whispered, even though there was no one nearby to hear. "I just wanted to see the setup," Nancy said. See where the sheep are kept, see how the wolves might have gotten in. He said on the news this morning that the attack was at night, at this time of year, so the sheep would probably have been in a barn." Nancy lifted the heavy crossbar and pulled open the barn door. As they went in, the door slowly creaked shut behind them. Nancy propped it open with a large rock so that they could have some light. Even though it was the day, the huge room was dark, dingy, and mostly empty. Thin rods of pale sunshine slid through the cracks in the wall and crisscrossed from one side to the other. Gritty dust filled the stripes of light. "There aren't any sheep in here," Bess said. "There aren't even any animal stalls. It's just a storage room," Nancy said. There were a dozen or so large-scale barrels in one corner. "I think there's a door over there," Nancy said, pointing to the opposite corner. She walked to a large steel door, pulled it open, and was immediately engulfed in a cloud of frigid cold. "It's a walk-in freezer," she told Bess. "There are more barrels in there." As she closed the freezer door, she heard an ominous scraping noise at the barn door. She turned in time to see a booted foot roll the rock doorstep in the large room. The barn door slammed shut. Nancy raced to the door, but it was too late. As the crossbar thudded down into its iron cleat, she felt a similar thud in the pit of her stomach. "Ah, imaginary sheep, my favorite kind." Yes. Oh, I was feeling bad for the sheep, and now I don't think the sheep are real. Hold on, Perry. Let me let Perry in real quick. We don't appreciate you. Mm-hmm. Tell me about it. All right, all right. Come on. Come on, Perry. Oh, the typewriter sound scared me out of nowhere. Come on, come here. Come on. Hi, Perry. Say hi to everybody. I'll put you on full cam. You still smell like old lady perfume. I don't know how that's possible. Oh, that's not what I wanted. That's not what I wanted either. Ah! Trying to get to this. Yes, Perry, I know. I know, Perry. My phone can't decide if it wants to charge or not, Perry. Oh my god, stop. Not Perry, you're fine. Perry, you've... Well, I was gonna say you've never done anything wrong ever, but that's a lie. Alright, what did I miss in chat? I have a new mug. It's Nightmare Before Christmas. And Curly Hill and Jack Skellington appear if a hot drink is in the mug. That's so cool! I just got a mug from the Fernbank Museum. That it's all the planets, and then it tells you all of these, like, facts about the planets and, like, marks, like, where everything is in relation to each other, when there's hot stuff in it. What kind of nuts are considered in banana nut muffins? Usually walnuts, I guess? Is banana nut not a thing? Banana nut is very much a thing here, and I hate it. How old are these protagonists? I don't feel like they are qualified to find wolves. I mean, Nancy's been qualified since she was 10 years old, canonically, so we're just gonna let it slide. They're either in their senior year of high school or their freshman year of college. Frosty Returns is not by Rankin and Bass, so it disregards the logic of the first two. So yeah, I like it. It's just not canon. Oh, I didn't know that. I never knew that. That was an older message from Toonie, but I appreciate it. Peter Barker says, woof, woof, Peter Barker. Why did my ambient stuff turn off? Oh no. Please tell me my internet isn't cutting out. What page are you on? 24, Patrick. Narwaldo Road. Yeah, I thought the same thing, Darth Sidious. Just go with it. I bet this Leroy guy is the werewolf. I sure hope so. Nancy is the werewolf, shrugs. I mean, probably nobody's the werewolf because, like, something something rumors are bad, something something. I don't know. I'm not sure what era of Nancy Drew we're in. All hail the governing body of Avery, Queen of Nostalgia, our meta Queen Perry. Yes. She is very sweet. She's a lot, but she's very sweet. Perry, her royal furriness. This is, I want to blame your big ego on everybody loving you so much, but you've always had that. I'm playing Sims 4 whilst listening to stream. Nice. Perry, thank you for teaching me the value of friendship. Bananas in pajamas. OC Teen Detective Sims from Marcy Drew to be part of. Nice! To explain why we never get to join the Mystery Inc. adventures. Yeah, I feel like Marcy is just so busy doing her own casework that she's just not able to help her friends, you know? When I tell you the internet isn't cutting out, but I fear that might be a lie. Yeah. I can still be seen and heard, right? Right? Okay. I don't know what happened to that one browser. My best friend got a kitten that looks very similar to Perry. Aw. Her name is Pepper. She's very small, sweet, and talkative. Aw, Perry. You have a look-alike. Mostly just a buffer every few words. Oh, good. Wonderful. Which is interesting, because I'm plugged into Ethernet cable right here, so we shouldn't be having any internet issues, but alas, here we are. Or is Pepper a Perry clone? I mean, talkative sounds like Perry. Alright, I guess I'm just reading single-handed now, Perry. I didn't need my other arm. That's fine. Can you please stop unplugging? Plug it in! Perry, what did you do? Chapter 3, An Unfortunate Meeting. I'm just gonna keep reading. Nancy, we're locked in, Bess said. He couldn't have seen us drive back here from the house because the trees shielded the road, Nancy said. He must have followed us. She looked around the big room. It was even darker now that the door was shut. There was no windows, and even though the room was at least 2 stories high, there was no loft. She walked around the room, pushing at wall boards, hoping to find 1 or 2 that were loose and could be pushed out enough for the girls to squeeze through. But after half an hour, they were no closer to freedom than when the door had slammed shut. What are we going to do, Nancy? Bess asked. There's got to be a way out of here, Nancy said. She paced. Yes, hi, I see you. Alright, alright, alright. She paced, her boots shuffling across the dusty wooden floor. Wait a minute, remember when we worked at Uncle Bud's pizza place? You guys seeing this shit? Mary, what are you doing? Uncle Bud's pizza place that summer? Yeah, Bess said. I wish we were there right now, instead of trapped in this stinky barn. Remember the walk-in freezer, Nancy asked, walking back to the door in the corner? Bring that rock that we use for a doorstep stop over here. Perry, how is this comfortable? There's no way that's comfortable. Your fur is going in my nose. What are we doing? Bess rolled the heavy rock over to Nancy, who was standing in front of Leroy's walk-in freezer. Nancy continued, Uncle Bud's walk-in had a back door so they could get deliveries straight from the alley outside. I remember that, Bess said. Keep your fingers crossed that this walk-in has a back door, too. Nancy opened the front freezer and propped it open with the rock just in case. Then she walked to the back of the long room. I've got it, she called back. She tried the door, and it opened. Kick away the rock and come on through. Nancy heard the other door close with a pneumatic whoosh. Bess appeared through the frosty haze, and the two darted out the back door. They raced to Nancy's car. She didn't admit to it to Bess, but she was really relieved to see that the car was still there. Within minutes, she was charging down the service road and back out onto Norwaldo Road. Look at me, I'm just a mess, Bess said, brushing at her jacket. I think I have cobwebs in my hair. I need to freshen up before we report for work at the carnival. I need to change clothes too, Nancy agreed. And I want to make a stop at the chemistry lab at Riverside College. I'm going to drop off the samples of that grainy stuff I found at WildWolf, so they can analyze them. It's noon now, Bess said, looking at her watch. Why don't you drop me off at home? I'll drive to the park after I get cleaned up. Good idea, Nancy said. Let's meet up with the Poodles McNulty at 3. Not used to that name. Maybe we can find out where he got the name, Bess said with a smile. Nancy drove Bess home, dropped off the samples at the college, then went to her house. A familiar smell greeted her as soon as she got out of the car. She followed the delicious aroma into the kitchen. Hannah, she said, I could smell your homemade chicken noodle soup clear out in the driveway. The whole neighborhood is going to be lining up for a taste. Don't tell your father I made his favorite soup while he was out of town, Hannah Gruen said. Nancy felt a warm, comforting feeling tumble through her, not only from the soup's scent, but also from the familiar sight of Hannah stirring the pot on the stove. Nancy's mother had died when Nancy was only 3 years old. Shortly after that, her father had hired Hannah to come live with them. Housekeeper, cook, and loving nurturer for Nancy, Hannah had virtually become part of the Drew family over the years. "Look at you," Hannah said, bustling over to pull twigs from Nancy's hood. "Where on earth have you been? You haven't been out looking for those wolves, have you?" she added with a frown. "Well, sort of," Nancy admitted, sitting down to a large bowl of soup and some of Hannah's delicious biscuits. While she ate, Nancy told Hannah about the activities the previous night and that morning. Are we getting down now? We're getting down now. Okay. Bye for now, Perry. Poodles McWhat now? I know, that's his name. It might be my internet then. No, it's probably mine. Between listening to you, looking for bots and watching. Thank you, I appreciate the lookout for bots. She's mostly gray, but she has a bit of white on her stomach and paws. Oh. None of Perry's kittens really looked like her. She had, one of her kittens was an all-black cat, and then she had 2 black and white ones, and then, like, a mostly white one with, like, little spots. Okay, anyway. Where was I? Nancy admitted sitting down to a large bowl of soup and some of Hannah's delicious biscuits. While she ate, Nancy told Hannah about her activities the previous night and that morning. "Well, you're old enough and experienced enough to know what you're doing," Hannah said. "But you know I'll worry about you anyway." "I'll be careful," Nancy said. By 1:20, Nancy was walking around the carnival grounds. She was dressed in multiple layers, a thermal unitard, a silk turtleneck, black ski pants, and a long purple wool sweater. She had slathered plenty of sunscreen on her face and pulled a black and white knit hat down over her ears. Always wear sunscreen, even if it's not hot out. She was toasty warm even without a coat, although her parka was in the car just in case. She spent most of the next hour talking to her team of high school student hosts. "Remember, although you're working," she concluded, "we are all encouraged to participate in any of the activities that we choose. For example, I've signed up for the cross-country ski race Thursday night. If you want to participate in any of the sports, feel free to do so." "That's any activity, right?" Brianda asked, walking up to the group. She wore a hot pink snowsuit that looked really great with her pale skin and dark hair. "Sure," Nancy said. "It doesn't have to be a sport. If you want to enter the ice carving competition, grab your chisel and saw and sign up. We have plenty of backup, so we can all enjoy the carnival. Go look around, and I'll see you at the meeting with Mr. McNulty in half an hour." It kind of sounds like how... I've never done it, but it kind of sounds like volunteering for, like, Dragon Con or something like that. Poodles! I don't like the word slather. It is a strange... It is a strange, word. The poodle's dog is Irish? The Poodles is a dude. I just posted a chat, but it was actually the D&D Discord. I have to go pass away now. No, God! We're very sorry. You drinking game. Take a sip whenever they say Poodles McNulty without context. Oh yeah, we're up to like 3 now. Where was I? Nancy and Brianda went to check on Bess at the Heat Hut. Over choco lattes, Nancy told Brianda about how she dropped off the samples at the chem lab. I'm so jealous that Bess is working at the Heat Hut. When I was working on set and we would have really cold nights, the heating tents were like prime real estate. And we also paid a visit to Philip Leroy, Bess added. Yes, we pretended we were reporters and asked him a few... Okay, so they were just lying. A few questions, Nancy said casually. But he didn't tell us anything. He hadn't already said on TV. Then he changed the subject. Have there been any wolf sightings by the people searching, she asked. Nothing, Brianda said. No word from anywhere in the state. Hi, are you back? You back? I am the new tech ghost. I'm going to go to war with the old one in my afterlife, LMAO. So I got to that point. Perry, you coming? Perry, you wanna come up? Okay, then just sit there. I'll switch back to my top-down camera. Have there been any wolf sightings by the people searching, she asked. Nothing, Brianda said. No word from anywhere in the state. At 3 o'clock, Nancy, Bess, and Brianda joined the other workers for a pep rally with the new chairman of the carnival, Poodles McNulty. The meeting was held next to the Crystal Palace in an outdoor amphitheater where the Snow Princess would be crowned. The 2-story ice castle was draped in black canvas waiting for the big unveiling later. The stage was bare when Nancy and her friends took their places on folding chairs. Sun streamed toward them through a pale gray sky stretched with stripes of light and blue and peach. A low rumble of conversation rippled through the air until familiar sing-songy music hushed the crowd to the accompaniment of Who's Afraid of the Big Bad Wolf? A tall, stocky man with a thick cover of spiky red hair loped onto the stage. He swung his arms as if to conduct the music, and a few people in the crowd sang along. Hello, you hardy souls. No, the Hardy Boys aren't here, sir. He bellowed when the song... Are you coming back up? What are we doing, Perry? What? Are you stuck? You get your claw stuck. She got her claw stuck. Anyway. He bellowed when the song stopped. Welcome! He spoke in a lilting accent that Nancy recognized as an Irish brogue. There we go. Hello, the crowd boomed back. I'm Poodles McNulty, and I'll be 100% ready to get the carnival rockin'. Are you? I'm trying to decide if I feel like trying to attempt the accent or not. Fuck it, I'm getting some alcohol after that. I earned it. Let the drinking game commence. Okay. Peace be with you. Perry is ruining your curtains. The curtains are already ruined. They need to be replaced anyway. Perry's back. Tell a friend. Oh my god, stop unplugging. Let's do if the power goes out, take a sleeping pill. Avery's doing shenanigans. I know she's doing shenanigans. She's also doing shenanigans. That is true. His name is Poodles. And poodles are descended from wolves, technically. Yes, the crowd answered, adding applause and whistles. I've heard that some people... Wait, let me channel my, Dunal voice. I've heard that some people, think wild wolves are on the loose for a reason. I'm gonna just stop right now. These festivals. On loose is a reason to stop these festivals. Well, they're wrong. We're not going to let a little thing like wolves hanging out in the woods shut us down, are we? We're not going to let a little thing like safety shut us down. No, there were more cheers and hollers. Now, we're not fools, he said, his voice taking on a more serious tone. Perry? How did you even... Okay. She knocked down something off the shelf and boxed herself in, and now she's crawling back for help. Hi! What are you doing? What are you doing? Are you yelling into the void? I do that too, but why now? Specifically. Nobody look at all of my mess back here. There's a reason the curtains are up. Gosh. I'll fix that in a second. Oh, you guys can't see. So she's screaming. She got herself up behind this curtain and then knocked something down and was screaming. Hi. Come on. Are you coming back up here? Can you not be a force of chaos for like 2 seconds? Come on. Whoop. Okay. We've doubled our security efforts to ensure the safety of our guests and all of you, of course. His face wound into a huge smile full of sparkling white teeth. So relax. Enjoy the extra publicity we're getting because of the 2 escapees. I've been contacted by national news organizations who are sending journalists here to cover our carnival. We have those 2 four-legged rascals to thank for that. So be sure to toast them with some cocoa at the Heat Hut and have a wonderful time. He closed with a reminder about the crowning of the Snow Princess and the Crystal Palace lighting later. Then he asked if there were any questions. It's kind of dismissive of the safety of the wolves and the people, is it not? Where'd you get that name? Boomed a voice from the back of the crowd. An excellent question, my friend, McNulty boomed back. As you can probably tell, I'm Irish, he said, brushing his gloved hand over the top of his auburn spikes. Before I moved to this country, I was a professional boxer there. The nickname Poodles is a traditional one in Irish sporting circles. Ah. I know very little about sporting circles. And it's stuck with me since my days in the ring. And I want you all to call me Poodles too. None of that Mr. McNulty stuff, okay? Poodles finished by leading a rousing cheer, and then he vaulted off the stage and continued applause. As the crowd began moving out, Ned came up to join Nancy and her friends. Well, he's sure. I like that implication is that Bess and George are not his friends. They're just Nancy's friends. Irish and a British man. Damn, I can't handle this. It's too much. I know, right? Well, he sure is getting this party off with a bang, Ned said. He was dressed in a green down ski suit that matched his eyes. Oh, he's got green eyes now. Okay. He sure is. Have you seen George? Nancy asked. I saw her a little while ago, Ned said. She's working with the crew that will be lighting the Crystal Palace later. If I can get away, let's meet at Smokey's in about half an hour. I'll let George know, too. He waved and hurried off. Thanks to her orientation training, Nancy was able to give Bess and Brianda a short tour of all the activities and highlights of the carnival. Oh, look, a fortune teller, Bess said, pointing ahead. About a block away was a small wooden cabin painted brightly with colored designs. A neon sign in the shape of a crystal ball glowed above the entrance. Let's go in. Ooh, good idea, Brianda said. Okay, let's go, Nancy agreed. At least they're not using the slur that Wishbone used a bunch. Perry's yelling to get out. Give me 1 second. Be able to open and close the door. He knocked down my thermal vest. Somehow. Didn't even know that was still in there. Also, I am legal adult. Do not drink booze if you're not over 21. Yes, if we have under 21 people, please refrain from all drinking and plant zaddy conversations. Bye, Perry. Nancy and George should be a couple. I mean, I'm still a Nancy and Frank shipper, but honestly, I could see it. Anything is better than Nancy and Ned. Truly. I bet the werewolf is the guy against the wolves. A bootleg Long Island tea. Ooh. I've done that. New stream with Perry, the Lord of Chaos strikes back. Yes. Perry is the cat version of Skippy, yes. Give 10 points for the stupidest name in the book. Poodles McNulty. Let's see if a better contender approaches. I can't imagine. Maybe Nancy and Frank eloped and we didn't know. So there's... Whoop. There could be a Hardy in the group. That's true. I like this theory. I like the theory that they just run off and get married at some point. Learned something new about the Rankin and Bass stop motion models were made and filmed in Japan. Ooh. Did you also watch that video about where the models are, Toonie? Jack Frost was the last good special they ever made. It was definitely the last, like, detailed special for sure. You know more about Rankin and Bass than I do, so you're probably correct. Models were only made to last for 6 months of filming. Yeah. Yes, I watched the video. Yes! I was watching that video as I was working today, and I was like, ooh, this is an interesting video. Alrighty. Let's see. Where was I? Okay, so we're in the fortune teller's place. As I say all the time, Nancy has 2 hands. Let Frank and George each hold one. Right? There you go. When they got inside the cabin, they found that it was empty. The walls were lined with masks, feathers, hats, and bright exotic clothing. A small heater fanned them with periodic blasts of warm air. Doesn't look like anyone's here, Bess said. Hello? I hear something in the back, Nancy said. She started towards the curtains that ran across the back of the small room. Suddenly, the curtains parted, and a medium-sized figure stepped through. The person was completely encased in a swirling velvet cape of midnight blue. A full-face mask with a pale blue lips, a wig, a satin headdress, and gloves completed the outfit. Nancy couldn't tell if the fortune teller was a man or a woman. Maybe they were non-binary. The person motioned for Bess to take a seat on the front side of the small table. The fortune teller seemed to study Bess's face and palms, and then wrote a note on a piece of paper and folded it into fourths. Handing it over to Bess, the person motioned for her not to open it yet. This routine was repeated by Brianda. Finally, Nancy took the seat. She stared at the fortune teller. Nancy had an odd feeling when the person's piercing stare drilled right into her through the tiny eye holes in the mask. She felt immediately as if she should be on her guard, but she was having a hard time focusing on her thoughts. Nancy felt locked into the fortune teller's gaze. It was almost as if she couldn't look away. The connect and disconnect sounds sorry. It's my phone. Bootleg Long Island. Wild berry wine cooler mixed with some Arizona sweet tea. Ooh, that sounds good, actually. My bootleg is always putting, oh, what did I have? It was like orange seltzer water, cranberry juice, and gin that I mixed together the other night. It's pretty good, actually. A tiny tingling fluttered across the back of her neck as the gloved hand pushed her note across the table. That's just ASMR. With a wave of its hand, the fortune teller motioned them out. Nancy led her friends outside. The sudden shock of cold air seemed to clear her thoughts. She turned to Bess and Brianda. Okay, let's see what we've got. Well, this sure strikes home, Brianda said. Beware of wolves in sheep's clothing, she read. The note again She read the note again and frowned at Nancy. Mine is sort of the same idea, Bess said. She smiled faintly, and Nancy could tell she was a little rattled. Beware of the bite, Bess read. Is it worse? It is worse than the bark. Bess crumpled her note and stuffed it in her pocket. Well, it looks like the fortune teller got the cue from Poodles, she said. Use the missing wolves as a way to punch up the carnival with extra excitement. Bess jutted out her chin. Nancy knew that meant her friend was trying to be defiantly brave, even though she was probably a little frightened. What does yours say, Nancy? Bess asked. Nancy unfolded the paper. The tingling in the back of her neck returned as she read, there in large black letters was her fortune. Beware danger. That's kind of a boring fortune. Beware danger? That could mean anything. What a twist would be as if the fortune teller is the werewolf. Ah, yes. Wish upon a star is in my head. Yes, wish upon a star. Great one. Actually, haven't taken a single bite of my sandwich yet. I'm so glad they didn't use the slur. I think Robin Williams would have made for a great portrayal of Grandpa Joe. Oh, yeah. No, for sure. New Year's podcast for Daniel. Yay! Super cool. I think our Phantom Investigators first episodes are now going out on the 13th of January. I'm very excited. There's been very strong lack of werewolf. Are you sure we're reading the right book? Yes. Are there other supernatural creatures that appear in the series? Usually it's, OG, Scooby-Doo thing where, like, usually it's like, it was just somebody perpetuating the werewolf rumor. And Nancy figured it out because she's so smart. So, that's my guess. Beware danger. What kind of danger? Is it entirely on... This is entirely helpful. Go through at least 17 types of danger by noon most days. I know, right? It's like, oh, wow. You predicted that Nancy Drew will find herself in danger. I'm the vampire, remember? I can't be the vampire and the werewolf, I don't think. Perry is a werewolf. Honestly, I don't put anything past that cat. It's my cousin Marietta, Georgia, in May. Yay! I disappeared for a moment. What happened? So we have a bunch of threatening, a meow wolf. We they got fortunes from a fortune teller booth, and Nancy's was very unhelpful, and the other two were wolf related. Okie dokie. Jack Frost was the last one they tried hard with, and the last one that was really good. Pinocchio's Christmas tried with details but failed with story. Interesting. Nancy Drew notebooks I sent. I need to look. You sent Nancy Drew notebooks a little while ago. I will check and see. Also, I always log books that get sent to me on the, Goodreads page, so feel free, somebody, to, check the Goodreads page for whichever books we have in the collection. Ooh, I haven't, logged that we started our book on Goodreads. Me defiantly using Goodreads, feeling salty that I haven't been accepted into the librarians, group yet. You told me you figured out the timeline of Rankin Bass for sure, Toonie. I don't know if you told chat. I'm just a demon, I think? Question mark. Too many contracts with too many crossroad demons. It would be kind of funny if you were, like, an undercover, like, salesman for, like, selling your soul. Like a used soul salesman, and you were just like, I've done it a million times, kids. It's super easy. Get your act together. Look, I passed the librarian's quiz, and I submitted a whole application about my background doing bookkeeping work, and, like, why it was so important to me to be a librarian, and my application has been in limbo for, like, 3 weeks, and I don't know. Expressions. The first is smiling head. Oh, I didn't know that. That's cool. Don't make any mistake. Check the Goodreads. Yeah, just if anybody wants to, I keep the... I was talking about you not logging the book. Oh, yeah. I gotta log the book. Yeah, the Goodreads page is a good tool for anybody who's nice enough to help us look for books, because you can basically look up a book and see if I already have it. I've logged, like, over 400 books there. Made my mistake. Check the Goodreads before sending. You didn't send me any that I had. I know you asked me if I had some and I said I did have them, but you did send me a Goosebumps. Goodreads never gets back to you. I know. I don't know. Did I piss them off with my series? Maybe somebody in the Goodreads librarian crew is just like, how dare she talk about how we were missing that one book. What is it called? Werewolf. That's what they're called. Here we go. Okay. So that's logged. Now that that's logged, God knows we can't go on without people knowing that we are reading this specific book at this specific time. They godfathered you. What is that old mystery book I sent you? And those teen books. Let's see that. Which old mystery book? I should have logged all of them. I usually sit down and log them in stacks when I get back from the post office. Rudolph and Frosty's Christmas in July is last. Yep, we did the video on Rudolph and Frosty's Christmas in July. The last time I had to use the computer. Alright, chapter 4. The messages, I sent you quite a few that aren't logged. Which ones aren't logged? I should have logged all of them. They should be there. If you're are you looking on my all books read, or are you just looking on the red? There's a special place where I log them. It's not the want to read and it's not the red. It's a special shelf that I created. All books. It should be there. I'll double check, but it should all be there. Which ones specifically are missing? Dedication to the Rankin Bass lore. That is some dedication to the Rankin Bass lore. Okay, chapter 4. The message is crystal clear. For a moment, she felt like she was back inside the cabin, staring at those eyes behind the mask again. She looked at the fortune again, but her thoughts were interrupted by George's voice. Wait, where? Get out of boredom. I love that. The best things are done out of boredom, I swear. There you are, George said. Ned said I should meet you at Smokey's. So I go, and no one's there. I've been walking all over. She stopped and waved a hand in front of Nancy's shocked face. Hey, what's the matter with you? Earth to Nancy, come in. Come on, Nancy, you've heard worse than that. Yeah, very commendable. The image of the fortune teller vanished in a wisp of midnight blue as Nancy shook her head and refocused her thoughts. Hey, George, I'm glad you could make it. Let's go to Smokey's. I'll tell you all about what happened when we get there. Well, they're gonna walk there. You could tell her on the way. Ned had already found a table by the time Nancy and her friends arrived. Smokey's had set up a tent in the park for the carnival. All the familiar tables, bright tablecloths, and candles were there, along with plenty of heaters to keep the customers comfortable. A truck behind the tent, complete with oven and refrigerator, supplied Smokey's famous treats. Am I supposed to know what Smokey's is? Within minutes of taking their seats, Bess and Brianda had shown Ned and George their fortunes and had told them all about the experience. Show them what you got, Nancy, Bess urged. Here was the scariest one, she told the others. Nancy unfolded her fortune and pushed it over to George. This does seem a little different, George said. It doesn't have any cutesy references to wolves in it. It looks like it's really serious, not a joke. I agree, Brianda said, rereading the words. Nancy, yours is sort of more personal. I'm feeling kind of weird, Bess said in a hushed voice. If it is personal, what if that fortune teller can really see into the future? What if it's true? Nancy agreed that her fortune seemed different than the others. It had given her an odd feeling, too, but she could tell that Bess and Brianda were beginning to get worried, so she decided to play it cool until she was completely sure. There's a certain timeline for these movies. Oh, yeah, for sure. I love Rankin Bass, especially Santa Claus Coming to Town, A Year Without. I still need to do Year Without. It's going to be late, but I swear I'm going to do it. Because I haven't done any Rankin Bass this year, and I've been wanting to do that for forever. And I already have done Santa Claus is Coming to Town, and the original Frosty, the original Rudolph, and Rudolph and Frosty's Christmas in July. And Mad Monster Party. And I feel like there's one other one that we did. I can't remember. There's a playlist. Smokies is the mountain range. Yeah, Smokies is the mountain range, but Smokies is also apparently the name of a restaurant that they frequent, which I've never heard of in my life. In all my years of reading Nancy Drew. Don't forget, she pointed out, the fortune teller is a paid entertainer. Everyone's talking about the missing wolves right now. Poodles is encouraging it. There you go. Another one for the drinking game. Ned reminded them. He thinks it's good for business. Exactly, Nancy said. The fortune teller surely picked up on that. Everyone's probably going to get scary fortunes and ones that have a wolf-like theme. It's all a gimmick to flood the carnival with mystery and excitement. Yeah, but yours is different, Beth said. The message. Food's here, Nancy interrupted, relieved to see the platters heading toward their table. She had decided a change of subject was just what the party needed. Guess what, George said, dipping her burrito in salsa. I'm going to be helping with the lights for the unveiling of the Crystal Palace. So we heard, Nancy said. I know you really wanted to be in on that one. It's so cool, George explained. Her dark eyes glinted with reflections from the heater near the table. It's going to be the most spectacular setup ever. We rehearsed for hours this afternoon. Have you seen the palace and everything, Bess asked? It's really something, George said with a nod. Huge, 2 stories high, and parts of it have been hollowed out, so we can get in there and set up lights. There are lots of towers and windows and decorations cut out around the top, and all carved from the ice, Brianda said. I'm always stunned by what they can do. With a lot of hard work and a dozen chainsaws, Ned added. Stop being a jerk, Ned. When the name of the Snow Princess is announced, George told them, they're going to turn out all the other lights in the area. That's new this year. Then the drapes will fall away and we'll flip the switches. Thousands of lights will go on inside the palace, and all these different colors are going to shoot out through the ice walls. It'll be amazing. It was frozen before Frozen, guys. I think this will be the best carnival ever, Bess said. Nancy was relieved that her friends seemed to be over her jitters from the fortunes they'd gotten earlier. After lunch, Nancy and her friends took off to perform their various duties. Bess headed to the Heat Hut, and George went to the Crystal Palace. Ned left to meet with the Torchlight Parade Committee, saying he would see Nancy at the Snow Princess judges' table. The carnival opened at dusk to a huge crowd. Nancy and Brianda walked to the park entrance where the other members of Nancy's team hosts were gathered. Nancy watched while her team passed out maps and offered to direct visitors to escort them to different activities and events. Finally, Nancy reported to the outdoor stage. Huge heaters perched atop poles radiated warmth onto the stage and into the audience. In front of the first row of seats was a long table. Nancy took her seat at the table with the other Snow Princess judges. Ned was already there, and he introduced Nancy to Susie Oliver, the local television reporter she had watched this morning. Susie was going to be on the MC for the competition. I saw your interview with Philip Leroy and Marky Michaels, Nancy said to Susie. So what did you think? Was Mr. Leroy telling the truth, or is he just trying to get WildWolf shut down? You know, I can't decide, Susie said. They both seem to make sense to me. Frankly, I don't care who's right, as long as those wolves get back where they belong. I thought she was going to say if the ratings stay up. I guess I'm jaded, I guess you could say. I really don't like the idea of those beasts running around the woods. I don't think you really have to worry, one of the other judges said. Ned introduced him as Jax Dashel. What a name. Detective with the River Heights Police Force. What a detective name. Jax Dashel? I'm on special assignment, heading up the carnival security details, he explained. And you don't think we have to worry about the missing wolves? Susie asked. She was even prettier in person than she was on television. About 30 years old and shorter than Nancy, she had short, spiky, nearly white hair. No, Detective Dashel said. Wolves are frightened of people. They like to keep what the animal handlers call a long flight distance between themselves and the human beings. Has it occurred to any of you that we've got more than a wolf problem on our hands, said the last judge at the table. Willie, I already know what you're going to say, Detective Dashel said. Nancy, this is Willie Dean, Ned said. He owns a mailing service. Willie has an interesting twist on the wolf story. Okay, don't believe me, Willie said, but I tell you I've seen it, and it's no joke. Willie was average looking, brown hair, brown eyes, but he had muscular arms and shoulders as if he did serious weight training. The music started announcing the beginning of the Snow Princess Parade. See what? Nancy asked, leaning closer so she could hear Willie over the music. The werewolf, Willie answered, opening his judging book to the first page. You know, one of those creatures that regular person in the daytime but turns into a wolf when the moon is full? Yes, we're all aware of what werewolves are. I've seen one running around here lately. The lively music cut off Nancy's startling conversation with Willie and heralded the parade of finalists for the honor of being crowned Snow Princess. Each finalist had already performed in a talent competition and had been interviewed by the carnival committee. Tonight they were appearing in ball gowns on the heated stage. The judges were to evaluate them on poise and appearance. These points would be combined with totals from the other two competitions to determine this year's Snow Princess. Susie introduced 5 women who walked across the stage in gorgeous white gowns. Some of the dresses were plain but very elegant. Others were glitzier, decorated with lace or beads. Without talking, the judges recorded their votes. Susie collected them, and Poodles, there you go again, Poodles, and a couple of other people huddled around a computer, adding up totals. Susie then went back to the microphone with a note in her hand. Ladies and gentlemen, she announced. A low drum roll started from back of the stage. The Carnival Committee and I are proud to introduce you to this year's River Heights Holiday Winter Carnival Snow Princess, Miss Julie Taylor. The women on the stage all gasped and clustered around the new Snow Princess. Susie placed a rhinestone tiara on her head, and the Snow Princess was led by Poodles, there we go again, to the canvas, which had been draped around the Crystal Palace. She and Poodles grasped the cord that would bring down the curtain. We have no idea who this person is, so I'm glad for her, but also I'm not invested in this at all. This Snow Princess thing at all. All the lights around the area dimmed and then blacked out as George had predicted. Everyone waited a moment in the dark, staring at the drape. Nancy held her breath as the drum roll grew louder, more urgent. Finally, the Snow Princess pulled the cord and the canvas shroud dropped from the Crystal Palace. Lights burst on with an elegant fanfare, but only one color. Blood red spiked through the ice, and it shone through the large black letters carved into the wall. Letters that warned, beware, danger. Chapter 5, Who's Afraid of the Big Bad Wolf? My grandma used to always sing that song to me. Certainly not I. Poodles McGee is a... Wait, what? Poodles is a person. Yes, Poodles is an actual human person. Imagine mansplaining what a werewolf is. Finally, maybe we can get some werewolves. Yeah, red flag. I'm with Cassidy and Rachel. Mansplaining what a werewolf is. Jax Dasher. It's good. But I think Poodles McNulty or whatever his name is still better. Jax Dasher, but add this into your consideration. It's Jax J-A-X. Does that change your mind, or is Poodles McNulty still worse? Figured out which went where, blah, 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 blah. What did I catch? I read this. Watched them recently. I still think it's cool that you figured all that out, Junie. I have not done Shiny New Year yet. If I can, maybe I'll do it for this New Year's. We'll see. Pretty sure that's an Easter Rankin Bass movie. Interesting. The only one in the timeline you have to do is Shiny New Year, Jack Frost, and Winter Wonderland. Those are the 3 that I have to do that are important to the timeline. I swear to Christ, if those bots show up after 10 when I can't pay as much attention, ooh, I'll hope Ellery can handle it, because he's cool beans. Yeah, we're good. I kicked out a couple myself last night. Ellery's been the goat. Paulo's been helping a lot. We've got it, team. The Easter Bunny is coming to town. Is it... Interesting. It was Peter Cottontail and it involved time travel. There's 2 movies. Oh, well, this is interesting. Well, 3 Easter Bunny movies. Interesting. So Blonde Ned is more of a dick. Yes. I don't think we get a version of Ned that isn't a dick. I've only watched the Easter Bunny one, but it's been a while. I didn't realize they had so many Easter movies. I didn't realize they had any Easter movies, to be honest. Which ones are not on there, Patrick? I keep seeing... I see the message that says, yeah, they're not on there. But then I don't see which ones aren't. I can definitely update if there's... for what's missing. I looked on the shelf. Hope they didn't get lost in the mail. I'm... like 95% certain that every book that I have received in my hot little hands has and is on my shelf is on the Goodreads page. It's not, it's obviously possible that I could have forgotten. But which ones are missing? I can tell you if I have them or not. Oh, nice. Is Ned in this one? I hope Nancy dumps him. Ned is in this one, yes. It's an old mystery book. I think it's about a clock and some books that take place in a high school. I don't think I've gotten those yet. I'm sure they'll show up eventually. Because when you said the high school series last night, I was confused. I wasn't sure which ones, and then I was like, oh, those might not have shown up yet. That might be why I was confused. It'll show up eventually. They'll find their way back, like homing pigeons. Guys, I can't wait for you guys to see the stuff that Toonie's drawing for Perry. It looks so cute. No, don't stop my music. There we go. Where's my live stream tab, YouTube? I want my live stream tab back. I have way too many tabs open. You know when you have so many open that you just keep losing the ones that you actually need? That's what's happening right now. Where is it? Oh, there it is. Found it. Hey! Hey, peeps in chat! Welcome. For those that I just saw popping in, we are reading Werewolf in Winter Wonderland. It's a Nancy Drew book sent in by Patrick. I'm so sleepy, I need to go to bed. Sorry. No, don't be sorry. I mailed them in November. Oh, no! I'll find them. Referencing modeling because it's the most insane and hilarious book I've ever listened to on stream. We might have to read it at some point, unfortunately. I'm a little afraid, but it might have to happen. Easter Bunny, Easter Rabbit. Interesting. I didn't realize they had so many Easter Bunny movies. It was me the first time, I think. Patrick, do you keep your tracking receipt? If they are any good. If they're as good as the Christmas ones, I'll have to check them out. Yeah, I like, remember we covered Mad Monster Party? My first Halloween on YouTube. That was fun. I was a lot more creeped out by stop motion, though, so it was a lot. Oh, did my phone die? Oh, my phone died. Oh, good. The hell was that? It's apparently been on the entire time. All I can say is that I love... Oh yeah, he was amazing. Voice actors as a trade are just so underrated. Alright. Let's back to the book. Sims 4. The Marcy Drew concept sim is available for download. My Sims 4 gallery. Nice! I'll have to hop back on my Sims 4. I haven't played in ages. Oh, yeah. It was definitely a creepy special, but it was fun. It was funny. Some things that will require some caution in Model Land. There are some pretty intense subjects and scenes. Okay, copy. As long as it's not like something so bad that we think it'll get like the stream shut down, I can put trigger warnings and stuff. Because we're about to read the next California Diaries book, and I know it's Sunny's, and like Sunny's the one whose mom is dealing with cancer, so like there's gonna be a trigger warning for like that kind of thing in there because I don't want anybody to be triggered. Just want everybody to be aware what they're getting into. I meant to start playing Sims 4, but ended up playing Rise of Tomb Raider. Oh, that's fun. I wonder how bad... I have no mouth would be for this stream. I don't know what that is. I'm gonna plug this in over here because it's dead and I'm really getting tired of the plugging and unplugging noises. Give me 1 second, guys. Alright. Let's see. Chapter 5. Who's Afraid of the Big Bad Wolf? Tra-la-la-la-la. A weird sound, a sort of collective gasp, rustled through the crowd. Nancy felt her skin ripple in response. A few startled screams punctuated the last gasp. As Nancy stared at the blood-red words glowing on the wall of the Crystal Palace, she reached into her pocket and wrapped her hand around the fortune. Nancy, Bess whispered next to her, that's your fortune. It's the same message. Nancy clenched the paper until her fingers started to hurt. Then she shook off the anxious chill and stood up. Instantly, everyone moved into action. Some people scurried away, others pointed with tentative, nervous-sounding laughs. Raise the drapes, Poodles McNulty yelled. There's another Poodles reference. Get those drapes back up. I feel like I'm calling bingo. A few members of the production crew began reattaching the black canvas drape to the metal ring. Then they hoisted it into place, masking the ice building from view again. Nancy raced to the large lighting booth to find George, and Ned followed close behind. George was working frantically with the rest of the technicians. Tell me it was a joke, Nancy said, or some crazy scheme I cooked up by Poodles McNulty. There's Poodles McNulty again. I don't know, George said. We're shocked, too. We're trying to put the pieces together now. Okay, boomed Poodles. There's Poodles again, rushing in. You had your fun and stirred up the crowd. Whoever did it gets a gold star for ingenuity and marketing. Which one was it? He looked at each of the lighting technicians with a tight smile. He acted as if he was okay with what happened, but Nancy could tell he was simmering beneath that smile. He was pissed off. I'm going to translate for Nancy. He was fucking pissed. Don't worry, I'm not firing anyone, Poodle said. It was just a prank, I know that. He looked into each person's face. When he got to Nancy's, he seemed to study her longer than the others. She's like, what did I do? I wasn't back here. No one's taking the credit? Poodles asked, pausing for a moment. Okay, just get the original lighting plan back in place. No one leaves until it's done. Then he charged back out of the room. Boy, he really gave you a once-over, Ned said to Nancy. He was probably trying to figure out who she is and what she's doing here, George offered. Nancy smiled and nodded at her friends. Was that it, she wondered, or was it something else? I have to get to work, George said. We have to reprogram everything. She lowered her voice. I'll let you know what we find out, she promised Nancy. Let's go, Nancy said to Ned. I want to see something. Nancy and Ned left the lighting booth and went behind the curved wall, the shell, quote-unquote, that formed the back of the amphitheater. When they got to the edge of the shell, they could see the draped crystal palace next door. Nancy stopped Ned, and they ducked into the curved shadow that the shell cast across the snow. The wind had picked up a little. The drapery surrounded the palace rippled as the wind blew across it. Every few seconds, a gust would hit the opening where the two ends of the drapery came together. The black canvas would lift up slightly and blow away, revealing the ice building inside. "There's Jax Dashel," Nancy pointed out. The detective was standing nearby. "He must be guarding the palace. I need to get past him. If you can get him away from his post for a few minutes, I can sneak through the opening of the drape." Let me just say, who has better access to the crimes than the person that's supposed to be guarding the place of the crimes? Just saying. "I'm on it," Ned said. He hurried out from behind the shell and up to Detective Dashel. Some of their conversation traveled to Nancy's ear on the dry, cold air. First she heard words like shock, Willie, werewolf, and panic. Then Ned pointed toward the stage. "Come on," he said, loud enough for Nancy to hear. "You better talk to them. We can still see the palace from there." Ned led Detective Dashel away towards the stage, and they passed by Nancy, hiding in the shadows. She held her breath. Then, while they climbed up the steps to the stage, she darted inside the drapes to the palace, pulling the ends of the cloth together behind her. Even in the darkness, the Crystal Palace glistened. Someone had set up a couple of portable work lights on poles. They weren't very bright, but the dim bulbs caused the dramatic effect. The light beams shot around and through the ice, forming sparkling patterns on top of patterns. Nancy hurried right to the wall where the threatening words had appeared. She examined the carving. From the gouges and pointed holes, she figured that the letters were hammered out with a chisel rather than cut with a chainsaw. A chainsaw? Who remembers Ghost Dog's Moonlight stream? She turned on her pen light so she could pinpoint the area around the carving. Her eyes narrowed as she concentrated. She didn't want to miss anything. And she always knew she didn't have much time before Detective Dashel returned to his post. Nancy Drew meets the Wolfman. I hope so. Hey, page 46. She scanned the ground carefully. Suddenly, her breath caught in her throat. An icy breeze wafted by her. Something fluttered in the dark shadows near the floor. She crouched and pinned the area pinned the area in her pen light beam. Okay. Several small purple twists of silk stuck to the wall of ice. As she stared at the fluttering fabric, her mind flashed back to a colorful picture. She was in the fortune teller's cabin at the moment its host swept in, and the fortune teller had been wearing a cape bordered with purple fringe. Ooh. Her heart stepped up a few beats, and she pocketed 2 of the purple fragments, leaving the other pieces for subsequent evidence gatherers. Then she ducked out of... She's like, I gotta make sure the police feel like they're doing something helpful. Then she ducked out of the palace without being seen. Circling around the amphitheater shell, she headed straight for the fortune teller cabin. She stepped inside the painted building. "Welcome, miss," a friendly elderly woman said. Or, "Welcome, miss," a friendly elderly woman said. She had grayish hair and wore a filmy, bright-colored dress layered over a tunic. Chandelier earrings trailed down and rested on her shoulders. "We've had strange things happen this evening," she continued. "Would you like to know what it means for you? Show me your palm and I'll tell you," she smiled warmly. "Actually, I wanted to speak to the other fortune teller," Nancy said. "But there is no other one," the woman explained. "I am the only fortune teller." "There was someone here earlier," Nancy said, "with a mask and a cape." Nancy looked around. "A white mask with pale blue lips?" the woman asked. She looked at the back corner of the room. Nancy followed her gaze to a couple of bare nails poking out of the wall. I wondered where it went. Was the cape dark blue by any chance? With purple fringe," Nancy added with a nod. "Oh boy," the woman said. She dropped her dramatic, mystical air and talked like a real person. "I just got here. I was called away earlier on an emergency. Thank goodness it turned out to be a false alarm. I'm still feeling a little rattled." "That must have been really scary," Nancy said. "Who called you about it? The police?" "I don't know who it was," the woman admitted. "Some guy raced in the back door saying the carnival office got a call that my house was on fire and I had to get right home. I just panicked and ran. I didn't stop to ask any questions. And you don't know who called, Nancy asked. And that's what she said, Nancy. No, the woman said. I just figured it was a neighbor. But when I got home, everything was fine. Suspicious. Suspicious. Can you describe the man who raced in with the message? The woman thought for a moment, then shrugged her shoulders. No, I can't picture him at all. I was just so scared. Hey, do you think the one who stole my do you think he's the one who stole my costume? Seems like a lot of trouble to go to just for an old cape and a mask. She paused for a moment. Why are you asking all these questions anyway? Just curious. I'm glad it was a false alarm. Me too. I don't like the idea of someone ripping me off like that, though. Thanks for helping me figure everything out. How about letting me read your palm? No charge, of course. I'll have to take a rain check on the fortune, Nancy said, smiling. See you later. Nancy ducked out of the cabin and went back to the amphitheater. I couldn't find you, Ned said. He sounded worried. Did you hear me earlier? I made up a story about Willie revving up a group backstage with talk about a werewolf, he said proudly. Then I asked Jax to calm the crowd down before anyone panicked. I heard parts of that, Nancy said. Good job, it worked. So, you made up a fake story about the crowd being freaked out. So then you brought a cop in to calm everybody down from this fake thing to actually freak them out. Good job, Ned. For a little while anyway, Ned said. We looked around and of course Willie and the group weren't there. Finally decided they had all left. By the time we got back to the palace, you were gone. Nancy told him what she'd found stuck in the palace. Then she described her meeting with the real fortune teller. Nancy, I don't get this, Ned said. You're saying that the person who gave you Bess and Brianda, your fortune, was a fraud? Ned stared at the snow for a minute. Wait a minute, he continued. That means the fake one was there specifically to give you those fortunes. It could be, Nancy said. So far, I can't figure out any other reason for this whole charade. So the fake fortune teller was targeting you, Ned said again. But how would the person even know you were going there? That doesn't make sense. How about this, Nancy suggested. Someone is following us. Maybe it's the person who stole or release the WildWolf animals. He's not planning to do the fortune-telling bit. He's just keeping tabs on us. But then he hears us talk about getting our fortunes told, and he sees an opportunity to scare us. So he runs around the back of the fortune-telling cabin. He tells the real fortune-teller that she's got an emergency at home to get her out of the way, Ned added. Right, Nancy agreed. She rushes away, and he looks around and sees the costume. Maybe he's even been in the cabin before, so he knows there are disguises available. He pulls on the mask, gloves, and cape and waits in the back of the room. Knowing you three are on your way, Ned finishes. Exactly, Nancy says. He hands us the fortunes and clears out soon as we leave. So you think he's got something to do with the wolf napping and knows you're on the case? Ned asked. What I know for sure is this. Someone who didn't belong in the cabin was in a disguise, handing us fortunes. Why? And it also seems like more than a coincidence that my fortune was exactly the same as the message on the Crystal Palace wall. So the fake fortune teller was the same person who carved the nasty message in the ice, Ned concluded. Maybe, Nancy said. If he's smart. If so, he's smart. That kind of person who sees the opportunity and goes for it. Well, just the idea of someone following you in the first place bothers me, Ned said. I'm totally with you on that one, Nancy said. So we need to find out if our assumptions are true. And if so, who is this imposter and why is he or she doing this at all? Feminism! Ned looked at his watch. Okay, I'm in trouble, he said. I thought I heard a band tuning up, Nancy said. It must be time for the torchlight parade. Yep. And I'm supposed to help get it started. Let's meet at the Heat Hut after, okay? I'll be there, Nancy assured him. Be careful, Ned called back. Nancy quickly checked on her team, but it really wasn't necessary. Everyone was lining up for the torchlight parade. As she made it back to the palace area where the detective Dashel was still manning his post, she told him about the bogus fortunes she and her friends had gotten from the fake fortune teller. She even confessed to sneaking into the palace and finding the fringe on the ice. He nodded as she talked, but his smoky blue eyes narrowed when she told him about her conversation with the true fortune teller. Okay, I've heard enough to tell you what I want you to... that I want you to back off, Nancy, Detective Dashel said. His face had a kindly expression, but his voice was stern. And she could tell he meant what he said. Stop doing my job for me, teen detective. I'm mad at you now. If you're being followed and threatened, he said, it's time for us to step in. I've been on the police force for a few years, so I'm aware of your skill in solving cases, but we can't have you putting yourself in danger. I'll follow up with the fortune teller and try to track down the fake one. Will you tell me if you find out anything, Nancy asked? If it will keep you off the trail, yes. I still suspect the cop. He's the one that has the most opportunity. Either that or he's just really slacking on the job because he's not defending or keeping an eye out on anything very well. Deal, Nancy said. She left to pick up Bess for the parade. It began with a few men wielding flaming torches as they walked to the river. Behind them, white horses pulled carriages which carried the Snow Princess and her court. Costume figures were next. Jack Frost's Winter Elves and the cast of the ballet company's production of The Nutcracker. Poodles McNulty, ding ding ding, began a group sing of Winter Wonderland, and the spectators chimed in. Laughing and singing, Nancy and Bess joined Ned at the end of the parade. As they neared the river, the music wound down. Before another song could begin, a new sound floated along the river and filled the ears of the parades. It was the same eerie wail that had chilled the blood of humans for centuries. The howl of a lone wolf rose and fell through the thin air. Nancy turned to find the source of the sound. Everyone around her followed her lead. There, on a bridge spanning the Muskoka, they saw the silhouette of a wolf sitting on its haunches. As they watched, it leaned its head back and pointed its long, tapered nose toward the sky. Another mournful cry left its throat and filled the air. While a third howl poured out from its lungs, the beast rose up on its back legs, standing tall in the moonlight. Hell yeah. Alright, I missed some things. I want to set the net on fire. Hang on, I have to go back. I missed a couple of things. Let's see. I would like to download Marcy the next time I get my Sims 4 up and running. It'll probably be once I get my computer back. Well, I have it back, but it's still not fixed. If you are aware of Demon with a Glass Hand on Outer Limits, No Mouth was written by the same guy. Okay, interesting. Need to do some Outer Limits content. It's good old-fashioned sci-fi. I don't think it's that extreme. I'll just say that book, but it's handled pretty poorly, and Tyra Banks does not know how to write that sort of stuff. Okay, I mean, that sounds like something that if we decided we wanted to read it, we could just give a warning at the beginning. That's not something that's, like, unable to be read on stream, just as long as the majority of the chat was okay with it. And obviously give trigger warnings and stuff for anybody who didn't want to hear it. Christopher, my beloved. I know, come back, Christopher. Also, isn't Tyra Banks an actress? I wasn't aware of her. Apparently she tried writing, like, YA novels, and it was really unfortunately bad. If you're playing that drinking game, you're either shit-faced or dead. Ellery, check in with us. Please tell me you're not still playing the game. Actually, there is some pretty graphic gore in the book, and it's just so random and unnecessary. Copy. But it feels more comedic than horrifying. Yeah, I mean, again, the main thing, if we're reading a book, the main thing that would probably get us flagged on stream would be, like, gratuitous sexual content. As long as there's nothing, like, crazy in that department, then we're probably fine. She's a model primarily, but she wrote a YA novel called Model Land that's absolutely unhinged, and her attempts at whimsy and fantasy read as body horror in places. Well, also, does anybody remember when Tyra Banks... I used to watch Tyra Banks' talk show as a kid with my mom, and looking back, that show was horrible. Like, she would always be like, we're gonna talk about all these really sensitive subjects and then not talk about them well at all. Never actually helped the problem. Nancy, if there's a werewolf, feed Ned to it. For legal reasons, it is a joke. I'll say it. Feed Ned to the werewolves. Ned deserves it. Nancy Drew and the Curse of the Were-Rabbit. Oh, I need to get to that one of these days. For example, in Model Land, nurses are called purses, and they were all born with roller skates for feet. What? Oh my god, that's not real! Every time I think I've heard it all, something like that comes along. Things should be serious and heavy, really don't feel like it, and everything is so overly detailed. Oof. Nancy Drew meets the Wolfman, yes. Nancy Drew meets Frankenstein, I wish. Nancy Drew meets Dracula. Nancy Drew did meet Dracula that one time. Nancy Drew and the Hardy Boys met Dracula in that two-part episode, the two back-to-back episodes that we covered, the two-part special of the 70s Nancy Drew Hardy Boys show. And the plot twist was that the Dracula was real. They were like, we caught the guy who's pretending to be Dracula, and then a different guy was actually Dracula. Or maybe it was the same guy, I don't remember. But somebody was Dracula. Reminds me a bit of the Dark Seed series. The nurse stuff is really weird. Yeah, that's bizarre. There are whole chapters that go over the grueling details in all the classes the girls go to. It's very tiring. Oof. Sounds tiring. It makes my immortals sound good. Oh god, my immortal. It's at least a half step above my immortal. A half step above my immortal is not that much. In terms of competency or enjoyment, the original manuscript is over 1,000 pages. The book ended up being over 500. Even then, it feels like a fever dream, and nothing makes sense from beginning to end. Jesus. One of these days, we're gonna have to read it. I want to set Ned on fire, yes. What is left is a bunch of adjectives and made-up words. So it feels like a Dr. Seuss book put through 40 languages and then translated back to English. Oh dear. That is a lot of pages of nothing. Yeah. Did he by any chance look like a werewolf? Yeah. But did he by any chance have werewolf-like tendencies? I haven't actually read Model Land. I've just watched viewing of it. I've watched nothing of it. Everything I know, I've learned against my will from this chat. So one of these days, we're all gonna be confused together. Which was hilarious. Now I'm super curious about these Model Land. Right! My Immortal books. So My Immortal is a fanfic that somebody wrote, and we still don't know to this day who wrote it, but we headcanon that it's Professor Hotchkiss from Nancy Drew Treasure in the Royal Tower. It's this wild self-insert Harry Potter fanfiction, and it's bizarre. Like, bizarre doesn't even begin to describe it. It's a lot. Why aren't my arrows working? That I need to see it. Don't care about Harry Potter. It has nothing to do with actual Harry Potter. It's just somebody wrote this really crazy fanfic, and it's a lot. My Immortal isn't a book. It's a Harry Potter fanfic that may or may not be satire. We don't actually know. No, it's been a debate for like 15 years now, however long My Immortal's been around. People cannot tell if it's a 12-year-old writing horrifically badly or somebody satirically writing, pretending to be a 12-year-old writing badly. And honestly, every time I think I'm sure of one or the other, I change my mind because something else comes up. Model Land. How did I get Howland? I knew what you meant, Cassidy. My brain autofills. Imagine it's just someone in a fursuit. Yeah, it's their persona. Watched a few of Allison's streams. When she read Model Land, she has a 4-hour mashup of her streams. It has a lot of the best moments. That's funny. Gratuitous sexual content. I mean, that, you know, that's what it literally says, like, on the... every time I post a YouTube video, I have to fill out a little, like, a thing where I, like, self-rate the video, and it's like, does it have graphic violence? Does it have gratuitous sexual content? But then there's an exception. It's like, if there's sexual content, but it's a music video, that's fine. Like, that's an actual exception if it's a music video, so I'm just like, okay. At least we're, acknowledging the fact that music videos get treated better than the rest of us. Underage, there's no content of that sort in the book. Well, that's good. That's good. That's good. That's very good. Maybe misfiring. Sounds like the Wheelers from Return to Oz. Oh my god, it does sound like the Wheelers from Return to Oz. That's all I'm gonna picture now if we read the book. Kind of, but less evil. I remember that video. Yes, that was a fun video to do. There is also the head hand person as well. The head hand person. He has a hand for a head. Oh god, like the thumbs. Small Avery. I'm very small. I'm taking a break from reading to catch up on chat, so I'm just in the corner chilling. It's bugging me. Whoop. Whoop. Mouse, what are we doing? The mouse is just going off the rails. It's going rogue. Alright. Whoa. What the hell? Okay. Hurt themselves in their confusion. Wait, what did I do? Explaining Avery's back catalog is a great experience. Oh, there's so many. There's 220 videos in the back catalog, and that doesn't count live streams or shorts or anything like that. That's just main videos. There's a lot of them. Harry Potter and Nancy Drew. Huh, I wonder what that's about. Five different people have claimed to be the author of My Immortal. Yes, and have been proven wrong. Yeah, nobody knows who actually wrote it. I think it's highly likely that an actual teenager or preteen wrote it and just completely forgot about it, and by the time they realized what it had become, they didn't want to take credit for it. That's highly plausible. It's also plausible that somebody just memed the internet, but also, like, you would think they would come forward at some point. Sarah Zed has really tried to find them. I mean, really, really tried. I've gotten a headache. I think I've been staring at the screen for too long. Yeah, take some screen break. I'll be right back, guys. I hear Perry screaming. And I need to go check on something, so I will be right back. I'm back. Did anything massively break while I was gone? Oh, chat's chatting. Hey, chat. Welcome. Welcome back. I'm the one coming back. Oh, are the clicking sounds bothering people? We can turn it off. everything's fine. I just heard Perry screaming, and then I heard rattling around because we just, my mom has taken in 2 new budgies, so the poor bird, these little birds are just so, like, harassed by our cats, and so I had to go make sure that they weren't, like, scaring the poor birds to death. I was hearing commotion, and I was just, like, expecting there to be, like, you know, like a bird in the claw, like it's a Sylvester and Tweety cartoon. Hello. They're fine. Nobody got a hold of birds. Birds are fine. But then I sat there and was getting hyperfixated on the birds. Oh yeah, Perry's fine. It's just, these poor birds. They lost their owner, I think passed away. And then there were 3 birds, and before they got transported to us, because my mom was like, we'll take them in, one of the birds passed away just from, like, stress. Because I guess that's a thing that just happens with birds. Like, I feel that. That's a... No, I'm just kidding. But, so these 2 little birds are, like, the sweetest birds, and they're just being completely, like, stalked by our cats who just think that they are, like, toys. And I'm just like, please, don't. My older Sims in my gallery. Love him just as much now. Aww, that's so cute, Ellery. Poor birds. I know, they've been through a lot of trauma. Alright, get back to reading this book. It is 10:15. I should really get back to reading this book. Okay. Chapter 6, The Hair of the Wolf. Ha! Like what we're all gonna need, like Hair of the Dog, which is what we're all gonna need if we keep playing a drinking game. I'm not drinking alcohol, though. I've got hot chocolate. It's an OC, I just made the character myself. Aww. I'm eating bread if that counts. It definitely is safer than drinking alcohol at this point. The amount of times they've said poodles? This time the crowd's reaction was stunned silence. Everyone stood still and stared. There was no collective gasp, not even any screams. Some people seemed to be holding their breath. Nancy was not holding her breath. In fact, it was coming pretty fast. Faster than comfortable. That's hyperventilating. You're having a panic attack. It'll pass. She couldn't take her eyes off the figure on the bridge. It almost seemed as if none of this was real. People carrying torches, a werewolf howling in the moonlight. It was like watching an old horror movie, except she wasn't in her comfy house with a big bowl of popcorn in her lap. She was outdoors in the bitter cold, mixed signals rushing through her brain. The beast mixed signals, just like Ned gives everybody. The beast on the bridge let out one more bone-chilling howl before loping off on 2 legs into the shadows on the opposite bank of the river. This author likes the word loping. By the time the air was quiet again, the wolf had disappeared into Ripple Woods. Ripple Woods, huh? Did they just use, like, a random word generator for everything? The silence continued for a moment or 2. It was suddenly broken by a smattering of applause. Everyone was wearing gloves, so the claps were more muffled. But the sound grew, and was soon accompanied by full-fledged cheers. It was an actor, Bess said, letting out a large sigh. Of course, it had to be. I guess so, Ned concluded. Just part of the whole opening night festivities. Poodles is really trying to spin this thing positively, that's for sure. I can see everyone thinks it's part of the show, Lily said out loud. You all figure that was just entertainment for the carnival, but I'm telling you, I've seen that creature before. He was slinking across the field. Now you tell me how that wolf got anything to do with the carnival. That was also an actor. His name was Jimmy. He was just trying to get his SAG card. Willie walked off mumbling to himself. The torchlight parade ended at the riverbank. The Nutcracker cast performed a few highlights of the ballet on the hard ground, and the crowd dispersed pretty quickly after that. Everyone was buzzing about the scary message in the Crystal Palace wall and the werewolf on the bridge. Most people... Kermit the Frog is how I said that. Most people seem to think the performance was part of the fun, but Nancy picked up a nervous jitter underlying all the excitement. Carnival goers, what fun word, all one word, walked quickly to their cars and sped from the parking lots out into the wintry night. Nancy's friends had chores to complete before leaving their jobs for the evening. She checked all her hosts out for the evening, answered a few questions about the next day's schedule, and finally headed for home. Wow, does that feel good, she said out loud, finally sinking down into her bed. Although the thermostat was set the same as it always was this time of year, she just couldn't seem to get warm. She pulled the covers close up around her face, but sleep didn't come easily. She thought back to over the day, from being locked in Philip Leroy's barn to the crazy evening at the carnival. She couldn't chase it from her mind, the figure covered in wolf hair, standing on the bridge, until a veil of sleep finally draped over her brain. When you come home from working out in the bitter cold like that for hours and hours on end, it feels like you will never get warm again. It feels like you are just chilled to the bone. What's happening? Also great news. I get to go home tomorrow. Yay! Congratulations! British werewolf. A werewolf in London. What am I trying to say? Teenage werewolf in London? That's not what I'm meshing together multiple things in my brain. Sorry, my brain is weird. British Werewolf in America is the sequel, so we didn't know we needed. Oh, that's right. That's right. For the second morning in a row, a ringing phone jarred Nancy awake. Hi, it's me. This time it was Beth's familiar voice. Has Brianda called you yet? No. Nancy answered, sitting up and yawning. What's up? She and I talked last night before we went home. We both have late shifts today, Beth explained. And, an American Werewolf in London is what I was trying to say. And then I was also thinking of Teen Wolf. That's different. Or I was a teenage werewolf, which is also different. We thought we'd see if there was anything we could do to help the case this morning. Maybe there's some lead you want us to follow up on? Hey, thanks, Nancy said. Actually, I'm not going out until the afternoon myself. I was going to call the chemist and see if he knows what the stuff was that I found near the wolf enclosure. Marky couldn't identify it, so it must be something brought from outside. Do you want to call... when did she go to the chemist? She just dropped it off on her way? Right? Because it just kind of happened. Ah, yes, she just dropped it off. Okay, anyway. Marky couldn't identify it, so it must be something brought in from outside. Do you want me to call? Bess offered. I'll do it, Nancy answered, but stand by. After I talk to him, let's have breakfast, and we'll go from there. Want to call Brianda and ask her to come too? Bess hung up, and Nancy took a shower. She pulled on jeans and a heavy white cable knit sweater. After chugging a glass of juice, she called the college and talked to the chemist. Then she called Bess back. Brianda had just arrived at Bess's house. Nancy told them to meet her at Net and Nosh Computer Cafe. Net and Nosh. That's a very 2003 thing to call it. American Werewolf in London. Yeah. Werewolf hair, or maybe wolfbane, yes. Net and Nosh. I know, right? Like that episode of Ghost Whisperer where they're hanging out at the internet cafe. Bring your laptop, she told Bess. Within 15 minutes, they were all seated at a window table. It was perfect weather, not as cold as the day before, but way too cold for the ice to melt. The sunlight bathed everything in a bright glow. George is already working, Bess told Nancy and Brianda as they ordered their breakfasts. They're still trying to get all the schematics restored for the lighting program. Someone really hacked away at it to get the red lights shining perfectly through that scary message. I haven't heard from Ned this morning, Nancy said. He's probably already on the job, too. I'd really like to talk to George. Is that what we're calling it now? He's on the job. I really like to talk to George. I'm thinking about going over to the carnival early. Did you talk to your chemist friend? Brianda asked, sipping her foamy latte. I sure did, and guess what? That substance I found is a homemade animal feed. It's 50% standard grains, plus some other grasses and herbs that would appeal to sheep. Sheep! Brianda said, her upper lip fluffy with frothy cream. Exactly, Nancy confirmed. That's why I had you bring your computer, Bess. See what you can find on Philip Leroy. I know he's been interviewed for the newspaper as well as television. Those interviews will be in the archive somewhere. The time before YouTube, 2003. You can start there. Get me anything you can find about him. The waitress brought breakfast. Brianna had ordered French toast, Bess a Belgian waffle, and Nancy a vegetable omelet. That might take a while, Bess said, pouring blueberry syrup over her waffle. There are a lot of sites I can check. Whatever you can find out will be great, Nancy said. Sheep! I guess Bess needs a counterpart for Francie. Internet and ganache. It's internet and nosh, like N-O-S-H, like, you know, slang for, like, snacks, kind of. Bess hung up. I know this isn't the implication, but it sounded for a second like Bess heard that Brianda was invited and literally just hung up on Nancy mid-convo. It did kind of come across like that. Ned is only on the job if we're implying that he's canonically a sex worker. I mean, I meant it in the way of he's cheating on Nancy again. He's sleeping around, he's on the job, but, you know. I would never, ever disparage sex workers, by likening them to Ned Nickerson. Truly, I wouldn't. Eating. Noshing. Noshing on pears. LOL. There are 2 Werewolf Goosebumps books. Werewolf of Fever Swamp, which I covered the episode of, and Werewolf Skin. Both have episodes. I have not read either of the books and haven't covered the Werewolf Skin episode yet. Ned cheated on Nancy. Oh yeah, we went through this back when we were playing the games. They imply that Ned's cheating on Nancy in the most recent game. Scandalous. Anything else for Nosh for the intended form? No, you're good. It's a very strange thing to say. Do we want to take a break from the, is the sound still bothering people? We can take a break from we can close down our ambient sound if we want. Okay. Yes, end the sound. It's killing me. Oh, okay. Sorry, Darth. We'll kill it. I like the ambient sound. I'm usually a fan of ambient sound too. We'll kill it for the people in chat that it's getting on their nerves. We'll take a break. Let me go back to my stream tab. YouTube. I know I have a stream tab. Don't lie to me. There's too many tabs. There's so many. Where the hell? That's not what I wanted. That's not what I wanted. Sorry, guys. Hang on. There we go. Found it. All right. books and episodes are pretty different from each other, so it works well. Nice. Werewolf Skin drove me insane because it's one of those last of the original Goosebump books that didn't get reprints, so it was so hard to track down. I was just like, oh my god. I finally found it, though. It's technically the UK copy. Werewolf, just like vampires. Yeah. There's honestly not as many vampire Goosebump books as you would imagine. I mean, there's a couple, but not as many as you'd think. Where was I? Is this where I was? Okay. She told Bess and Brianda about her meeting with the real fortune teller. Both girls were visibly distressed by that news. The three talked over the theory Nancy had about being followed and fooled by the fake fortune teller. I don't like being followed, Nancy said, looking out the window. It's not the first time, but it doesn't make it any easier. I told Detective Dashel what happened, so I'm sure he's looking into it. But Brianda, while Bess is tracking down info on Leroy, I'd like you to check back with the real fortune teller. Find out whether she's remembered anything more about the man who got rid of her so he could take her place. Okay, so what did you two think of the werewolf? Brianda asked. Everyone seems to think it's part of the fun, Bess offered. I'm hoping they're right. That's what I've heard too, Brianda said. I mean, there are no real werewolves, right? I just hope it's not someone trying to scare people about our missing wolves. Marky's so afraid Kayam and Liz will get hurt, or worse, if they're out there just running around and some nutcase sees them. Let's get to work and make sure that doesn't happen, Nancy said. Let's find the wolves first. If Nancy had a nickel for every time she saved a wolf who was being accused of crimes they didn't commit, she'd have 2 nickels, which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it happened twice. Super easy to make werewolf stuff, yes. He's not a very strong wine cooler. Well, that's good. Nancy, date the green-eyed, muscular British guy. If he's your age. Or near your age. Forget Ned. I mean, she literally is just always talking about how much she has feelings for Frank when she's hanging out with Frank. She and Ned are never gonna make it. Let's find the wolves first. They quickly finished breakfast and went to the carnival. It was a few minutes past 10. Brianda left immediately for the fortune teller's cabin. Bess took her computer to the heat hut, where she could work a table in the back until her shift started. The temperature had dropped 10 degrees, so Nancy pulled on a pair of blue snow pants that she'd brought. With those and her hooded parka, she knew she could handle the frigid air. Her first stop was the lighting booth at the amphitheater. George welcomed the break. We still don't know who did it, she said. The lighting schematic was computer-driven, so the person probably knew theater lighting. Sabotaging the original program and substituting another is pretty standard tech stuff. Speaking of techies, George said, looking at over Nancy's shoulder. Nancy turned around and saw Bess scampering across the icy ground toward them. I've got to go to work in a few, Bess said, but I wanted you to have what I found so far. I went back to the computer cafe to print out a couple of articles that Leroy wrote for the livestock magazines. Look at this, Nancy said, scanning the sheets. It seems that Mr. Leroy customizes his winter feed for the flock. He includes a few recipes there, Bess added. He even has his own webpage, and he sells packages of his grain concoction to people all over the world. Could be a red herring. It might not be his. Somebody might have bought it from him. Unless Ned isn't mentioned by Nancy even when he's in the scene. Oh yeah, she does not care about Ned at all. I'll bet that's what was in those barrels in his barn, Nancy said. Bess, this is excellent. I'll search some more on my breaks, Bess said. Come by later. See ya. With a broad grin, she walked back to the heat hut. Nancy had an hour left before she reported for duty. She strolled over to the fortune teller's cabin, but there was a line outside. She didn't see Brianda, so she walked on. She kept an eye out for Detective Dashel, but didn't see him either. Nancy ended up at the field next to the park where a rousing softball in the snow game had started. Nancy stopped for a while and watched the game. When the inning was over and the teams changed sides, she saw Philip Leroy stride toward the second base. "Well now," Nancy mumbled. She walked to the parking lot near the softball field. She recognized the truck parked at the end of the lot as the one she'd seen in Leroy's drive. Nancy looked around. The lot was empty. Everyone was on or near the softball field, playing and cheering. Nancy walked casually to Leroy's truck and peered into the empty truck bed. It looked clean, but she knew that you don't always see everything at the first glance. It took about 5 minutes to finally spot what she'd hoped for, a few small piles of grainy mixture like the one she'd found at WildWolf. She gathered some up, leaving the rest where it was. She put a couple of tablespoons of the mixture into an empty film canister she had in the small sports pack strapped around her waist. Remember film canisters? She then crouched and checked all the tires. The first two were packaged with snow and a few twigs and leaves in the tire wells. Then she saw something dark buried in the snow behind one of the wheels. She flashed her penlight into the tire well. Her pulse skipped so rapidly that she felt a tingling on the sides of her neck. A sudden shiver made the penlight beam bobble up and down. She stripped off the glove and her right hand and reached into the packed snow on Leroy's truck. She hardly felt the cold on her fingers as she pulled away a clump of gray-white hair with dark brown tips. Nancy folded the hair into a tissue and stuffed it into her bag. Then she stood up and went back over the truck bed. Inch by inch, she found a couple more large hunks of the hair jammed under the flap in a corner of the truck. She put the smaller hunk in her bag and left the other, folding the rubber flap back down over it. Her heart was still pounding. Get a grip, she told herself. That could be cat hair or dog hair. There are lots of animals on his farm from which this hair might have come. I don't trust this guy. She walked quickly back into the carnival grounds, but it could be a wolf, she muttered. Marky will know for sure, and if it is... Nancy stopped at the Heat Hut for a mocha latte. Bess was too busy to talk, but she gestured that she'd meet Nancy at 3 o'clock, and Nancy checked in for work and began making her rounds, talking to her team of hosts. She came across Brianda and the 2-story snow slide near the south end of the park. For a week, carpenters and other carnival workers had constructed the man-made hill. They had packed snow onto a carefully engineered scaffolding, building it up onto a carefully until it was a super slide. Every year, this was one of the carnival events that drew the biggest crowd, especially among River Heights teens. When I was in high school and I would go to sleepaway camp, we would have this like really precarious water slide that slid down like 30 feet into a river, and I think about that sometimes and think about how nobody got seriously injured or died and how that's good. This Thursday afternoon was no exception. Nancy and Brianda sat on a nearby bench and watched the fun. The slide was already super slick from all the people who had used it. The frozen snow was polished to a high shine. Dozens of people patiently climbed the stairwell, one slow step at a time, while those at the top prepared to skid on the bottom. Excuse me. Nancy unzipped her sports pack. "I want to show you something," she told Brianda. "I found..." Her words caught in her throat when she heard the first crunch. It wasn't the soft crunch of snow. It was another sound, brittle and snap-like. Nancy knew it was the sound that didn't belong with the snowslide. Uh-oh. Then she heard a loud crack. The sun was so bright that the two-story pile of snow that when she saw the hill seemed to shudder. She hoped it was a mirage, but it wasn't her imagination. As if it were experiencing a mini earthquake, the 2-story snowslide shivered again, then convulsed into a small avalanche. Sliders and climbers tumbled down into a booming tidal wave of snow and ice. Whoops. Hey, A113. There's been a fake tweet on how Hooters is rebranding some locations because millennials don't have much. Interest in boobs, which lead... Oh, that's funny. God, that's so funny. How's Twitter over there? What tales from Twitter are brought? I like to stay in my comfy corner of non-Twitter internet as much as I can. But I do go over there to check my DMs. It's pretty funny. It is funny. The title of this chapter was Hair of the Werewolf, I believe. The Hair of the Wolf. There you go. Werewolf movies are character stories. Oh, yeah. Totally a character-driven writer. Twitter is just normal on my end. Well, that's good. I love seeing the memes. The Musk memes, if you will. Chapter 7, A Fortune Comes True. Nancy's latte dropped in a splash of coffee and white chocolate, staining her blue snow pants and the snow at her feet. She raced to what had been the foot of the ice, and she raced to the foot of the slide. It was now a jumble of snow, hats, boots, ice, and people. She heard several people calling for help, so she dug right in, pawing with her hands to free people from the globs of snow and ice. This just got very intense, as Nancy Drew always does at some point. Brianda followed her lead. Others joined them, and Ned and Willie soon showed up to help as well. I suppose you all think this was an accident, Willie muttered. I'm telling you, it's not. It's more of a curse of the werewolf. That's the truth. Not now, Willie, Ned said. Let's just work and getting these people out of here. Not now, Willie. Not now, Willie. That's all anyone ever says to me. I can't get security to listen. I can't get the police to listen. Somebody's got to find the beast to stop him, or this carnival is going to fall apart just like this snow slide. Why does nobody expect the werewolf to be a girl? I feel like we should have more female werewolf representation. Jack Stashel and Poodles McNulty arrived within seconds of each other. A few doctors jumped in to set up a triage in the snow. They checked all the injured and ranked them as to how seriously they were hurt. On a scale of 1 to 10, how would you rate your pain? When the emergency crews arrived with the ambulances, which happened quickly, the ones with the worst injuries went to the hospital first. Detective Dashel and other security officers took charge of the rescue effort, pitching in to get everyone free. Poodles supervised the maintenance workers, who arrived with hand shovels, snow blowers, and small trucks with digging equipment. It took over 2 hours to rescue everyone. By the time the last person was pulled out of the avalanche, Nancy's arms and shoulders ached as she was emotionally drained. Many of the people caught in the avalanche were her friends or others she knew at the school. Finally, she, Ned, and Brianda sank down onto a bench. Well, nobody died. That's good. Nancy couldn't help remembering a few hours earlier when she had sat on the same bench to enjoy her latte and watch the fun. Brianda checked her watch. Nancy, my shift is almost up. If it's okay with you, I'd like to get back to WildWolf. Marky's probably heard about this by now, and she'll be worried. No problem, Nancy said. She remembered the wolf hair in her pack that she had found on Philip Leroy's truck. I need to talk to her again, she told Brianda. Have her give me a call. As Brianda walked off, Jack Stashel dropped onto the bench next to Nancy and Ned. Thanks for all your help, he said, looking around. What a mess. Nancy followed his gaze. There was still a 3-inch glaze of snow on the slide itself, and a pile left at the top. Here and there, she could see parts of wood scaffolding the base structure peeking through the icy snow that was left. But at the bottom of the slide, there were piles everywhere, still littered with hats and boots and gloves. When it came down, the avalanche had rolled along the street and the bottom of the slide, picking up people, trash cans, a cart selling roasted chestnuts, always with the chestnuts roasted, and everything else in its path. Then it had tossed them several yards away. Police had roped off a wide area with yellow "Do Not Cross" tape. Did we really get all the people out of here? Nancy asked. Is everyone accounted for? Thankfully, yes, Detective Dashel answered. And there were no critical injuries, nothing life-threatening, broken bones and some pretty bad sprains. And there were a few that looked okay, but the medics still thought they needed some x-rays. They've all been taken to the medical centers. The rest, the doctor of the hospital, the rest, the ones with minor cuts and scrapes, are being treated in the extra ambulances. It's a miracle it wasn't worse. It was bad enough, Ned murmured, shaking his head. Well, be glad no one died, Ned. Jesus. Well, I'm going to talk to some of the people being treated here, Detective Dashel said, and see if they can tell me anything about what happened. He smiled at Nancy and Ned and then left. That's just what I was thinking of doing, Nancy told Ned. I'm going to walk around this area and talk to some of the witnesses. You're not starting to think like Willie, I hope, Ned said. Are you saying this might not have been an accident? Now I want it to be a werewolf just because I want Ned to be wrong. There's only one way to find out, Nancy said, and that's to start asking questions. When she stood up, she saw George rushing down the street toward the scene. Nancy hurried over to the temporary border of yellow police tape. She introduced herself to the police guard posted there. You probably saw me talking with Detective Dashel on that bench, she said in a very businesslike manner, pointing back to the area around the slide. The guard nodded slightly. Well, this is George Fane, she said quickly. She's here to help us with the investigation. Without waiting for a response, Nancy turned to George, saying, We've been waiting for you. Jax is in the ambulance. Then she pulled the tape up out of the way and ushered George into the confined area. They jogged away from the guard without looking back and without being stopped. Nancy really is very smart. Got some more new characters in the game I'm playing. Yay! Yay! I love Avery's intermittent for fuck's sake Ned commentary while reading. Thank you. I try my best. The man makes me want to throw things occasionally. Well, more than occasionally. Every time he's in the book, actually. I heard there'd been an accident, but I can't believe this, George said while they rejoined Ned. I had no idea it was so bad. It looks like the thing exploded. Ned can tell you about it, Nancy suggested. I want to interview some of the people who witnessed the avalanche while it's still fresh in their minds. Ned and George walked off. Ned pointed and talked, and George just shook her head. Nancy talked to several witnesses, people who had been watching the sliders, vendors in nearby kiosks, and a few people who had been at the bottom of the staircase, waiting to climb up for a slide. But they weren't much help. No one had seen or heard anything that Nancy herself hadn't witnessed. About 30 yards from the slide, she came upon the chestnut vendor. She helped him gather dozens of chestnuts from the snow. My cart's a total loss, he told her, but at least I'm okay. It's the second snack cart that's been demolished in 2 books in a row. And the chestnuts, I can clean them up and salvage a little from the disaster, I guess. Did you see what happened, Nancy asked? Nah, it hit me from behind, he said. By the time I heard it coming, it rolled right over me. I've been selling chestnuts at the carnival for 30 years. I've never seen one like this so far. And there's only this is only the second day. Warnings in the ice, howling werewolves, and now this? We've never had a problem when one of the locals was in charge. Now you got this outsider, this Poodles guy. You don't think all these things are his fault, Nancy said. Even the slide? He's running the show, isn't he? The vendor said. Look, my wife is on the committee that hired this McNulty guy. Some of the committee didn't want him. He's got a reputation for pushing the envelope. Wouldn't your wife also be to blame if this guy's bad at his job and she hired him? I don't know, just saying. Or maybe she was part of the ones that didn't want him. For going too far. Well, that seems to be just what's happening around here. Nancy finished helping the chestnut vendor clean up and then returned to Ned and George. I want to get closer to the slide, she told her friends. Maybe we can piece together what happened. She led George and Ned around the back of what had been the slide. It was now just splinted, broken scaffolding. Half buried in snow and ice, a small opening led into the wooden framework that formed the base of the slide. Let's go in, she suggested. But be careful, it probably isn't too stable at this point. She pulled out her penlight and Ned got a flashlight from his backpack. Keep a light on the structure above us, she told him, pointing up. Scaffolding rose upward for 2 stories. Watch for cracks in the wood. We don't want this framework to slam down on us. It was grayish blue up at the top of the scaffolding. No talking, Nancy whispered. That's the top of the slide, and there's still a lot of snow packed up there. She also just doesn't want to hear your voice, Ned. Loud noise can cause avalanches, and there's enough snow left to do more damage. If any of us hears anything strange, we grab the other two and all get out safely, okay? George and Ned nodded, and Nancy stepped into the open framework. It was like walking into a two-story house that someone had just started to build. Hundreds of pieces of wood, some vertical and some horizontal, had been nailed together and crisscrossed to support the snow and ice above. Nancy's pen light gave off just enough light to show them the way without glaring back too brightly against the snow that was packed on the ground. Ned kept his own flashlight beam up on the scaffolding, watching for cracks or places where a 2x4 had splintered and broken away. Nancy cautiously tiptoed along, avoiding the footprints in the snow in front of her. Someone had been in here before us, she noted silently. Eventually, the three of them came to the end of the path. They had reached the area underneath the long, diagonal slide itself. It was really dark at this point. Wood beams slanted toward the ground, supporting the ice and snow that still remained after the avalanche. Nancy could hear the wind on the other side of the wall that had reached every time they had reached, sorry, couldn't say that in my brain. Every time the wind whistled, what was left of the slide would creak. When she heard the creaking, she felt as if an icy waterfall was trickling down her spine. It's too dangerous to poke around in here, she whispered. Let's get out. She motioned for Ned to lead them back out through the framework. Ned and George hurried along, but Nancy moved more slowly. She paused often to examine the ground more closely, and then the wooden poles around her. She was looking for something, anything that could give her a clue as to what had happened. She realized that Ned and George were no longer in sight ahead of her. They're probably already back outside, she told herself. Sounds like a good idea to me. As she neared the opening, Nancy swung her penlight beam back and forth across the ground. Her cheek felt a sudden chill, and she put her gloved palm against it. When she took her glove away, the palm was damp. She patted her cheek again, and a small clump of snow plopped past her and onto the ground. Then another glob landed on her shoulder. She patted her cheek. She looked up, and another small puff of snow landed on her cheek. She knew she was under the top of what was left of the snowslide. It was dim up there, hard to see what was above her. She waved her penlight around, but its beam just didn't travel that far up. She heard an odd sound and thought she saw something moving on the wood crossbar above her. Suddenly, she heard a long, drawn-out creaking noise that grew louder and louder. She took a gigantic step forward, opening to the outside, but she didn't make it. She looked up just in time to see a small wave of snow plunge down from the top of the rickety structure in the split second before the snow reached the framework. Then the smothering blue-gray cold buried her. Oof. Rip Nancy. She's fine. She's been through worse. Remember White Wolf of Icicle Creek? She also survived like a real avalanche on a real mountain. Hey, Chris. Welcome. We were reading Nancy Drew, Werewolf in a Winter Wonderland, sent in by Patrick. Nancy singing chestnuts roasting on an open fire, an open lyre. And Ned, excuse me, Nancy, I said chestnuts roasting on an open fire. Ned, are you alright? We've got to gaslight gatekeep girl boss Ned a little bit, just saying. It's for his own good. Yeah, it has been fun so far. Nancy is invincible. Oh yeah, Nancy has plot armor. And is literally an immortal vampire. Don't forget that. Never forget that part. Thank you. I'm glad you all like my Ned roasting commentary. Imagine if this was the same guy Jean-Claude hired to fake kidnapping him. They're just like, what the hell? This guy again? Oop, they've split up. Rookie mistake, right? He never split up. Milo! I had a feeling I showed up at the end of the night. Not quite yet. We're reading Nancy Drew, Werewolf in a Winter Wonderland. It's one of those books. It's about Goosebump length, so I'm going to try to finish it. if I can. Oh, my Goosebumps stream. No, I didn't. I'll have to check that out later, Cameron. I just love your deadpan delivery. Thank you. I said finally twice. Can you tell us since I've been up since 8 a.m.? I laid down and took a nap before dinner because I was like, if I'm gonna do a stream, I had been up since 7, and I was just like, I need to sleep a little as a treat. Hey, Mitch. Thank you for the super chat. What are your optimal PB&J ingredients? My optimal PB&J ingredients. That's very sweet. I like smooth peanut butter, not crunchy, with a raspberry jam is my absolute favorite. But I'll really take any kind of jam. It's strawberry tonight. Strawberry preserves. I've had a weird sleepy day. I accidentally napped for like 4 hours. It's because it's a holiday break. Everybody's just screwed up completely. That happens a lot for me, and I'm a strawberry person myself, yeah. Yeah, strawberry jam is good. I'm very hungry, but I have no idea what to eat. LOL. That's a mood. Sometimes I take my meds and I'm just like, I know I should eat, but I just don't want to. What's the first chapter called? Alright. Chapter 8, In the Light of the Full Moon. Dinner tonight was pizza. Ooh, I love pizza. Jam jelly is way too sweet for me. I used to have grape jelly on PB&J. Now I have peanut butter and honey. Ooh. Need to eat something because not eating anything is generally a bad thing. Yeah, it's generally a bad thing. Eat food. Alright. In the light of the full moon. For a moment, she felt paralyzed. She couldn't move her arms or legs. Only the top of her head peeked out from a mass of snow that engulfed her, even though the lower part of her face was completely covered by the pile. So is this like, you know, in, Shanghai, what is it? Yeah, Shanghai Noon, where Owen Wilson gets buried in the sand. That's what I'm picturing, but Nancy and snow. Nancy instinctively tried to take a breath. She gulped in wads of snow that froze inside of her nose and burned her mouth. Her arms felt strapped down by the weight of the snow, but she knew not to panic. She forced her head to move from side to side and her shoulders up and down. She moved only tiny distances at first, and then inches. She kept pushing each time, moving a little more snow out of her way, until she freed her upper body enough to yell for help. Nancy! Nancy! Ned's voice seemed to warm her. No, it didn't, Nancy. And give her a spur of extra strength. Over here, she called out, hurry. George and Ned both... That's because she's imagining that he's Frank. George and Ned both rushed out to help her. I'm so glad we didn't wander off. I'm so glad we didn't wander off, Ned said. We were right outside the door when the snow just rushed down all the time. He was talking. He and George were pushing the snow away from Nancy. I haven't been here too long, Nancy told them, but long enough. While her friends worked to rescue her, she told them about seeing the person up on the scaffolding just before the snow buried her. When her arms were finally released, she was able to help with her legs. Finally, the three emerged into the late afternoon sun. I'm gonna find Jax, Ned announced, hurrying off to the area where the ambulances were parked. And I'll get you something to drink, George offered. In just that short time, she had been confined in the snow. Nancy's physical strength had been sapped. Her legs felt shaky, so she stumbled over to a log and sat down. Ned rushed back, followed closely by Jax Dashel. Now tell me you had your own private avalanche. Ned, his voice, he's so forgettable that even my brain, like, autocorrects his name. Won't even read it. Ned tells me you had your own private avalanche, Detective Dashel said, and it sounds like it was no accident. Nancy told him what she'd seen. I saw someone up there, but I couldn't identify him. He's probably long gone by now, she concluded. What about the real avalanche, she asked. Was there anything suspicious about it? Have you come up with anything from your witness interviews? Not really, Detective Dashel answered. How about you? Nothing, Nancy said, but I'm sure that what happened just now wasn't an accident. Do you think you need to see a medic? Ned asked. There are still some over there. He tilted his chin towards the remaining ambulance. They could check you out. There's nothing wrong with me, Nancy said. I wasn't buried long enough to get hypothermia. I'm just cold. She took the mocha latte that George handed to her. This will definitely help. I lost my last one. If you're sure you don't need me anymore right now, I'm going over to talk to Poodles, Ned said. I want to see if there's anything more I can do to help with the cleanup. That's cool, Nancy said. I'll be fine. She took a sip of her latte and turned to Detective Dashel. Hey, Nancy, you're cool even though you almost just died, right? I'm not going to be here for emotional support. I'm just going to go help with the cleanup crew. You're fine, right? Hey, Tony. Wait, I can't read Tony's message. Poodles is the dumbest name, yes. I just eat part of my friend's food. Aw. Use the force, Nancy. Peanut butter? Has anybody had peanut butter and tomato? That's like a thing in my family, and it's actually pretty good. We played the Nancy Drew point and clicks. Oh yeah, this past summer we played through all of them, and probably next summer we'll play through them again. It's good. It sounds stupid, but the saltiness of the peanut butter and the sweetness of the tomato, actually very good. Trust me. Where was I? Oh dear. There's crumbs on my keyboard. That's cool, Nancy said. I'll be fine. She took a sip of her latte and turned to Detective Dashel. This is off subject, she said, but I saw Philip Leroy on TV yesterday, and with the administrator of WildWolf. Leroy said that the wolves had escaped before and attacked his sheep. Did he ever file an official report about that? I will never be trying that, LMAO. PB&T. It's good, I swear. I'm not a tomato person. My brother hates tomatoes too. Zoned out. Didn't catch if you looked over my message. No, I haven't seen it yet, but I'll check it later. Now there's a combo. I'm gonna try that. It's good. I swear it's good. It sounds horrible, but it's good. A Wolf Among Us. Oh my god, my brother. Shh. Spencer might be listening in chat. He really wants me to play The Wolf Among Us on stream. I'm not sure, Detective Dashel said. I'll check and let you know. Meanwhile, I'm going to take a look at the top of the slide. I'll see you later. I need to get home and change clothes, Nancy said. These feel wet and sticky. I'll go with you, George said. We finally got the Crystal Palace lighting program back up to speed. I'm off for the rest of the day. I feel like I've been locked up in the lighting booth for days. It'll feel good to get away from this place for a while. Were you talking about the Crystal Palace lights? Ned asked for joining them. I just talked to Poodles. He's canceling most of the activities scheduled here for the evening. They need to get some major earth movers in here to clean up this mess. What about the sporting events? Nancy asked. Most of these are at other venues, on the lake, or at one of the courses or fields. George and I are signed up for the cross-country race this evening. Most of those are still on, including the cross-country, Ned answered. I've signed on to stay and help with the cleanup. Okay, Ned nodded. He already said that. Talk to you later, Ned, tonight, Ned said as he left to meet the cleanup crew. One of you better win that race. Nancy finished her latte and dropped the cup in the trash can. It almost seemed like a silly thing to do, since the ground was covered with litter and debris. Still, Nancy doesn't litter. She and George then stopped Eve from Life Size. Be very proud. She and George then stopped at the Heat Hut to talk to Bess for a few minutes. She had heard about the avalanche, of course, because a steady stream of distressed witnesses and shocked victims had descended on the Heat Hut. Bess had decided to stay on past her shift to pass out hot chocolate and coffee. Aw. Nancy told Bess and George about her discoveries in Philip Leroy's truck and showed them the clumps of hair. Nancy, if that's wolf hair, Leroy must have stolen the wolves, Bess said. She talked very fast as she began to put two and two together. What do you suppose he did with them? I hope he didn't hurt them. Do you think he let them go, or maybe they really did escape and he caught them going after his sheep? That would be horrible for WildWolf. Wait a minute. If he found them with the sheep, he would have called the police, or at least put together a press conference. Whoa, George cried, putting her hand up to stop her cousin. Like you said at the beginning, if it's wolf hair, we don't even know that yet. Right, Nancy agreed. I told Brianda to set up another meeting with Marky so I can show the hair to her. She'll probably be able to tell us right away what it is. Does Bess give off ADHD vibes to anybody else but me? Maybe I'm projecting that on her. A wolf among us. Guess it's like werewolf or Among Us. No, it's a forget about Wallace and Gromit and Tail. Oh yeah, I won't forget about that. Seems like a cool game. I think you'd like it, and it would with general vibe. I'm leaning towards it. There is one I do know. I haven't played the game and I don't know very much about it at all. I know that it's like Twisted Fairy Tales. And I know that there's one scene in a strip club that Spencer's like, you might have to just turn the camera off for that so you don't get yeeted off your stream. And I was like, oh boy, that sounds okay. We can do that, I guess. Not at all. Story game where the player makes choices. Yeah. Well, Spencer wants me to play it for Fairy Tale February, so I'm considering it. I'll let him know that you have all put a good word in. Americans. Bess needs to chill. Bess needs to chill, yeah. Will Hoodwinked be in that month? I'm hoping so. And Happily Never After. Where was I? I lost my place. Where was I? Whoop. Okay. You could tell us right away if it's wolf hair. She'll probably be able to tell us. Right, Nancy agreed. I told Brianda to set up another meeting with Marky so I can show the hair to her. She'll probably be able to tell us right away what it is. You're right, Bess said, her blue eyes squinting when she grinned. If there's anything we've learned from working on cases with Nancy, it's to get the facts first. It's about 5 o'clock. George and I are leaving right now, Nancy told Bess, returning her smile. We're going to stop at the college and drop off the new batch of grain mixture at the lab. I want them to cross-check the stuff from Leroy's truck with the samples I found at WildWolf. Then we'll go change clothes and get ready for the cross-country race. I forgot that's tonight, Bess said. Good luck. A small crowd of people walked in. Nancy recognized them as some of the rescue volunteers. Looks like we're going to be busy for a while, Bess said. I'd better get back to work. Talk to you later. Bess bustled back to the front of the room to take orders. Nancy and George stopped at the office tent to check Nancy out of her work shift. The coordinator there told them that Friday's schedule was still up in the air, so they should check by phone before coming in. About half an hour later, the girls left Riverside Park and the carnival grounds after a stop at the college chemistry lab. Nancy drove to George's house. While George cleaned up, Nancy called WildWolf and talked to Brianda. Some people phoned in leads, Brianda said, when Nancy asked about the missing wolves, but no one's found a real trace. Marky is so upset. Well, I might have found just that, a trace, Nancy said. She told Brianda about the clumps of hair. I'm in the cross-country race, so probably won't make it out there tonight, Nancy continued. Marky and Christopher won't be here tonight anyway, Brianda said. They got a lead out near Westfield, and they left a little while ago. They may be there all night searching, but she should be back tomorrow. Come out any time. Just call first to make sure she's here. What about work tomorrow? When should I come in? Work shifts might be weird tomorrow because they don't know how long it will take to clean up the avalanche and get the scaffolding all torn down safely. They're going to be plowing and moving large dump trucks in and out. If you don't hear from me tonight, I'll call early tomorrow morning. Nancy talked for a few more minutes, trying to reassure Brianda. She hung up just as George emerged dressed in her red ski suit and carrying her skis and poles. I am so ready for this, George said. Let's go. Nancy drove them to her own house. Hannah was relieved to see her. She had heard about the snow slide avalanche and was horrified about the additional attack on Nancy. She really should have called home and let Hannah know that she wasn't dead. Did I or did I not tell you to be careful, Hannah said. This time, her frown was not pretend. She wasn't smiling. Nancy put her arms around Hannah's shoulders in a sort of half-hug. I'm just fine now, and I'll be extra careful from now on. It was familiar and affectionate exchange between the two. George and I are cross-country skiing in a little while. How about whipping up some of your famous pasta and shrimp while I shower? We could use some carbo loading. By the time they finished eating, it was 7:30, almost time to report to the starting line. Nancy finished pulling on her white ski suit. She still felt a little chilled, so she threw the ski mask and scarf into her bag, and off they went. There were a couple dozen people in the field. Nancy recognized some of them as being pretty good skiers, but she was sure that George could take them all. She looked over at George, who was giving her skis a final buffing. She was a real outdoors person, and Nancy was sure that being locked up for nearly 2 days in a cramped lighting booth had been really hard for her. Nancy did a few warm-up stretches and pulled on her green ski mask and scarf. Then, with a shudder, she shook off the final uneasiness lingering from her near burial. As she snapped into her ski boots, she realized that she was really looking forward to the race. She was eager to get away from the city for a quiet evening in the snowy countryside. A great place to think, she thought, and I've got a lot to think about. Is River Heights technically a city? I guess it is, but like small town vibes. Everyone lined up, and for a moment there was nothing but the soft sound of skis sliding back and forth on the snow. The starting gun broke the mood, though, and suddenly the race was on. Nancy loved nighttime cross-country skiing. She'd only done it once before, but she remembered it vividly. It had been an eerie event, but breathtakingly beautiful. This night lived up to her memory. I wonder if that's got to be a direct reference to an older Nancy Drew book, right? The racers slipped across the fields, covered with a few feet of snow. The pristine white surface sparkled with thousands of diamond crystals and the bright light of the full moon. The only sound she heard was the swoosh swoosh of the skis and the occasional crack of a branch nearby laboring under a coating of ice. George seemed to sail ahead of everyone. It was almost as if she were on wheels. Nancy knew she was using all that pent-up energy she had stored while working inside for so long. Nancy quickly lost sight of George and didn't see her for the next hour and a half. Although there were skiers around her, she felt alone with her thoughts. When she finally reached the finish line, she had finished in the middle of the pack. She was thrilled to see George standing in the winner's box, holding a trophy high for the photographers. Congratulations, Nancy said when George finally joined her. I knew you could do it. Competing in a skiing race just to have a minute alone to think, that's a whole vibe. That was the best, George said. It felt so wonderful to be out there, didn't it? It did, Nancy said. I loved it. Let's not quit yet, George said. Nancy could see the exhilarated expression in George's eyes, even though she was also wearing a ski mask. I know a shortcut back to the car. Let's skip the shuttle ride back and stay on our skis. We can take our time. Sounds good to me, Nancy said. It was a little before 11, and clouds had begun to skitter across the sky, yellowy white in the moonlight. The two pushed off along George's shortcut. As her skis skimmed along the top of the snow, Nancy's shadow bounced ahead and then disappeared again. As the moon was swallowed by a passing cloud, she felt a sudden chill, as if the temperature had plunged 10 more degrees. For a few moments it was very dark. Then the moon was free of cloud cover again, and the light flooded snowy fields. For a long while there were no sounds except from the movement of the skis. They didn't even try to talk. Nancy wanted nothing to break the almost mystical snow silence, but something did, something horrible. A familiar wail chilled her blood. It was very close by. Even George stopped cold. They stood for a minute, waiting for a repeat of the howl, but it was deadly quiet again. Then, without warning, a hairy gray figure rushed from behind a tree and charged into George, knocking her to the ground. It's the wolf! Okay, so first chapter was called Wild Night at WildWolf, and now the chapter 9 is called Wild Weather at WildWolf, so I think they ran out of chapter names. I'm like, hey, Hale. Good to see you. Let's just skip the shuttle ride back. Yeah. I'm trying to listen to the story, but yeah, the chat has most of my attention. That's fine. Absolutely ADHD, but also like specifically an ADHD person who's never been in a situation where they've needed to learn how to mask. Yes. I say that in a positive way. Yes. No, for sure. I love that for her. Why don't you just... Let's see, what did I miss? Anything important? Not that you're all not equally important and valid, but I'm trying to figure out what plot points are running through chat, so I need to know if we're about to have another Plant Zaddy situation anytime soon. I'm trying to listen to the story, but yeah, the chat has my attention. That's cool. Amphibia, if anyone... Okay, I haven't started Amphibia yet. I think that's most thing. Apple pie with cheese. So apple pie with cheese, I think, is definitely Midwestern. We do apple pie and vanilla ice cream, pretty normal. We're more into like cobblers here or dump cakes, things like that. Ever after fairy tales for every child. Yes. I don't know what that was referring to, but yes, if it's referring to, hopefully we'll get to that in Fairy Tale February. Yes, I'm hoping to. Yes, Wisconsin is the heart of the Midwest. I had a trippy dream. Goosebumps sort of related dream. Morning I had... Oh my gosh. Involving different... Oh wow. I'm struggling to see. I feel like that fish meme, the SpongeBob meme. It was really weird. Book covers weren't so fuzzy. Oh, that's really interesting. Oh shit, werewolf attack. Werewolf attack! Finally, werewolf at last! Oh, woo! Only took 10 years to get there. Only took more than half the book to get there. Jeez. We got to page 84. The pacing in this book could be a little bit better, I will say. Like, I haven't met a Nancy Drew book I don't like. This one's fun, but there is a lack of there is a slight pacing thing going on. I hate when I'm out late night skiing with girlies and then they just get mauled by a werewolf. Oh, Jesus Christ. Sorry I disappeared. You're good, Ellery. My beloved baby Sim has gotten married. Oh! Sorting his spouse's life out. Cute. Sims update. I love Sims updates. Alright, I get a sip of my drink. An American Werewolf in River Heights. Hey, we haven't seen that English guy. The one with the green eyes that we were all like, ooh, an English guy, you say? Must be more interesting than Ned. They just were like, hey, here's a interesting English guy, and then they just didn't say anything else about him. He's probably the werewolf. He probably is. True, but not. To be fair, we don't know what nationality the werewolf is. That is true. We don't know what nationality the werewolf is. The werewolf could be of any ethnicity or nationality. Chapter 9, Wild Weather at WildWolf. What time is it? It's 11:20. Fuck it. We're gonna finish the book tonight. Wild Weather at WildWolf. Nancy snapped out of her skis and rushed to where George grappled with the hairy figure. Nancy swung her ski pole at it, scoring a hit on its side with a human sound. Why did they have to say scoring a hit like that? Weird way to say she hit it. A human-sounding yelp, the figure rolled away and jumped to its feet. Then it raced across the field and out of sight. George, are you all right? Nancy knelt to her friend, who was still lying in the snow. There's something wrong with my arm, George said, cradling her left arm and her right. It sort of bent back when whatever it was, jumped me. Ooh, broken arm. Nancy darted back to snap her skis on. Then she helped George up and fashioned her scarf into a sling for George's arm. Slowly they skied the rest of the way to the car, George using only one pole. Wow, it was a great idea to just skip that shuttle ride, huh, George? George only using one pole. You can do that? Nancy drove quickly to the medical center emergency room. While George was being x-rayed, she called Detective Dashel and told him what had happened. He knew the area where they'd skied and told her he'd go right out. They both agreed that the snow should yield plenty of footprints for tracking. George was finally released. She has a badly sprained shoulder, the doctor told Nancy, but I tell you, those were nasty scratches on her back. She said she thought it was some kind of wild animal, so we might have to have her start rabies shots. Oh, good, just in case. We took some cultures and we'll be back in touch. Nancy stopped at the pharmacy to fill George's prescription and then deliver her home. Yeah, if there's any time where you want to justifiably put somebody on rabies shots, I think they might have been attacked by a wild wolf is definitely up there. When she finally got to her own house, Nancy found her answering machine full of news. She listened to the messages as she got ready for bed. Brief messages fired out from Ned, Brianda, and her carnival coordinator about the next day's schedules. The next message was from Bess, and she had obviously been in touch with everyone else. Yes, Bess's voice yelled from the worn-out tape. Go, George! I called her first to tell her that you guys were on the late news. George holding up that major trophy and you cheering. So cool. Wait till you hear what wasn't on the news, Nancy mumbled to the answering machine. There's still a lot of cleanup to do, Bess chirped, so they're only holding the events that are away from the park for the first part of the day. They're doing the polar bear plunge. Ned's helping with that, and they've set up a temporary heat hut near the river, so I'll be working there. They're also holding the ice fishing competition and the golf match and softball tournaments. George is third base coach for the game, Nancy collapsed on the bed. Then in the evening, Bess's voice continued, everything should be back to normal in the park again. They're going to do the Crystal Palace lighting and the whole deal. I talked to Brianda and she said to tell you that Marky is home, so come out to WildWolf as soon as you can. I'll see you at the hut whenever you get the carnival. The last message was from Jack. That was such a long message, Bess, bless you. The last message was from Jack Stashel. It's such a fun name to say. I found the spot where George was hurt, he said. One path of weird footprints led into and out of that spot, but the snow was smeared around so there were no real clear prints. There was some pine branches lying around. I figured whoever it was used the branches like brooms to sweep away the prints. I took some photos that will blow up. That might help, but I can't promise anything. Oh, and Leroy never made a complaint about wolves attacking his sheep. Aha! Wolves do not sweep up their own footprints. That was a human person. Or a human-wolf hybrid. We don't know, I guess. The book is getting read tonight, motherfucker. I was like, I couldn't tell if I wanted to stop halfway or not, but now I'm 3/4 of the way through. It's 11:30. I'm like, fuck it. We'll just finish it tonight, and if I stream tomorrow, we'll read something else tomorrow. Something wrong with my arm. Yeah, it was probably the fucking werewolf attack that just happened. She's in shock. Give her a minute. He's still more interesting than Ned, and he hasn't existed in like six plus chapters. You're right, though. Wouldn't that make you go in circles if you use one pole? I would think so. Maybe she's bracing herself on Nancy, but I'm not sure how that works. I hear rabies shots are crazy painful. I've heard that too. I've never needed them. I think the worst shots I ever had to have were the Gardasil shots. Those were unfun. Those were worse than any, like, COVID shot, anything else, tetanus, anything that I've ever had. Rabies serum is, like, bright pink. So would it be more surprising if George didn't turn into a werewolf, right? What if there's no werewolf and it's just a guy? It's probably just a guy in a suit. Get ready to be angry. I've seen wolves sweep their footprints plenty of times. If we read something tomorrow, can it be Goosebumps? Actually, I was planning on it being Slappy New Year, so yeah, Goosebumps. The Slappy New Year, which is a Slappy themed, well, Happy New Year, and what was I gonna say? I think it was it was supposed to be one of the Goosebumps gold that was recycled into a Slappy world. We need more R.L. Stein. Yeah, we'll do that if we stream tomorrow. The HPV I got in middle school was pretty. Yeah, that's Gardasil. The HPV vaccine. It was not fun. I had to do 3 doses of it. I mean, I'm glad I got to do it, because it's important, but also it was probably the most painful shots I ever had. Work tomorrow. Be there. Oh, nice. I don't remember what that feels like, TBH. I got Slappy New Year book, so I can read along. Woo! Get it ready! That was legitimately what I was planning for the next book. Where are we? And then we'll probably read, there's another Nancy Drew Hardy Boys book too that we'll probably read after Slappy New Year. It's a New Year's themed one. So I figured we just get the holiday books read, as many as we can, and then go back to our just randomly picking books off the shelf, since I have like 400 of them. Okay, guy never reported his sheep being attacked. What was a werewolf doing in the country? Nancy mumbled. Willie couldn't be right, could he? She fell asleep before she answered herself. She's like, I'm too tired to think about whether or not werewolves exist. On Friday morning, Nancy woke up later than she'd wanted to. at about 8:30. She checked her alarm clock and discovered she hadn't set it. Today, I get some answers, she announced in the empty room. Before she even got out of bed, she called George. I know Bess called you, so you should know everything that I know about today's plans. How do you feel? Do you need anything? Nah, I'm okay, George said. This isn't the first sprain I've gotten, and it won't be the last. Nobody else knows that she's in the hospital as of yet, do they? I hope it will be the only one caused by a werewolf, though. Have you heard from Detective Dashiell yet? What did happen last night? We don't know yet, Nancy told her about Jack Dashiell's call. I'm going out to WildWolf this morning to have Marky take a look at that hair. I'll let you know what I find out. It's going to be hard to keep in touch by phone if you're out on a softball field, though. Let's use Bess as our message center. Pre-cell phone 2000. People, they should have had cell phones on them in 2003. I don't know. Maybe it was still, I guess it was still cutting edge-ish. Drop into the heat hut off and on to let her know what you're doing and where. I'll do the same, and we can keep tabs on each other that way. Nancy called Brianda to tell her she was on the way. And then she showered, dressed, drank a protein smoothie, and grabbed a protein bar. Did I finish my protein shake today? I think I did. I usually drink one in the morning. Sorry, random. Grabbed a protein bar, protein smoothie, and a protein bar, and then headed out to the wolf preserve. I see you, Nancy. As she drove, heavy, wet, fat snowflakes began falling. The wind picked up and swirled the snow around until finally the air seemed completely white. Perfect weather for the polar bear plunge, Nancy murmured, but good luck at those at third base, Bess. Or good luck at third base, George. Brianda greeted her at the WildWolf office door. She immediately took Nancy into the conference room and closed the door. Nancy could hear loud voices arguing from the main office across the reception area, even through the closed doors. Is that Marky and Christopher? Nancy asked. Yep, they've been going at it like this almost all morning. Does this happen often? We get Christopher back, guys. It has been lately, Brianda said. Nancy walked to the door and opened it a crack. The office was across the large reception area, and the door was closed. Nancy could hear their heated voices, but couldn't pick out many words. What are they arguing about? Nancy whispered. This morning it was about procedures at WildWolf again, Brianda said. Nancy motioned to Brianda to stop talking. She then slipped out of the conference room and tiptoed across the reception area. She stood outside the office door and listened to the argument. If I had gotten the position as director, we wouldn't be having these problems, Christopher said. Oof. But you didn't, Marky responded. I did, and I deserved it. You work for me, so you'll do it my way. Why did I think they were dating this entire time? Someday you're going to be sorry you ever got this job, Christopher warned. Nancy heard his footsteps pounding toward the door, so she scurried back across the reception area and into the conference room. I didn't see anything. I didn't hear anything. I'm just here in the conference room. She kept the door open a crack and watched Christopher storm out the front door, so he was considered for Marky's job too, Nancy said, asked Brianda in a low voice. You got it, Brianda said. In fact, I gathered from Marky that the competition was pretty hot. I think Christopher has always resented Marky for beating him out. Nancy heard the office door open. She opened the conference room and saw Marky standing at the window next to the front door. Hi, Marky, Nancy said. Brianda followed her out of the conference room. Oh, hi, Marky said. I didn't realize you were here. His large eyes blinked in a rim of tears. Her large eyes blinked in a rim of tears. This is Marky we're talking about. She looked back out the window. It looks like a real storm is blowing in, she said. I know we need to talk, Nancy, but Christopher is gathering up the other curators. If we're getting a storm, we have to go on the rounds immediately and make sure everything's secure. Do you need any help? Brianda asked. No, we've got a routine mapped out, Marky answered. Nancy, I hate to ask since you came all this way out here, but could you hang out until we're finished? We could talk then. Absolutely, Nancy said. Good. Help yourself to coffee and anything else. I'll be back as soon as I can. As soon as they saw the trucks and other vehicles take off, Nancy turned to Brianda. I'm going to look around the office, she said. You don't have to join me if you'd rather not. You can just stand guard out here. Are you kidding? Brianda said. I'll do anything I can to help my cousin. Even snoop into her business. The office was divided into two large rooms. The first had several desks and computer stations. The back rooms was Marky's personal office. Nancy directed Brianda to go through Christopher's desk in the front office. He probably wouldn't keep anything important out here where it could be accessed by anyone, Nancy pointed out, but we need to look through it just in case. Nancy went into Marky's office. After a cursory look through desk drawers and file cabinets, she found what she was looking for. A cabinet with 2 locked file drawers. Using her lockpick, she opened it. First, she found the employment contracts for both Marky and Christopher. I'm not finding anything important, Brianda said. What have you got? Christopher's contract, Nancy said. It says that if Marky leaves her position for any reason, he'll be immediately named interim director until a permanent person can be found. Hey, that means if she gets fired, he gets the job, Brianda said. Exactly, and it goes on to say that if the board finds his work satisfactory, he'll be installed as permanent director, and they'll not be obliged to search any further to fill the job. So maybe he meant it when he warned her, Brianda said. Her voice hushed. Oh, Nancy, maybe he's causing the problems around here to make her look bad. Then she gets fired and he's the alpha. Oh, God, he's the alpha male. Could be, Nancy said. This might be something. She pulled a folder from the open drawer. It's full of reports and letters from Christopher to the board of directors. They're all complaints about how Marky runs things at WildWolf. It looks like he's waged a systematic campaign against her. But that file is in her office, so she knows about it, Brianda pointed out. She sure does. Nancy laid out some letters on the desk. Look at this. Every letter or report from Christopher has been answered by Marky. That must be why she's still got the job, Nancy said. Apparently she's satisfied the board that she's in control out here. So far, Brianda said. Why does she even stay? I wonder. His plan clearly isn't working. If he wants Marky's job, he might think it's best recourse to stay here and keep chipping away at Marky's credibility, Nancy said. In fact, maybe he's decided to step up the heat a little and cause a few problems that are not so easily explained away by Marky, such as wolves escaping from WildWolf. Nancy, do you suppose, Brianda started, Christopher could have kidnapped the wolves to make the board and everyone else think that Marky isn't capable of running a safe, secure animal preserve? It would be very easy for him to pull off, Nancy noted. He knows how to handle the animals. She packed everything back into the appropriate folders, and drawers, and relocked the file cabinet. I don't want to wait. I want to talk to Marky now. We can use my SUV, Brianda said. They're making the rounds of all the enclosures and buildings. We're bound to find them. The snow wasn't actually falling anymore. Driven by the hard wind, it was blowing horizontally parallel to the ground and was so thick that visibility was nearly zero. When they got to the huge enclosure where the missing wolves had lived, it looked empty. Brianda explained that although no one could find any breach in the fence, they had moved the rest of the park to another area in the preserve. The rest of the pack to another area in the preserve, just in case. I want to go in, Nancy said. I haven't been inside yet. This is my only chance to look for evidence here. If there was any that was missed by all the others, it'll soon be blown away or buried. By the time Nancy and Brianda got inside the second fence, they were in a near whiteout. Nancy knew immediately that they needed to abandon their original plan and retreat to the warmth and safety of shelter. The snow was now so thick that she couldn't even see Brianda, even though she was standing just a few yards away. Brianda, Nancy called. We've got to leave. Come on, she heard Brianda answer through the howling wind and look in the direction of her friend's voice. Just then, she had that spooky feeling that she was being stared at from behind. Nancy turned and saw 2 yellow eyes glinting at her through the blowing whiteness. Her pulse pumped as fast as the snow pelting her cheek. She was looking into the yellow eyes of WildWolf's famous residents. Wolves, to be exact. What's happening in chat? What did I miss? Werewolves and a human named Poodles. Yeah, go figure. Hey, Texas. Shenanigans galore. Oh, Texas, you're wondering what you missed. Oh, there's a lot. It's been a thing. I feel like a vampire right now. I've turned off all the lights to help get rid of the headache. I'm in a dark living room. Ooh, sorry, hope you feel better. I didn't think it was normal for teens. Oh, yeah, I guess that's right. For teens, it wouldn't have been normal for a couple more years. Adults really had them for work purposes. Like a very privileged thing. Yeah, it was still on the cusp of that. That's what I was trying to figure out. Slappy always hitting people with heavy wooden hands. Most werewolf movies happen in the middle of nowhere. Yeah. Means she walked home from school to an empty house. Yeah. Latchkey. Like, if somebody was a latchkey kid, that means their parents weren't home when they got back from school because they were working or whatever. Hello, Texas. Good to see you here. Yeah, go to bed. It'll probably help you to sleep it off. Wait, yay, fired. What did I miss? Poodle's McStupid name. Yeah, his name is Poodle's Poodle's Mix something. It literally, that's his name. Harassing people as a werewolf, a very elaborate way to get a promotion. You know, a very elaborate way to get a promotion for sure. This is the dumbest shit I have heard in a while. Oh, you just wait. Scooby-Doo type plan. Definitely Scooby-Doo logic. Help yourself to coffee or anything else. Nancy, I know you mean food, but I'm going to take that to include evidence since you were just vague enough in your word choice that I can get away with it. Exactly. Nancy doesn't need permission to steal important evidence from crime scenes. She just does it. Oh, yeah, definitely. Evidence. She's not licensed, so what are they going to do? Take away her license? Evidence harvesting exercise with vague verbiage. Yay! I wonder if this cousin or whoever mentioned the wolves is the first place is to blame. A good way to shift the blame since she works there. True. True. Funny how she never actually ever has been caught. Yeah. Is a previously known character. I believe this is her first appearance. This is the first time I have heard about Brianda. That happens a lot. Nancy is a lot like Jessica Fletcher, where everywhere she goes, she has a friend or an acquaintance or a relative of some kind, or somebody that used to live with them on exchange program. We're not werewolf. Werewolf. Yay! Just watched a horrifying video about an effectiveness of modern laundry. Shall now attempt to delete from my... Oh god, I don't even want to know. This intrigues me on many levels. If any of you guys live in East Texas, you need to spend an hour or two in Grapevine before New Year's. I have never been to Texas. That's one place I've never been. As opposed to beating clothes against rocks. Literally laundry. Finally watched Monsters U Still prefer the first. Oh yeah, Monsters Inc. is still classic, but I will say that Monsters U is a very solid prequel. I like it a lot. Where was I? I lost my place in chat. Come back, chat. Monsters U is okay, but nothing beats the original. Yeah, I like Monsters U though. I guess is that laundry doesn't get clean as it once did because we no longer use washboards, as opposed to wearing regularly properly sanitized and boiled linen undergarments. Ooh, interesting. The name is so stupid that even Avery forgot it. What is it? It's Poodles Mix something. I've read it only 35,000 times. Poodles McNulty. That's his name. Poodles McNulty. We don't give a shit. Sounds like a good name. I just thought about Hermie telling Santa fuck him in the other. Hermie is an icon. I love Hermie. Boiled undergarments. Would that cause shrinkage or is it fine on clothes? I mean, that's how they used to clean clothes, I'm pretty sure. Precious favorite. Sam and his spouse are now parents. Oh, so cute. First in-game Christmas. Poodles McNulty. There you go. That's so cute, Ellery. That is so cute. Imagine scrubbing. Congratulations, you've done it, Ellery. We're also very happy for you guys, Ellery. Victorian era specials. If this Victorian era specials, the Pred one is incredible. Avery, the I sent you is very tame. Okay, thank you, Tootie. Linen shrinks when first washed. Pre-washed fabric, yeah. Once washed University followed immediately by Monsters Inc. And my sister was struck by the difference in animation quality. Oh yeah. Oh, they've come so far for sure. A full 2 years before technology connections covered it. 2001 still looks, yeah, it still holds up for sure. The amount of like rendering that they had to do just to get Sully's fur rendered in the original one, it's a lot. All right, let's see here. So revolutionary for a time, yeah. I know Hermie deserved better. I would have loved to see some more Hermie. All right, let's keep going. We are almost there. It's not as late as I thought it was. We had a slow start with all that audio issues, and then here we are. Chapter 10, A Blizzard of Clues. Wasn't he in the weird CGI Rudolph sequel? The one that's like the one from Good Times Media that's not actually like commissioned? I think he was, yeah. The Island of Misfit Toys one. The wolf stared at her. Nancy immediately diverted her gaze to its nose. She racked her brain for all the wolf behavioral knowledge she'd gained from Marky. She knew that the wolf wouldn't attack them if they followed the rules. She felt Brianda breathing next to her. Brianda, she said, remember the rules. Then Nancy listed them off in a quiet voice. Stay alert, stand your ground, no eye-to-eye staring contest. Don't give the wolf orders the way you would a dog. Don't turn your back on the wolf. Nancy took a deep breath. Okay, let's just back slowly out of here. She felt Brianda moving with her backward toward the gate. After a few minutes, the wolf turned and trotted away into the snow. Still cautious, Nancy and Brianda continued backing up until they felt the gate behind them. When they got back to the office, the others were already there. Brianda, Nancy. Nancy, Marky cried out when they arrived. We saw Nancy's car still here, but not yours. We thought you'd gone off on some errand. I was worried about you in the storm. It wasn't an errand, Brianda said. We were looking for you, and we got caught in the wolf enclosure, which we thought was empty, and Brianda crumpled into a chair, shivering. A staff member got her a blanket and started a pot of tea. I don't understand, Marky said. She looked from Brianda to Nancy. Nancy related their experience with the wolf. Marky and the others were horrified by the story. Are you all right? Marky asked Nancy and Brianda. Are you sure you're all right? Yes, we're fine, Nancy said, but I would like to talk to you privately. Of course, Marky said, but I need to find out what happens with those wolves. She looked around and the other employees. What's going on here, gang? All of them looked at each other, shrugged their shoulders, and denied knowing anything about it. All of them but one. Christopher? Marky asked. Do you know something about this? All right, he bellowed, standing up. I admit it, I put the remaining members of the pack back in the enclosure. I thought they'd feel more secure during the storm if they were in a familiar territory. They're already unsettled with Khayyam and Liz gone, so it seemed to me that... Seemed to you? Marky repeated. That's always the problem. You do what seems to you rather than what I ask you to. You know better than to move the pack without consulting me first. You know what? I'm tired of consulting with you on every blasted little thing, Christopher stomped toward the door. As you Americans say, I'm out of here. Americans, we do say that a lot. You'll have my letter of resignation in 1 hour. No one moved as Christopher's words echoed around the room. Everyone watched the door. It was like they were all waiting for him to pop back in, saying, kidding. But after a few minutes, it was clear he wasn't coming back anytime soon. Okay, everyone, I'm sorry about that scene and all the others you've witnessed over the last few months, Marky said. Let's just move on, okay? She walked to the window. The visibility is still practically nil, she said, but any of you who would like to rest the day off, please feel free. Those would like the rest of the day off, please feel free. Those of you who don't want to rest the drive, you're welcome to stay until the weather clears, of course. Let's go fix some lunch. Nancy, if you could stay a little longer, you and I can eat privately and talk. Several of the employees took off in SUVs or on cross-country skis, but a couple of them stayed. Nancy joined Marky, Brianda, and the others in the kitchen. Everyone pitched in to pull together a feast of leftovers, soup, sandwiches, and pie. Nancy and Marky and Brianda ate alone in the conference room. Brianda said you had something to show me, Marky said. Something to do with my missing wolves? First, I'd like to talk to you about what's been happening out here, Nancy said. I'm sorry that I overheard your argument with Christopher this morning, but I really couldn't help it. Sure you couldn't, Nancy. I know, Marky said, her mouth twisting into an expression of embarrassment. Sorry about that. I'd like to know a little more about your working relationship with Christopher, Nancy said. Well, apparently it's over, for starters, Marky said. It really hasn't been the best since we opened WildWolf. I told Nancy about Christopher competing with you for this job, Brianda admitted. Nancy felt sure that Brianda wouldn't tell her cousin that they had been going through her office files, though. Let's hope not. Yeah, it was pretty unpleasant at the time, Marky told them, but I liked Christopher and admired his work, and I told him so. I really thought we had put the rivalry behind us, and we were both willing to work for the good of the preserve. Apparently, that was a stupid assumption. It's those accents, they get you every time. Do you think it's possible that Christopher stole the wolves? Nancy asked. Is he capable of releasing them into the wild? But why would he do either of those things? To sabotage you, Nancy said gently, to get the board to fire you and perhaps put him in your place? Marky was visibly distressed. I never even thought of him, she answered. I hate to think that that would be possible. As much as he might resent me, I truly believe he loves the wolves too much to endanger them. Just an idea, Nancy said. Think about it. Go back in your mind to the time around the disappearance. Right now, nearly everyone's a suspect. Nancy reached into her pack and pulled out the tissues and placed them on the table. She opened them to reveal the hair that she had found in Philip Leroy's trunk. "Where did you get this?" Marky answered, picking up a puff of hair and holding it gently in her palm. "Do you recognize it?" Nancy asked, without telling her what it came from. "Is it wolf hair?" "Not only is it wolf hair," Marky answered, "it's Olympia's." "How can you be sure?" Brianda said. "Wolves lose their undercoat of hair in the spring," Marky explained. "It sticks to scratching posts and skips around the ground like tumbleweeds. We gather it all up and store it in containers, then we sell it to raise funds." "Sell it?" Nancy repeated. Marky stretched her arm across the table. "Feel my sleeve," she urged. "They're making sweaters out of wolf fur, like that lady at my old church used to do with her cat's hair." Nancy and Brianda patted the soft oatmeal-colored sweater. "It was knitted from the wolf wool we gathered," Marky told them. "It's wonderful stuff. You can spin it like sheep's wool and then knit or crochet it. It's warm and snug and really special to wear." "And you're sure this is Olympia's hair?" Nancy insisted. "Absolutely," Marky said. "Do you see these brown tips at the end of each gray strand? This is definitely Olympia's hair. We have a barrel of it." "But Olympia isn't one of the missing wolves, right?" Nancy said. "That's right. Olympia was born here, in fact," Marky answered. "She's never even been off the preserve. I just saw her when we made our rounds." Nancy put down her mug of ginger tea and sat back in her chair. "What's the matter, Nancy?" Brianda asked. "You look surprised." Nothing," Nancy said. "How did Olympia's hair get on Philip Leroy's truck?" she wondered. A creaky noise like the winding of a spring interrupted Nancy's thoughts. She followed the sound to a large painted wood clock on the wall. It looked like a cuckoo clock of doom. Instead of a bird coming out the little door, though, a wolf rode out on a little platform, and instead of 12 cuckoos, they heard the one long rolling howl with the 12 beats. "Ow!" I guess that's how it was. "Can you believe that clock?" Brianda said, shaking her head. "It's pretty wacky," Marky agreed. "But one of our board members had it made for us in Germany. That's why it's in our conference room and not in my apartment." "It got my attention," Nancy said. She went to the window and looked out. "The storm has thinned out a lot. I can even see a ray or two of sun trying to get out around the clouds. I really need to get back into town," she said. "I'm not on until 3 o'clock, but I think I follow you in," Brianda said. "I'd like to see some of the games without being on call as a hostess." "I'm coming in this evening myself," Marky said. "I want to see the Crystal Palace. I hear they finally have it all ready to light tonight. If you ride it in with Nancy, Bree, you can leave it. If you ride it with Nancy, Bree, you can leave your car here and ride back with me tonight. That's going to be a plot relevance." I like that there was a nod to a clock, because this is the last book of the original, technically the last book of the original Nancy Drew series before they kept writing Nancy Drew books just under different rebrands. So it's nice that they had a callback to the clock. I don't know if they did that on purpose, but that's nice. "Sounds good," Nancy said. She helped Marky take their lunch dishes back to the kitchen while Brianda changed clothes. Marky asked the other employees if they'd heard from Christopher, but no one had. The storm had left its mark on the countryside. One of the WildWolf staff drove a plow just ahead of Nancy along the drive out of the preserve, making it easier for Nancy to drive on the road. She didn't have such a luxury when she got out to the country roads. The snow had definitely stopped, and the sun was even peeking out, but the morning storm had made the road that led away from WildWolf nearly undrivable. "I'm glad we left when we did," Nancy said. "It's going to be slow going." She dodged drifts higher than her car and used all her driving skills to stay on the road. It was so hard to tell where the road stopped and where the drifted ditches alongside it began. The car swerved and slid, but Nancy maintained control. She stole a look at Brianda, whose face was white. "It's okay, Brianda," she said. "Don't be nervous." Nancy wished she felt as calm as she tried to pretend she was. This was the slickest road she'd ever driven on, and she'd been in some really bad ones. She saw a small bridge ahead and knew it would be icy under the new snow. She did everything right as she approached the bridge, and she did everything right going over it. But even her skill couldn't save them. Her heart seemed to sink in her stomach as she felt the tires skid across the snow-covered sheet of ice. "Hold on," she said through clenched teeth as she felt the car leave the ice and sail through the air. Well, that's not good. Whew, we're almost there, guys. Got like 25 pages left, I think. Um, sweater made from cat fur. Avery, for the love of, don't be that lady. Look, it wasn't me. We had this lady at our old church who used to do this. She had a whole book on it, and she would spin her cat's fur into yarn, and then she would knit sweaters with it. And we all thought she was crazy, but this was a thing that she did. Trust me, I love my cats, but that's a little too far. Kitty! Give me anxiety. I have car accident anxiety. Oh, I'm sorry, Milo. I know it wasn't you, LOL. I know. I think I've told this story before, but it's just, we keep telling this story because it's just so perplexing. Why is he throwing a tantrum about having to report his boss? Man baby. I know, he is a man baby. He and Ned need to hang out. They can be man babies together. I feel the need to inform everyone that my favorite Sim spouse is wearing a CC t-shirt. That's so funny. This is character named Marky or Marquet. I have no idea. It's Marky, like Markie, so I've been saying Marky. But that could be wrong, I don't know. There's no werewolf that we know of. But we haven't figured out the ending yet. Wait, where is the documentary? I know we're all interested in this laundry documentary now. Oh, I love Hermie. I'd love to see more Hermie. It's Cruella. She skinned the wolves and made a werewolf suit. No! My old boss had a needle-felted cat-shaped desk ornament that she made out of her cat's actual fur. Yeah, people do it. I get sustainability and all that, but like, what if you hang out with people that are very allergic? Like, that's not a very hypoallergenic sweater or what have you. Maybe a little hat for him. Was that a disco howl? It was. They said that the howling skipped with the cuckoo, so instead of like cuckoo, cuckoo, it was like ow, 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 or something like that. Um, Marquis. Um, I thought it wasn't the fur itself, the allergies, rather the dander. It is, but the fur isn't going to help, I don't think. I don't know. I guess I'm not that experienced. I should be. You know, Cruella's last name put together is Devil. Makes sense. Oh, yeah. Cruella Devil. Oh, yeah. Cruel Devil. It's a perfect name for her. Yeah, one time I was in the car with a girl who had pet allergies and I had dog hair just on my sweater. Yeah, some people. I remember I was at con last year and somebody posted this angry post about, like, don't pet dogs because it kicks up the dander and we're all allergic. And it's like, girl, do you know how many thousands of people, tens of thousands of people are here, and most of them probably have some kind of pet fur on them at some point on this weekend? Like, it's not going to be good for you if that's how allergic you are. Think of the Rake and Bass special sequel proposed by me. I like it, Cameron. You won me over when you said returning with Hermie. uh, Spellbinder. Oh yeah, I need to do a video on Spellbinder. Hang on, I'll be right back. So good news, our Atlanta City water boiling advisory is gone, so we don't have to do that anymore. So that's nice. Night, Cameron. I actually had to okay an image of a chair. YouTube, what the fuck are we doing? Yeah, right? Welcome to the world of YouTube does not give a fuck. YouTube is just like, oh, actual spam? Let it on through. Hang on, is that a chair emoji? We can't have that. Not in our chat. Oh my god. Good times. What wisdom does Chair have for us today? I don't know. He is a quiet fellow, but we appreciate him. I also low-key stole him because my mom was going to get rid of him, so I just put him in here when I was moving all my stuff in here 2 years ago. Instinctively, Nancy turned the steering wheel. This is chapter 11, Frozen in Midair. Nancy turned the steering wheel. Even though the car was still up in the air, the car came down on the other side of the bridge, on the left side of the road. She pumped the brakes gently, so the car's momentum began to slow. The ice was too much of an obstacle, though. One last skid, and the car finally stopped. Nancy's body slid into her door with a thunk as the left front wheel sank into a soft snowdrift. Nancy and Brianda each took a deep breath. You should patent that and make it a thrill ride at your carnival, Brianda said with a giggle. Are you okay? Nancy said, unfastening her seatbelt. I am, Brianda said. She sounded surprised. Good, Nancy said. Now let's see if we can get out of this somehow. The left front corner of the car was buried so deep in the snow that Nancy couldn't open her door. Brianda got out first, and then Nancy climbed over the gear shift and went out the passenger door. Literally, Nancy has more chemistry with this random acquaintance from back in high school than she does with her so-called boyfriend. Nancy quickly got a shovel out of the trunk and began digging away at the snowdrift. After 20 minutes, Brianda took a turn. Nancy was about to call for help when she heard a welcoming sound in the distance. A vehicle was driving their way. It's Willie, Nancy said as the truck came closer. He must have had a pickup or delivery out here. Willie Dean's shipping service truck drove up behind them and stopped. Willie jumped out of the truck's cab and hurried over. Looks like you missed the runway a little, Nancy, he said, shaking his head. He got right to work, hauling a large chain, a heavy cloth, and some rubber mats out of the back of his truck. I had a pickup near here, he told them. Philip Leroy's farm. Do you know he makes a private blend of sheep feed right there on the little farm, and he ships it all over the world. This batch is going to a ranch in Wyoming. Ooh, he's transporting the stuff, and he's the one who wants everybody to believe in the werewolf. You to be like, yes. LOL, are we shipping Briancy? No, I mean, I'm still shipping Francie, but I just want to make an observation. Like, literally, she has chemistry with everybody else but Ned. As Baymax, we fell off a bridge. Yeah. I actually wondered if they ever plan to have Hermie return. I'd love to see Hermie return. I don't trust this guy. I'm suspicious of this guy. I just put together that he's transporting the feed that they found. Yes, I read that somewhere, Nancy said. Now you two ladies just stand out of the way, he told them. I'll have this car out in no time. Hey, did you hear the werewolf was sighted again last night? He asked, walking to Nancy's car. His eyes widened as he talked and his lips quivered a little. He seemed genuinely afraid. Philip said that a farmer friend of his saw the werewolf in one of his pastures, Willie continued. Mind you, I don't mean one of those WildWolf animals or just some big dog. He patted the chain with the cloth so that it wouldn't stretch Nancy's car, then it wouldn't scratch Nancy's car. Sorry, I was like, how are you going to stretch a car? Then he took the the gridded rubber sheets and placed them tight behind Nancy's tires. I told you, I've seen him myself. He looks like a wolf, sure, at first, but then about the time you start realizing he's bigger than any wolf you ever saw, he stands up. I don't know, wolves are a lot bigger than people think they are. People think wolves are just the size of, like, German shepherds. They're giant. They're huge. He's a werewolf. Why else would he be talking about it? Right? Yeah, this is... Yeah, I don't trust this guy at all. He walked back from the snowdrift to where Nancy stood. He stands up on both those back legs and he runs. He sort of stooped over. Willie bent the top part of his body a little towards the front, but he runs on those back legs just like a human being. Well, that's terrifying. He walked towards the truck, then paused and looked back at Nancy and Brianda. I've read a lot about those creatures, he said. They look like animals, but they're not. They run like humans, but they're not. They're some sort of in-betweens, and they're all dangerous. He climbed into the truck cab. Well, let's get this puppy back on the road. Willie backed his truck along the road and pulled Nancy's car out of the snowdrift and back onto level ground. She and Brianda gathered the rubber sheets from all over the snow and handed them to Willie. He disconnected the chain and the blanket and returned all the gear to the truck. Aside from a small dimple in the bumper, there was no damage to Nancy's car. Thank you so much, Nancy said as Willie climbed back up into his truck cab. My pleasure, Willie said. He gave her a big smile and cocked his head to one side. I hope I didn't scare you with all that werewolf talk, he said. Sure, you didn't want to scare us, I'm sure. I probably should just keep my mouth shut about it. No one believes me anyway. Well, I don't really think we have to worry about it, Nancy said. Okay, Willie said. I'd better get this feed sent. I'd probably see you at the carnival. I'm trying to get up the nerve for the polar bear plunge. He backed up and waited. As Nancy started to get into his car, Willie called out one last message from his open truck cab window. Just think about this, he yelled. No one around here really knows Poodles McNulty. the name. Poodles McNulty, guys. And no one ever saw a werewolf around here until he came to town. And now, no one has ever seen both Poodles and the werewolf at the same time. He's thinking with the big brain. The Beasts of Bray Road. Yeah, right? It's a lot. Nancy Drew books are a lot. I keep telling people they're completely missing out if they're not reading Nancy Drew. This has been one strange morning, Nancy said as Brianda climbed into the car. Nancy carefully pulled away. Brianda spoke for the first time since Willie had driven up. Nancy, do you believe in werewolves at all? She said quietly. No, I really don't. Well, I didn't either, until this week, Brianda said. Now I'm not so sure. Do you think Willie really thinks Poodles McNulty is a werewolf? I can't take the name seriously. Sounds like it, Nancy said, chuckling. I don't know. I sure can't picture that. Brianda joined the laughter. It was a great way to release tension. Yeah, it's like the kid on Simpsons. Ha! I'm in danger. Nancy stopped at the college and talked with the chemist. Her suspicions were confirmed. All the samples of the grimy mixture from Leroy's truck matched all those from WildWolf. I love how uninterested this author is in the whole chemistry plotline of evidence, because we haven't even met the chemist. It just is, we just keep skipping over. Like, yeah, she went and saw the chemist. He told her chemistry things, whatever. When she got back to the car, she told Brianda about the results. I finally have some ammunition for Detective Dashel, she concluded. Armed with the report, she drove to the Muskoka River, site of several carnival events. It was 3 o'clock. The rest of the afternoon passed quickly. Nancy and Brianda joined the crowd that was watching the polar bear plunge. It was a crazy event. Several people, some in bathing suits, some in regular clothes, jumped into freezing cold Muskoka. I thought people jumped naked into the cold water with the polar bear plunge stuff. Is that something my brain just assumed? Do I not know? I would assume you should be wearing some kind of swim trunks. Medics stood by in case any hearts actually stopped. Jesus Christ. None ever did, although a spectator might have expected it from all the screaming and yowling that went on. Why does the narrator sound disappointed that nobody's heart stopped? Willie Dean chickened out, but Ned jumped right into the frigid river for all of 30 seconds. He should have stayed there. Fuck Ned. People who strolled over from the main carnival venue brought good news. The snowslide mess was cleared. Everyone began buzzing about with a great evening it was going to be. George showed up after the softball game to tell Nancy that the threats carved into the Crystal Palace had been filled and smooth. That the threats carved into the Crystal Palace had been filled and smoothed away. At 6 o'clock, the lighting of the Crystal Palace would begin the Friday night extravaganza. The extravaganza promised something for everyone. There would be ice dancing on Wawasee Cove, complete with live swing band. Nice. The individual ice carving competition would be held in front of the Crystal Palace, and a rock group would turn up the heat along the banks of the Muskoka. Ooh. So rock group is going to turn up the heat along the banks of the Muskoka. What a boomer way to say that. Nancy told Ned and George about the chemist's reports. I'm going to find Detective Dashiell and tell him, she said, and I have to see what time you and I need to report for work, Brianda. How about the rest of you? What are your schedules? I'm off until Palace lighting, Ned reported. I'm off until then, too, George said. Even with my arm in a sling, I'll be able to help with the show. Great, Nancy said. She motioned to the temporary heat hut on the riverbank. Somebody should check with Bess and see if she's working tonight. Nancy checked in with her coordinator, who told her that there were so many changes to the schedule that she hadn't been able to contact all the volunteers affected. She had posted a couple of people at the gate to pass out flyers about the changes. Just wing it from now on, the coordinator told Nancy. Your team has done a great job so far. A huge crowd's predicted for this evening. Do the best you can to keep in touch with your team. Nancy set out immediately to find Jack Dashiell. It didn't take long. She told him about collecting the 2 sets of samples and the wolf hair, and then showed him the reports. This is pretty convincing, the officer said. None of this really proves he had anything to do with the missing wolves, Nancy pointed out, but it does seem to indicate that he has at least been to WildWolf, which he denied in the television interview. It was circumstantial evidence, but the exact custom mixed grain that was on his truck was also on the preserve, and the hair from WildWolf was on his truck too. Even Nancy's like, look, I know this is my evidence, but don't railroad somebody with my evidence. You gotta have proof. It's just like swimwear. That's fun. That's normal. Now, some people do it in their birthday suit. Okay, I know I didn't make that up, but most of them are in swimsuits. I feel like you would definitely want to be in a swimsuit, but I know I didn't make up, like, hearing, like, my parents talking about, like, so-and-so doing the polar bear plunge naked. I knew that was a thing. Long Island iced teas. I love the cold, but I'm not that stupid. You're not stupid. Everybody in this chat is super, super smart. We have the power of Google for the things that we don't know, and we know how to use it, damn it. A swimsuit would not help that much, but still. I mostly just mean, like, for a sanitary thing, less than protecting you against the cold type of thing. Well, there's enough here to at least question Mr. Leroy, Detective Dashiell said, folding the reports and putting them inside his jacket. I've seen him at the carnival, Nancy alerted the officer. He might show up here again. Detective Dashiell handed her a card. Here's my cell phone number, he said. If you see him, call me. Don't try to talk to him yourself. Nancy agreed and the officer walked away. Nancy took a minute to enter his phone number into her own cell phone and then put it on her automatic dialing list. That way, she only had to press the number 9 to dial the rest of the number. Ooh, speed dial. Wait, she does have a cell phone. She does have a cell phone. Now I'm more confused. Next, Nancy went on her rounds and looked for her team. She walked around one of the spectacular iced-up fountains, its gushing water temporarily frozen in midair. As she came around the back, she heard a familiar voice. What's going on, Miss Drew? Philip Leroy asked. His tone was belligerent, and he seemed ready for a fight. He stepped into her path, freezing her just like the fountain water. Excuse me, Mr. Leroy, she said. I'm working and I don't have time for a break right now. Oh, you're working all right, he said, his face twisting into a sarcastic sneer. Working to get me in trouble. Nancy's eyes darted from side to side. They were standing in a sort of alley behind the fountain. To their left was the rest of the alley, which seemed to lead to a dead end against a wall. To their right was the fountain, which was so big it hid them from view. She wasn't in a good spot. Nancy took a breath and focused her thoughts. I don't know what you're talking about, Mr. Leroy. If you'll excuse me, she started to turn and reverse her path. But he darted around and blocked her again. I thought I made my point the morning I locked you in my barn, he spat. Now I find out that it wasn't completely clear. Someone saw you inspecting my truck at a softball game. Whoever told you that was mistaken. I might believe you, he said, if I hadn't found out who you are. I've been checking you out. He put his hand in his pocket, and Nancy went on high alert. Every cell in her body was tuned to every move he made, every word he said. And what did I find? He pulled his hand out of a pocket, and Nancy flinched, but he held only a piece of paper. You're a private detective. I mean, she lives in a small town. They should know that by now. I'm telling you, you're mistaken, she said firmly. Now please let me by. Philip Leroy stepped closer, completely blocking her from moving away. This conversation is not over, he warned. Ooh, yikes. Nancy has a cell because she's canonically rich, but maybe Bess and George are not? Maybe. That's true. I mean, no, they all definitely are, but I don't know. They all kind of live on the same street. They go on lots of trips and vacations with her. Her dad is a lawyer. I think somebody else's dad is a doctor. Nancy's dad is a lawyer. I don't know about about Bess and George. Nancy's dad is Carson Drew, famed lawyer. And he's a goat, and we love him. Yeah, true. Maybe George just doesn't have one. I was just confused. I was like, what? Might actually be worse to wear a bathing suit. Yeah, it's cold and wet and it's clinging to your body, yeah. Like when I was 16 and I got baptized and I wore leggings and I realized what a bad idea that was when I stepped into the water and it all suctioned to my legs. Big shows. Yeah, no, he's a lawyer. Nancy's definitely got a lot of money, and George and Bess also are pretty well off. You stepped into the water? Yeah. Like, I got fully... Like, when I was 16, I was still going to church. They found out that a bunch of us teenagers hadn't been baptized, and they were like, baptism night! And so we all, like, got baptized in this big, like, baptism night. And yeah, you literally, like... The baptismal pool, it's literally like the size of a giant tub, and you literally step into it, and then they dunk you all the way down under the water. We just like gentle dunking. Oh no, our church didn't mess around. They were just like, no, you're getting in like a giant tub, and you're gonna wade in there, and we're gonna dunk you backwards into the water. It has a super short run. I'll have to check that out. Yeah, pretty funny. In retrospect. Oh my gosh, it's after midnight and we still have 16 concurrents. Thank you guys for being here. You are all awesome. Avery, you gotta try to watch The Righteous Gemstones. I'll send you the trailer for it. Stream replay. Nice! I'd love that. I think I know what book series I might send. It's only... Oh, thank you, Chris. That's so sweet of you. We all know how much I love adopting books. That's not how it is for Catholics. Oh yeah, no, Catholics, I'm told it's much less invasive. Um, oh, so gently dipping your head into the bowl. Uh, so weird to me. Even the adults that convert get splashed on the head when they're baptized. Oh yeah. Oh no, yeah, no. Uh, evangelicals, non-denominationals, Protestants, we uh we get dedicated when we're like a month old, and then like it's different for every denomination, but for me it was like at 16 they were like, you should get baptized, and I was like, okay. They literally put a cloth over your face and like dunk you backwards, which just in hindsight feels like you're being mini waterboarded because you kind of are waterboarded for the Lord. Ghost boy. Waterboarding is popular in the church too. No, that's literally waterboarding, LMAO. And when you're a teenager, you don't think about it, but you look back as an adult and you're like, no, it's just waterboarding. I was never assigned a religion. My parents never came to an agreement, so I'm sort of left to develop my own beliefs. That's kind of good, though. I mean, you have a freedom to not feel like you have to like leave one religion if you decide you don't like agree with everything. Yeah, I would rather be drizzled than waterboarded. Cloth over the face. This is so, guys, this is so normal in like evangelical circles. This is how everybody I know got baptized. Someone literally got baptized in their grandparents' pool like this. Anyway, I'm gonna get back to the fun. I just love the chat's reaction. That's literally just waterboarding. My parents met on a youth mission trip. Oh, my parents met at church too. That's literal waterboarding. Most hiccup cures are more or less some form of waterboarding as well. Oh my god, that broke my brain, but you're right. You right. Some priests dunk their hand in, just trickle the water on the baby's head. Um, does that make a no? God, it's one of those things where it's like evangelicals like read the Bible verse where Jesus literally walked into the river and like had somebody dunk him back, so like they believe that the only real way to do it is the way that Jesus did it, which is waterboarding, mini waterboarding. So that's how we do it. I say we like I'm still part of the church. That's how the church does it. The goal is not to drown the baby. I mean, I was 16. I didn't drown. We're much less religious now, but we used to be every Sunday Catholics. Now we aren't even. Creasters? Is that the Christmas Easter? Yeah. Yeah, we went from being every Sunday evangelicals to being we should just go on like Easter and Christmas, and then we just stopped going. All right, I think I have 2 chapters left, so I will finish this up so we can get some sleep. It's not quite as late as I thought it was going to be, but it's after midnight, so I will send everybody on their way. How you say it? Yeah, that's how I thought, but I was like, oh boy, I knew what you were. I knew the Christmas Easter. My brain separated them into 2 words, and I was like, wait, how do you shove them back together? All right, chapter 12. When wolves fly. Can we just imagine a wolf flying like in like the big lion in Rudolph? Nancy's adrenaline zapped through her and she felt herself switch to fight or flight mode, but she was trapped, so flight wasn't possible. She casually dropped her hand, the one holding her cell phone, behind her back while Leroy rambled on. She flipped open her phone with her thumb and counted along the buttons until she reached the button 9. Well, doesn't the 5 always had a little, like, indent? You could have just gone to the 5 and gone down anyway. Then the connect button. Come on, Jax, she thought to herself. So did you find anything interesting on my truck? Leroy demanded. I found wolf hair, she said. Leroy teetered a little and stepped back. And I found samples of one of your grain recipes at WildWolf, she added. He seemed shocked and said nothing for a moment. Wolf hair, he finally sputtered. That's impossible. I'm afraid it isn't, Nancy replied. Maybe it was yanked from one of the wolves that attacked my sheep, he said defensively. The hair was gathered from natural shedding and had been cleaned to sell. Nancy said, it was not pulled out. I think you lied about the wolf attacks. You never reported them. Did you steal the 2 wolves from that preserve? Leroy's face flushed until its rosy red, from its usual rosy red to a purplish hue. What? You must be crazy, he blustered. Maybe I lied about the sheep attacks, and maybe I didn't. If I did, it's because I know it's only a matter of time before it does happen, and I'm going to get that place closed. Ah, yes, solid logic. Lie about a crime to prevent future crimes? Or something? What place, Mr. Leroy? Detective Dashiell's welcome voice demanded from behind Nancy. She took a deep breath. I suggest we excuse Miss Drew and have a private conversation, Detective Dashiell said. He nodded at Nancy, who walked around Leroy a few yards past. She stopped when she was safe distance away so she could hear the rest of the exchange between the 2 men. You have 2 choices, Mr. Leroy, the officer continued. You may accompany me voluntarily to the police station to make a statement and answer some questions, or you can be arrested for harassing Nancy. Nancy couldn't see Leroy's expression clearly, but she heard him gasp. After a few moments, he spoke. I'll go with you, he said, and I'll be happy to tell you a few things about that WildWolf and how it should be shut down. But you won't hear me confess to taking those animals. Detective Dashiell nodded, and Nancy and escorted Philip Leroy away from the frozen fountain. Nancy finished her rounds talking to the hosts she ran into. Then she stopped by the fortune teller's cabin. She wanted to see whether the woman remembered any more about the man who had impersonated her. The door was locked through, though with a closed sign on the front, but 5:30 she was more than ready for refreshment at the Heat Hut. When she walked in, Bess and George hurried to greet her. I thought you'd never get here, Bess said. George and Brianda told me everything that's happened. Here I am, stuck in this place, and you're out getting attacked by werewolves and real wolves and having all kinds of excitement. Yes, well, some of it I could have done without, including the recent human attack. I mean, Bess didn't like being part of the excitement in the last book we read. She told her friends about her impromptu meeting with Philip Leroy. Oh, I hope he confesses, Bess said, and tells them where the wolves are so they can be returned to WildWolf. Ever the optimist, George said with a disbelieving tone, but she gave her cousin an affectionate smile. Nancy and her 2 best friends walked back to George's table. And that would leave only the case of the werewolf, Bess said as Nancy and George took seats. That needs to get solved really soon because it's starting to give me nightmares. Oh, I'll get you a latte, she said to Nancy. How is your arm holding up, Nancy asked George as Bess walked to the counter. It's okay, George said gingerly, moving her injured shoulder. I haven't had to take any of the pain medication the doctor gave me. Excellent. Did you have a chance to check with the others? How does everyone's schedule for this evening look? Nancy asked. Bess is off at 6 for the rest of the evening, George told her. Ned is going to be at the Crystal Palace at 6 o'clock for the ice carving competition, but he's free after that. Brianda's schedule is pretty much up to you, I guess. We're all meeting at Uncle Bud's at 6 o'clock. That's in about 15 minutes. We might as well wait for Bess. Bess brought Nancy's drink and hurried back to spend her last several minutes on shift, taking care of the people lined up at the counter. They're getting paid for this job, right? I hope they're getting paid. At 6 o'clock, Bess signed out, and she, Nancy, and George walked to Uncle Bud's Pizza, another famous River Heights restaurant that had opened a heated tent at the carnival. Brianda was already there. Ned strolled in a few minutes later. The 5 of them placed their orders And then Nancy caught up Ned and Brianda on the latest news about Philip Leroy. Hey, looks like the field has narrowed, Ned said. For a while there were so many incidents, so many suspects, I didn't know who might be doing what. Wow, Brianda said. I hope this is the end of it. At first I was sure Leroy was the one who either stole or released the wolves, but then I switched to Christopher Warfield, and now I'm thinking it was Leroy after all. Pretty weird story. It's that guy. It's that guy that keeps saying it's a werewolf. Pretty weird story about Christopher Warfield, George said to Nancy. Brianda told us about the scene. What do you think about it? I'm not ready to rule him out yet, in spite of the evidence. It's implicating Philip Leroy, Nancy said. Christopher has a motive and the best opportunity of anyone. Plus, he's the only suspect we know who's able to handle wolves. I still think that Poodles McNulty... can't get over it. They keep sneaking it up on me, too. Carve the message in the Crystal Palace wall, George said. Remember how he acted? He was totally pumped about the controversy. He even said he thought the wolves running loose would be good for carnival business. That woman told you about it on the hiring committee predicted... The woman you told us about on the hiring committee predicted he might go too far to juice up the carnival publicity. How do we know that he's not involved in all this somehow? He did say he was going to put the River Heights Winter Carnival on the map, Ned added. Ned thinks it's him? It can't be him. It is no one but me worried about the whole werewolf deal, Bess anxiously asked the group. She pulled a piece of pizza from the platter. The strands of cheese connecting it to the next piece stretched longer and longer as she pulled it. I want someone to tell me what that's all about. I'll bet the Poodles hired an actor to play the werewolf. Just to capitalize on the missing wolf story, George pointed out. Willie Dean thinks it's more than that, Ned said. He thinks there's a real werewolf. Brianda and I have an update on that story, Nancy said. Willie thinks Poodles is the werewolf. Well, I hope Poodles is just as much a showman as everyone thinks, and that the first story is the right one. It's an actor playing a werewolf, Bess said. Of course it is, George said. What do you think, werewolves are real now? Hey, you're the one who was attacked by one, Bess fired back. You tell us. Well, we have to admit one thing. We now know of 4 people, Willie, Nancy, George, and the farmer, who've seen this whatever it is, when there was no crowd around to witness the sightings, Ned concluded. He gulped nearly half a glass of soda. There is one issue that no one's mentioned yet, Nancy said. She broke off a corner pizza wedge and popped it into her mouth. Everyone looked at her expectantly. Well, Bess said, what? There seems to be 2 sets of crimes here. One set directly at WildWolf and one set directly at the carnival. Is this one case or 2? Are the 2 related? If so, how? And perhaps, most importantly, why? After dinner, Nancy and the others walked to the Crystal Palace to watch the ice carving competition. The palace was still in its canvas drape, awaiting the unveiling and light show after the competition. Ice carving was one of the oldest carnival traditions, a craft that was passed down through generations. Some used hammers and chisels, the others sharp instruments. Others used chainsaws. Willie Dean used both. Okay. When the competition was over, Willie was the 4th person in his family to reign as champion for 3 years in a row. Ned led the others over to congratulate him while George went into the amphitheater's lighting booth. Aha! And he could have chiseled that thing into the ice castle. And it's shaping up. Ned led the others over to congratulate him. George went into the amphitheater's lighting booth. I see you recovering from your little accident this morning, Willie said to Nancy and Brianda. Thanks again, Nancy said. The carving is really beautiful. They all admired the magnificent sculpture of the elephant carrying a sheaf of grass in its trunk. It's so lifelike. Just a virtual version, he said. I worked in the zoo for a couple of years before I saved enough money to open my shipping business. He worked in the zoo, guys. He worked in the zoo. What did I miss? I missed something. Hang on. I'm missing out on chat. Oh, sorry, Toonie. Wasn't the best. Yeah, I think a lot of us had our last church experiences, or all of them, not be the best. You're not alone in that, Paulo. It's around the twist. Oh, around the twist reference. It's really common for people to get sucked into cult-like religious behaviors for a lot of reasons. Changes, yeah. If you feel like you're out of control, it can help people feel stabilized, but it can also lead to getting sucked into, let's say, toxic cultures. This around the twist reference. Christened as waterboarding, huh? I mean, you literally, the whole point is like you're supposed to like die to yourself. So it's like you're being drowned and then reborn, you know? Lesser known sequel to The Boy Who Cried Wolf. The Crazy Man Who Cried Sheep. The worst sequel. Now I'm just singing Yeah, Right, Sure in my head from the Muppet Classic Theater. Me and my older sister just choose. It's best to not tell our family. We're agnostic. Yeah, that might be best for now. Tell them later on in life when you're on your own and they can't flip out as much. She maybe go to church with her as a Christmas present. Oh, I'm so sorry. That sucks. Yeah, that sucks, Milo. That's not okay. Oof. Oh, I was so furious, but now we're chill about it. Well, that's good. I'm glad you guys were able to patch up. Christopher and Leroy are the new murder husbands. I'm calling it right now. Yes, I think Ellery's right. Jane's in a trench coat disguised as a werewolf. How many Janes in a trench coat is a werewolf? Math problems. I have to believe in your own way and don't go by the book because it was written by men with their own agenda. That's exactly what I believe, Paulo. I think you're spot on. I'm just gonna be laughing forever now at the realization that being baptized is just mini waterboarding. It's diet waterboarding. Oh, God. So funny. I mean, it's not, but it is. Okay, he worked at the zoo. He worked at the zoo. I used to. Willie was interrupted by a blare of trumpets. They all looked over to see Poodles McNulty ready to pull the cord and drop the drape on that covered crystal palace. The lighting was about to begin. The crowd gathered nearer. With another fanfare, Poodles pulled the cord, revealing the two-story multi-towered ice castle. George and her co-workers flipped a few switches, and thousands of lights turned on inside the palace. Red, purple, blue, green, and gold lights flooded the elaborate structure and radiated through the ice out into the frosty night. A third fanfare sounded, but as the last note faded away, a blood-curdling howl rose up. Although Nancy had heard that sound twice before, it still was enough to make her jump. She felt as if all the blood had drained from her skin, leaving it as cold and clammy as the slush under her boots. Ugh. She looked up with the rest of the crowd to see the werewolf on the top of the palace. More people gathered to watch. I told you he was real, Willie said, his face white with fear. As with the previous appearance of this creature, half the crowd seemed frightened, while the other half was delighted and cheering. Bess and Brianda huddled together, and Nancy felt Ned move a little closer to her. Ned's a scared bitch. George emerged from the lighting booth. She raced over to the ground spotlight that was trained on the roof of the palace, wheeling it around with her good arm. Bless George. She followed the beast with the light as it darted from tower to tower. Come on, Nancy said as Ned. She led him around to the back of the palace. Leaning against the back wall of ice was a 2-story ladder. I thought so, Nancy said. Looks like our werewolf came prepared for a getaway. Give me a hand. Ned helped her pull the ladder away just as the werewolf rushed to the edge of the roof. The beast looked frantically down at them, his glance darting from Nancy to Ned and then back to Nancy again. He paced back and forth a few seconds, then staring straight into Nancy's eyes, he leapt off the ledge. Alright, we're almost done. Wait, what happened? Oh, bot. Sorry. I was not paying attention. I was reading. Thank you, mods. It's funny how the first thing in the bio is basically blaming. Oh, yeah. No, it's never been lost on me. Bye, hot girls. Bots. Avery kills. Avery silent assassin. Thank you, Ellery. I can only ban them as quickly as my internet will let me click. You're doing great, Ellery. I just straight up wasn't paying attention. Good night or day to all in advance. Good night. Good night. Imagine Avery has a bot. Orders to kill bot. Like the Terminator, but the Terminator just kills all the bots off of you, smites them off of YouTube. Alright. Chapter 13. Let's start over. Okay, and then we just start the whole book over. At nearly 1 in the morning. Nancy's heart vaulted into her throat when she saw the werewolf flying off the roof and sailing down toward her. She and Ned jumped back and skidded out of the way. But they needn't have worried. The beast landed perfectly in a snowbank and then somersaulted onto his feet. Ned dove toward the figure, but the werewolf hopped back and held his hands up in defensive posture. Wait a minute, he said. Wait, don't be afraid. I'm not really a werewolf. What the fuck? He's like, no, my name's Greg. I'm a chill dude. I'm not afraid, Ned said. I'm angry. I don't like anything flying at my girlfriend. Why do you have to be so weird even when you're trying to be helpful, Ned? Who are you? Nancy asked, and who hired you? I'm Gabriel Winthrop, the man said. Who? Peeling off his wolf head. I'm just a stuntman doing a job. Poodles McNulty hired me to give the crowds a thrill. Jesus Christ. I knew it, George said, running up to join them. And you were hired only to perform here at the carnival, Nancy asked. Right, he said. This carnival is my only venue. I was hired to be on the bridge last night and on the palace tonight. That's all. His eyes shifted from Nancy to George. He was clearly nervous and uncomfortable. There have been rumors of a werewolf running around out in the country, Nancy said. Several people have seen it. Was that you? A couple of security guards and a River Heights policewoman along with... Ooh, policewoman. Hashtag feminism. Along with poodles rushed up as Nancy asked the question. No way, said the stuntman. I'd have to be crazy to be running around outside the city as a werewolf. Somebody'd probably shoot me. He looked at Poodles and then back at Nancy. Are you okay? Poodles asked Winthrop. I almost lost it when you jumped off the building. Yeah, but Winthrop shrugged with his shoulders. I gotta tell them, he said to Poodles. He looked back at Nancy. Okay, it was me last night out in the country, he confessed. I was the one who crashed into you, he said to George. I'm sorry, I never meant to hurt anyone. It was an accident, honest. I'll be glad to pay your medical bills. Oh, he's a nice werewolf stuntman. Werewolf stuntman would be a great name for a band. What were you doing on them, Nancy asked. I had this gig, he said, playing a werewolf at a party out in the hunting cabin. My car broke down on the way home. I knew I'd never get anyone to help me all the way out there late at night, especially dressed like this. I wasn't too far from home, so I decided to leave my car and just walk. I sure didn't think I'd run into you two out skiing. Wait a minute, Poodle said. His face was starting to flush, and he sounded angry. You didn't tell me you ran into them. He sprained my shoulder, George exclaimed. But I swear it was an accident, Winthrop said. I heard you two, so I howled to scare you away, but you just kept coming, so I hid behind the tree, and then you came right towards me. I guess I panicked and decided to make a run for it and smashed right into you. What the fuck? And then he just left? I have questions. Poodles turned to Nancy, Ned, and the security people. Look, he said. He was sorry, Poodles said. It sounds like it really was an accident. I'll make sure your medical bills are taken care of. George, Gabriel really is a good guy, and you must admit, we sure added a touch of excitement to the event. That's what I was hired to do. I got the whole idea when I heard about the wolf napping at the preserve. All right, George said, frowning and smiling at the same time. Frowning and smiling at the same time. Okay. At least I won't need rabies shots, I assume. Poodles, did you have anything to do with the missing wolves? That's a very silly sentence. Absolutely not, Poodle said. I had nothing to do with it whatsoever, and I'm sorry it happened, but as long as it did, it was a logical springboard for pumping some life into the River Heights Holiday Winter Carnival. The security people and the policewoman talked briefly to Poodles and the stuntman. Since neither appeared to have done anything illegal, they all left. Let's go tell the others, Ned said. You go ahead, Nancy said. I want to call Jack Dashel and see if he's made any progress with Philip Leroy. She could hear Poodles speaking into a microphone in the front of the palace. He was already introducing the stuntman to the crowd, and whipping the onlookers into a frenzy of cheers and applause. Ned walked around the palace, and Nancy hit the 9 on her cell phone. I'm calling to see what's happening with Leroy, she told the officer when he answered. I questioned him pretty rigorously, Detective Dashel said. He seemed shocked that anyone would suspect him of stealing the wolves. I kind of get the impression that he's afraid of the animals, so his having stolen them would probably be out of the question. I suppose, Nancy said. What about the grain samples and the hair? How does he explain those? He swears he's never been to the WildWolf, and he has pretty good alibi for the night the wolves disappeared. He even offered to take a lie detector test on the spot. Those are really unhelpful, but I get what he's getting at. Jim Halpert face. I'm imagining the way the way people smile. Jim Halpert face. Yes. I love that. Do you suppose he got an accomplice, Nancy wondered? Someone who does all the actual handling of the wolves? I'm thinking that if Leroy is involved, he definitely has to have someone else doing the dirty work, the detective answered. Okay, she said. I suppose you've already heard what just happened out here. Yes, one of our officers called it in a few minutes ago. Let me guess. You're the young lady who at the foot of the Crystal Palace, who was at the foot of the Crystal Palace when the werewolf guy made his leap. You guessed it, Nancy confessed. You young ladies always getting attacked by werewolves. I'm gonna repeat my warning to be careful, Detective Dashel said before hanging up. His voice had a very serious tone. This case isn't solved yet, not by a long shot. Nancy went back around to the front of the palace. A large crowd was mingling around, admiring the gorgeous lighting effects and talking about Poodles as Werewolf. Poodles as Werewolf would be a great name for a band. Bess, George, Ned, and Brianda were waiting for her. Nancy repeated what the detective had told her about his interrogation of Philip Leroy. I don't believe it, Brianda said. All that trouble you went to, collecting the feed samples and the wolf hair? The evidence still counts, Nancy pointed out. If Leroy is telling the truth and he didn't drop the grain or pick up the hair, someone else did. Either he has an accomplice or someone planted the evidence to implicate him. The rest of the evening was nothing but fun for Nancy and her friends. They strapped on skates for an hour of spirited ice dancing and to swing music. They grabbed warm drinks and settled for a couple of hours with the rock band on the riverbank. They finally parted to head for for their homes. Head for the home. George couldn't drive because of her arms, so she was riding with Bess. Nancy asked them to come by the next morning for breakfast. She wanted to take her car to the shop for once over, and after her accident, Bess could follow her and drive her from the body shop to the carnival. I know I'm getting tired because I'm like, it's getting harder to focus. I got like 10 more pages. She wanted to know if Bess could follow her and drive her from the body shop to the carnival. When Nancy finally got into bed, she tossed and turned, working over all the clues in her mind. She was sure that the answers were right in front of her if she could just get into focus. On Saturday morning, Bess and George arrived for breakfast as planned. Nancy noticed that George seemed to be moving her injured arm more, although it was still in the sling. Over juice, scrambled eggs, and Hannah Gruen's melt-in-your-mouth cinnamon apple scones. Nancy hardly talked. She was lost in the threads of thought she'd fallen asleep with. She knew that they could be untangled if she worked with just one thread at a time. Earth to Nancy, Bess's words jolted Nancy out of her thoughts. The phone was ringing. She reached for the portable on the kitchen counter. It was Brianda, and she was in tears. "Oh, Nancy, I'm so glad I got you. I have terrible news. Remember the 4 baby wolves you and the others played with last Tuesday when you came out for the Howlorama?" Nancy's stomach clenched with a pang. She could still feel the warm, fluffy body of the wolf pup crawling up her shoulder to nibble on her hair and cry in her ear. "Yes," she answered, though she dreaded to hear what Brianda would say next. "They're gone," Brianda said, her voice dropping almost in a whisper. "They've disappeared. Not the wolf puppies." I'm Canadian, I can't ice skate. I mean, I imagine it's not like a requirement to get into the country. They aren't dead, that's good. I was worried for a second too. I was like, no, they wouldn't, right? They wouldn't kill the puppies. George is doing the old man line smile, where it's just a straight line with bared teeth. Yeah. The white people smile, Jim Halpert face, no teeth, just the... That one? Yeah, I can see that. I feel like the werewolf is more likable than Ned, and he's vaguely unhinged. Yes. Yes, he is. I sure would like to yeet Ned down a flight of stairs. Hey, not my girlfriend. That's basically my property. Even when he's trying to be helpful, he's an asshole. Oh, the werewolf is a nobody. Boo. Well, there's still the missing werewolf pups, wolf pups. Well, the joke is I've been ice skating dozens of times and I still can't do it. I've ice skated a few times and I'm horrible at it. I'm so clumsy. I'm not good on ice skates. Yes, but that's just because copyright and media ownership is a fair, annoying... Yes. And at quality not available. Oh, I can't. I want to start writing my Nancy Drew novels now, just so that one day they can be published. "Oh, Brianda, I'm so sorry," Nancy said. "What happened? Do you know? They just vanished like Khayyam and Liz did," Brianda said. "And what happened?" Bess whispered. "Tell us." Nancy motioned to Bess to wait and focused on Brianda's voice. "There are no clues that anyone can find," Brianda countered. Brianda continued. "The babies are just gone. Apparently they were taken during the night. They wouldn't just wander off by themselves, would they?" Nancy asked. "Never," Brianda said. "Not at this age. Even if one was really precocious and adventurous, not all of them would be. We couldn't lose the whole litter at once unless something happened to them. Something bad." "Oh, not the puppies." Nobody mentioned... Oh god, I don't even want to know. I won't even ask. She's taken them. It's Cruella. She upgraded her setup and now she's on to straight up wolf puppies. Jesus. Unless something happened to them, something bad. Has anyone heard from Christopher? Nancy asked. That was my next piece of news, Brianda said. Christopher left River Heights the night he quit his job and returned to California. That's where he came from. He's called Marky a couple of times, and he was being very friendly. He even asked Marky for a job recommendation for someplace out there. The actual audacity. Brianda sighed, but it sounded a little like a sob. Nancy... She said, please help us find the babies. Help us find all our missing wolves. Marky's trying to be very professional, organizing searches and working hard to figure out what happened, but she admitted to me last night that she doesn't have a clue. She's so depressed it breaks my heart. I'll do everything I can, Nancy promised. As she put the phone back in its cradle on the counter, she felt more determined than ever to find the answers and all the missing wolves. She told Bess and George why Brianda had called. Not the babies, Bess said, her eyes wide. Who would do such a thing? Not the mama, sorry. And why? Nancy was quiet for several minutes. Finally, she spoke. Let's start from the beginning of this case. Sometimes the best plan is to give up on the original idea and look at the problem from another perspective. Imagine if she was just like, so the best plan sometimes is just to give up. And they were like, okay. And then the book ended. Instead of trying to determine whether the motive behind the crimes is to close down WildWolf or to close down the carnival, let's try something different. Like what? George said. Like what if there's another motive altogether? Nancy suggested. For example, why would someone steal wolves from WildWolf? For pets? Bess asked, even though Marky said that's a bad idea? Maybe. Or maybe they're hides? She added with a shudder. Cruella Deville. Maybe to use as attack guard animals, George suggested in a hushed voice, or even to hunt. Or maybe for all of those reasons, Nancy concluded. Maybe someone wants to steal these prize animals to sell to anyone who can afford it, and then don't really care what they'll be used for. It is like Tiger King. Nancy bit into a scone. Her thoughts tumbled quickly as she added up the clues from the past 5 days. Suppose the person wants to steal and sell the wolves, and caused all the incidents at the carnival as distractions, she suggested. It has to be someone who knows something about the computer-driven theatrical lighting and who knows about Philip Leroy's homemade sheep feed and has access to it. But not Leroy, right? Bess asked. I'm not ruling him out completely, Nancy answered, but it doesn't have to be him. And it helps if the person is a skilled ice carver. Most of all, it has to be someone who, I called this like 50 pages ago, who knows something about animals, not only how to steal them, but also how to ship them, perhaps even illegally to different points around the world. And since you and even your friends seem to have been targeted a few times, it has to be someone who knows you're on the case, George pointed out. A couple of these requirements fit some of our suspects, Nancy said. But I can think of only one person around here who fits most of them. Bess, would you boot up my computer and see if you can get into the zoo database? Sure, Bess said, jumping up. What are we looking for? Willie Dean said he worked at the zoo. I want to know everything you can about his experience there, Nancy said. George, could you call around town and see if you can locate a werewolf costume? If the costume shops don't have them, try some of the theaters or college theater departments. While Bess and George got to work, Nancy called Ned and then Brianda and asked them to meet her in an hour at the Heat Hut. I got it, George called out from the living room where she had used her cell phone. George has a cell phone too! I'm so confused! She returned to the kitchen where Nancy was just finishing up her calls. I found one on the Patches costume shop. She reported it's the same werewolf costume that Gabrielle Winthrop used. It was turned back in yesterday, and it's all cleaned up, ready to go. Bess joined them with a printout from Nancy's computer. Willie Dean was in charge of shipping at the zoo, and his job included sending animals around the globe, she read. I also pulled up his bio and job history, and guess what? He spent 4 years in Chicago as an actor and lighting technician at a small theater. Of course he did. Nancy, Bess, and George stopped at Patches and picked up the werewolf costume, then drove to the heat hut. Nancy quickly brought Ned and Brianda up to speed. Are you going to call Detective Dashel? Brianda asked. Not yet, Nancy answered. I want to make sure we have the right man. How do we find that out? Bess asked. We set up a trap, Nancy said. Last night when we were at Wawasee Cove, I poked around the old abandoned ice fishing shed down by the far end. It looked like it hadn't been used for years. It'll be perfect. So what's the plan? Brianda said. Nancy looked at her watch. It's high noon. She announced, we're going fishing, and I hope we catch a big one. Nancy gave her friends their roles in her plan and then set it in motion. And I think that's a sign I need to stop drinking wine tea. Wait, what happened? Well, I know who to suspect, and his name is Willie. Oh, yeah. It was Willie all along. I am also confused. No, I don't think it's the wine. I think I am also a little confused. It does give off the vibe that they got bored of writing the book and were just like, I gotta wrap this up in like 10 pages so that I can send it to my editor, and they were just like, sure, yeah, him. Cruella de Willy. Ned called. Wait, I gotta take a sip of my drink. My voice is going. You ever notice that on the old-timey movie posters for Nancy Drew, they don't say Nancy Drew Girl Detective, they just say Nancy Drew Detective. I can't tell if that's really progressive or really misogynistic of 1936. I feel like cell phones were a thing in like 2006. I think I'm more confused over Schrodinger's cell phones. Yeah, no, it's the cell phone thing, right? Because like they were like, we can't keep in touch, so we'll use Bess because we'll be away from landlines. And then we find out later that they both have cell phones. And it's like, okay. Then why? Okay, never mind. Bigger problems. Ned called Willie Dean. Ned and Nancy had rehearsed what he'd say, and the conversation went like clockwork. Hey, Willie, I need to talk to you, Ned said. I consider you my friend, and something's going on that I think you should know about. I figure if you have a heads up on this, you can be ready to prove your innocence. Ned held the phone receiver out a little. Nancy huddled with Ned so that she could also hear. There was a long pause. Finally, Willie spoke. My innocence, he said. Innocence about what? Look, I don't want to go over it on the phone, Ned said. You know, Nancy, I'm crazy about her. But she can really get caught up in this detective thing. She's got this idea that you're the guy who stole the wolves from the preserve. She also thinks you're behind some of the bad stuff that's been happening around the carnival. And finally, he gets to speak his truth about Nancy. He doesn't like her. You're kidding, Willie said. What makes her think that? I don't know exactly. She mentioned something about a fake fortune teller and wolf hair. Oh, and she says she saw you try to bury her with all that snow under the super slide. Willie said, that's going pretty far. Maybe I should talk to her. That might make things worse. Ned said, you don't want her to think you're threatening her or anything like that, but I do know she's talking about going to the police with her theory. I don't want to sabotage her or anything, but I just think it's fair to let you know what she's planning. What are you suggesting? Willie asked. I thought we could meet in an hour. Maybe at the amphitheater. I know you, and I know you'd never do anything like all this. I can tell you what she's thinking you've done, and that'll give you your chance to get your own evidence ready to prove she's wrong. But you have to promise you'll never tell her I talked to you. No problem, Willie said. How soon is she planning on talking to the police? Not until later today. She bought the abandoned ice fishing shack on Wawasee Cove and wants to fix it up as a present for her dad. He's out of town right now, and she wants to get it cleaned up before he gets back. Imagine buying a ice fishing shack for your dad. I know she didn't, but imagine. Imagine that just being a normal thing to tell somebody. He's out of town right now, and I miss Carson Drew, Zaddy Drew, I miss him. And she wants to get it cleaned up before he gets back, so she's going to be out there for about 1 o'clock on. That's why I suggested you and I get together about then. She'll be so busy she won't notice I'm gone. Sounds good, Willie said. I'll be there. After Ned hung up the phone, Nancy went over to plan with her friends several more times. She knew that if she was right, Willie might get dangerous. She wanted to make sure all her backups were in place. George, her arms still in a sling, went to the amphitheater to watch for Willie in case he did go there to meet Ned, but Nancy was sure he wouldn't. Nancy, Bess, and Ned drove to Wawasee Cove, then went into the small shack on the ice and started setting it up. The shack consisted of 4 walls and flat roof, just sitting on ice yard or two. Just sitting on ice a yard or two thick. There was no floor. What had once been a hole cut in the corner to fish into had long since filled in. The only quote-unquote furniture in the small room was several wooden crates and one beat-up wooden chair. Nancy, Ned, and Bess stacked several crates and the chair in a corner and draped a painter's tarp over them. Ned, wearing the werewolf costume, crawled in under the tarp. A hole in the roof had been cut to allow a stovepipe through. Fast food wrappers and styrofoam dishes littered the room. It was dark inside with the door closed, so Nancy lit the kerosene lantern she had brought. The smoke curled up through the hole in the roof. She didn't have to wait long. She heard a car drive down the abandoned road leading to that end of the cove. Then she heard the car stop. Soon there was a short rap on the wooden door, and it opened without the visitor waiting for an answer. Well, it's you, Nancy, Willie Dean said. I wondered who was in here. I thought this place was abandoned. He seemed very nervous. Well, it was, but I bought it. It was really cheap, and I'm going to give it to my father for a holiday gift. Do you know my friend Bess Marvin? Nancy smiled at Bess. I've seen her around. Hello. Aren't you a good daughter, Nancy? Willie said, sitting down on one of the crates. He was shaking. I'm glad to find you here. I'd like to have a little talk. What about? I understand you've been thinking I might have something to do with all the problems that have been going on around the carnival, he said, and at WildWolf. Who told you that? Nancy said. Never mind, Willie said. I thought we'd have a little talk and get all this straightened out. He was breathing fast and seemed more nervous. We don't have to talk, Willie. I have proof, and I'm going to use it, and the police will be here shortly to receive it. Willie jumped to his feet, knocking the crate into the old chair. Well, they're not going to find any of us here, he said, reaching out with his burly arm and grabbed Bess, yanking her over the dark corner where he stood, holding tightly to Bess. He pulled an ice pick from his back pocket and held the point against her side. Jesus Christ, this is getting very intense. Now let's go for a ride, he said to Nancy. You drive. I've got some shipping crates that ought to fit you two perfectly. I've heard that Werewolf uses the shack for his hideout, Nancy said without flinching. Do you suppose that's true? Right on cue, a horrifying howl pierced the cabin darkness, and the werewolf leapt out from under the tarp. In the dim light from the kerosene lamp, Nancy could see Willie turn as white as a ghost. He let go of Bess and fell backward, kicking the kerosene lamp into a pile of litter in the corner. A blaze surged up almost instantly, and the tiny room filled with acrid smoke and flames. Jesus Christ, Nancy. I wonder what rich people ice fishing shack looks like. Is that true? Oh yeah, were you not here when I was talking about when, cause Carson Drew shows up in one or two of the games? And, chat, we dubbed Carson Drew Zaddy status. We gifted Carson Zaddy status because he's great. He believes in his daughter. He loves her. He's a super together lawyer dude. He's very level-headed. We love him. I thought that's what Avery said. It is what I said. Probably about clockwork. Giving it to Ned. probably made of solid gold. Oh, good. So that wasn't a drunken hallucination on my part. She actually said Zaddy Drew. Yeah, that's not the weirdest thing I've said. I hate to break it to everybody. No, she actually said that. It's the Goosebumps books. It's gotten to her. Look, I've talked about this with at least Noah Hutchins. We've dubbed Zaddy Drew as Zaddy a long time ago. Plant Zaddy. Anyway, let me read the last chapter. We're finally almost done. Finally almost done. Hey, Josh. Sorry I haven't been around for the lunch. That's okay. We missed you, but that's totally cool. But I hope you and everyone in the chat had a great Christmas. I did. I hope everybody else in chat did. I hope you did. We were just finishing up this Nancy Drew Werewolf book. I was defending my position that Carson Drew is a zaddy, and then we're all gonna probably go to bed. Chapter 15, The Culprit is Iced. Ice 'em. Yeah, welcome home, Josh. We missed you. Nancy grabbed the tarp and threw it on the fire. Bess helped stomp the flames. Ned, dressed as the werewolf, opened the door to let out the smoke and stood guard, staring at Willie. Then he peeled off the full head mask and signaled to Brianda, parked nearby, to call Jax Dashel. All right, Willie said. I see what's happening. You win, but get me out of here. I hurt my leg when I fell. I think I broke something. Wait, so he's spreading this rumor so that he can do crimes, but then he's also scared of a werewolf because he actually is bought into his own rumor? I have questions. Please finish the book. I need sleep. Go to sleep. You can always watch the VOD back. I hurt my leg when I fell. I think I broke something. Willie was still very white and shuddering. Nancy knew he shouldn't be lying on the ice, so she and Ned carefully eased him on the tarp and dragged him off the ice and onto shore. Ned just almost accidentally killed the dude. Once there, they wrapped him up in the cloth. The police and doctors are on their way, Nancy said. Nancy assured him. Sorry, I made assumptions. Bess went to tell Brianda to call for an ambulance, too. You stole the alpha wolves and the babies, didn't you? Nancy asked Willie. I did, he admitted. It took me years to set up an international black market network for those animals. I was finally ready to make a little money on WildWolf. Your experience with the zoo helped, Nancy prompted. Yep, I not only to develop the contacts around the world, I also learned to tranquilize and capture animals without damaging the merchandise. You know, you have the right to remain silent, my guy. But you didn't care what happened to them after they were sold, Bess charged. How could you work with animals at a zoo and still not care about the abuse those wolves might get from your clients? I mean, he probably worked at a shady zoo. A lot of zoos abuse animals, too. Willie just shrugged. I planned to pull off some pretty bold thefts during carnival time, he said. It was like he was talking to himself now. I figured they'd get less attention with all the hubbub this year. He turned back to Nancy. You know, you're not the only detective in this room. I did some major sleuthing of my own. For instance, I found from my snooping out there that Brianda was staying at WildWolf. And of course, I already knew your reputation as a detective. So when I saw you and Brianda hanging out, I figured you were working on the kidnapped wolves case. That's when you started following me? Nancy asked. Well, first I tried to just get to know you. Sort of be your friend, he smiled broadly. I already knew Ned a little, so I figured I could keep tabs on you if we all sort of hung out together. How old is this dude? Because I'm picturing like an old dude. Right? He's talking to teenagers. Like, not that... I don't know. Under the circumstances of this guy being a criminal, him looking at teenagers being like, I was just trying to be your friend, is just kind of creepy. You were the fake fortune teller who gave us our fortunes, right? Nancy guessed. Yes, I was, Willie said with a sigh. He related a scenario that was like the one Nancy had already guessed, that he had been following them and overheard they were heading for the fortune tellers. Then he just took advantage of the situation. It was perfect, he concluded. I was able to slip you a fortune that matched the warning I had carved in the Crystal Palace wall. Why did you carve that message? George asked. Again, I wanted all the talk around town to be about the carnival, he answered. I figured it would stir up the rumors and take the heat off wolf napping. I was especially proud of the lighting effect. Blood was great idea. You know, these are teenagers. If he said nothing, he probably could get away without their proof being taken seriously by the cops. What the hell are you thinking, dude? Not that I don't want him to get caught, I do. Willie slumped into the tarp, then looked at Nancy. I thought for sure they would discourage you, even scare you a little. I hadn't figured you out as well as I'd thought. What about the wolf hair in Philip Leroy's truck? Nancy asked. And the bits of his custom sheep feed at WildWolf. Did you plant those to implicate Leroy? Leroy? I still don't know how to say it. You are good, he answered, surprised. Congratulations for pulling those clues together. Sure, I did that. Leroy is paranoid about having the wolf at the preserve so close to his farm. He was an obvious suspect. It was easy to steal the samples from one of his shipments. I dropped the evidence at WildWolf when I kidnapped the first two wolves. He wiped his sweating brow. Nancy could hear the sirens in the distance. I spent quite a bit of time prowling around out there at night, Willie confessed. I needed to get really familiar with the operations before I made my move. On one trip, I noticed the barrel of wolf hair, and I pocketed some to plant around Leroy's property. And the snow slide, Nancy asked, was that an accident or more of your handiwork? I take full credit, he said proudly. It was actually pretty easy. Just a few cuts with my chainsaw through strategic points in the scaffolding. Again, just a distraction from my real work. This guy is unhinged. He's completely unhinged. I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. What did I miss? You missed a guy monologuing. Shame he didn't succeed. Ned getting arrested for manslaughter would sure be helpful for the Francie agenda. It really would. We're so close now, I can't go to sleep. You need answers. This guy tried to kill kids, and he's like, you kids are smart for figuring me out. Where was I? Where did I leave off? Where did I leave off? Oh my god. You take full credit, he said proudly. I was actually pretty easy, just a few cuts with my chainsaw. There were strategic points on the scaffolding. Again, just a distraction from my real work. But how could you do that without getting caught? Bess wondered. That was probably very easy, Nancy guessed. In the weeks before the carnival, chainsaws were the accessory of choice around the park. Dozens of workers were carving ice blocks, castle towers, and other sculptures around the area. You guessed it, Willie nodded. No one looked twice at someone carrying a chainsaw around. When I saw you and your friends snooping under the slide after the avalanche, I decided it was time to remove you from the picture altogether. Too bad I wasn't successful, he muttered. Too bad I wasn't successful, he says to the teenagers who have now just made a citizen's arrest on him. I should have killed you kids. Wait, is Willie that hot, green-eyed British man? No. That was, the one that was the man-child yelling and trying to get what's-her-name's job. I think that was him. By the time Detective Dashel his backup team in the ambulances has arrived, the detective read Willie Dean his rights, and he arrested him while the emergency team treated him for shock and put his leg in a cast. Then they hoisted him onto a gurney. Before you leave, Willie, please tell us where the missing wolves are, Nancy urged. It might even help your case with a jury. For a minute he looked defiant, then he seemed to lose the fighting spirit. The babies are at my house, he said, in the basement. The alphas are on their way to the Philippines, but they're probably still somewhere in the American West. A relieved Brianda called Marky immediately and told her the news. After Willie was taken away, Detective Dashiell escorted Nancy and Brianda to Willie's home to retrieve the wolf pups. Although they were evidence, Nancy and Brianda were allowed to take them immediately to WildWolf for holding until the trial. Oh, they're gonna be little witnesses. Exhibits A, B, C, and D. Detective Dashiell also promised Brianda that he would do whatever it took to track down the alpha wolves. When Nancy and Brianda got to WildWolf, Marky hugged Nancy and handed her a large gift-wrapped box. You didn't give her that crazy wolf howl clock, I hope, Brianda said with a laugh. No, Marky said with a warm smile. This is the only thing I could think of that would let you know how grateful we are and how much this means to us, she told Nancy. Nancy carefully unwrapped the package. When she lifted the lid, she gasped with delight. Inside lay a gorgeous wolf hair sweater and matching cap. They made her a wolf hair sweater. But did they find the alphas? That evening, under a midnight blue sky with ice crystal stars, Poodles McNulty held a special ceremony on the amphitheater stage next to the Crystal Palace. We are all indebted to River Heights Holiday Winter Carnival employee Nancy Drew for cracking the wolf... I love that that's her title, not Detective Nancy Drew. The wolf napping case. Poodles told the huge crowd. She has brought the wolf napper to justice and closed the book on that scary period in River Heights history. Poodles paused until the cheers died down, and then spoke again. Nancy has told me that she had some help on this case, and I've asked her to introduce her team. He handed the microphone to Nancy. Thank you all very much, Nancy said. Some of you may have been here when George Fane turned the light on the werewolf on top of the palace. Now it's her turn to be in the spotlight. George nodded her head briefly at the applauding crowd. And I'm sure you know Bess Marvin, Nancy continued. She's been one of those serving you warm treats in the heat hut. Well, she helped turn up the heat on the culprit, too. Bess smiled and waved. Nancy practiced this all night. You've probably seen Ned Nickerson, boo, around the carnival the last few days, Nancy said, taking Ned's hand. Boo. He's had a lot of jobs, including helping with the snowside cleanup. Yesterday, he imitated a werewolf and helped catch a criminal. Ned bowed to the audience. As you do. Just imitate a werewolf, catch a criminal. Finally, you might have turned to Brianda Bunch for help finding your way around the carnival, Nancy said, gesturing towards her friend. She's been a hostess the last several days. I turned to her for help, too, help on this case, and she stepped right in. Now that you all know the werewolf was a fake, consider a visit to see some real wolves at WildWolf, which is run by Brianda's cousin. It's a fascinating place. Brianda smiled and cocked her head shyly. The crowd cheered again as Nancy turned the mic back over. Oh, they still didn't know how to write mic properly. Back over to Poodles and returned to her friends. Did you ever notice the same thing I did? Poodles crowed. Every one of these young detectives is a carnival employee. Ugh. Poodles pumped his fist in the air. His face glowed with an expression of pride and enthusiasm as he worked the crowd into more cheers. He looked at Nancy and motioned to an assistant to hand him some envelopes. Nancy and the carnival is especially thankful to you for your hard work. With the wolf napping case solved, the people of River Heights and guests from around the world can really enjoy the rest of the carnival. As a token of our appreciation, here are gift certificates for you, George, Bess, Ned, and Brianda. Take these to Albemarle's and redeem them for new skis and designer ski clothes with our thanks. That's actually pretty cool. This time it was Nancy and her friends who cheered. This is so cool, Bess whispered to Nancy as they all went up to collect their gifts. I can't even think about what might have happened to the baby wolves if you hadn't solved this case. Not only that, George added, but she figured out what was going on here at the carnival, and look at the crowd. This carnival is going to have a record turnout. Hey, what do you expect? Bess concluded. With Nancy Drew on the case, River Heights Holiday Winter Carnival was bound to be a howling success. The end. That is the end. We are at the end. We did it, guys. Tom Hanks movie. Wait. Carrying a chainsaw around and no one would question. Oh, yeah. Yep. Monsters. Yeah, it's late. I get it, Darth. What comeuppance for the villain? He broke his leg and goes to jail. I feel like serves to be fed to wolves. I feel like I assume that they got the alpha wolves back, but I would have liked to see the alpha wolves returned. That was a thing. It definitely was a thing. Yay, Avery, you did it. Thank you, Laser. With all the poodles name drops, you should be careful if you are still playing that drinking game. Oh god. Nancy says this long list of statements of Ned's work of the festival, but wouldn't it be wild if no one in the crowd who was working with him supposedly never saw him do any of those. We never saw him actually do any of the things. Maybe it was all a lie. My headcanon is that it was all a lie. He was sneaking around. Now we can sleep for 10 years. Well, I can sleep for a few hours and then I get up and keep working. Base hire. Packing order of the meanest top dog, mother on top. Interesting. I gave up on the drinking game after my third Long Island. Are you okay? Ellery, I hope you're okay. When now alpha wolves for IRL wolves, it's still a thing for werewolves. Yeah, right? Alright, well, I will let you guys go, and I will see you probably tomorrow. I really want this new video to get out soon. It's a kitchen video, and I'm really excited about it. I'm also going to keep working on the Perry calendar, because I really, really want that to go live probably tomorrow, because as it is, people will probably get it on, like, the 2nd of January if they bought it, like, right away. So I'm trying to make sure that you guys get it as soon as possible, considering we decided to do it at the very last minute, but, I'm Gucci. Nice. I'm good. I'm glad you're okay. But I'm just gonna be doing all that tomorrow, and then I'll probably see you guys tomorrow on live to read a Goosebumps book, a Slappy Goosebumps book, Slappy New Year to be exact. But until then, I will let you guys go get some sleep, go get some water. I appreciate you all for being here. I'll see you soon. But I should probably get to bed. We should all probably get to bed. Good night, Ellery. Good night, everybody. Thank you for being here. I appreciate you. Good night.